Good morning, everyone. A very warm welcome to the Kerala Youth Water Management Conclave 2024. We will begin shortly. Good morning, and a very warm welcome to dignitaries on and off the dais. It is said that civilization is marked by the distance man has placed between himself and his excreta. In the year 2016, far ahead of the rest of the nation, Kerala declared itself open defecation free. Since then, and even earlier, the state has directed its attention to second-generation issues, including fecal contamination of water bodies, poor grey water management, poor sewage management from establishments, and effluent management from markets and slaughterhouses. The Kerala UWM Conclave 2024 falls along the trajectory of this overriding concern. Jointly anchored by Kerala Water Authority and Suchitwa Mission, and utilizing three varied formats, the technical session, case study, and panel discussion, we hope to converge upon the problem of used water management that faces our state. Before we begin, I would like to thank our distinguished audience who have registered their interest in contributing to Kerala's used water management story. I would also like to thank the 100+ viewers joining the live telecast of the Kerala UWM Conclave 2024 from across the globe. It is heartening for all of us to see how much professional investment has gone into recasting Kerala's UWM in a new light. I request Srimati Kavita S., Director Liquid Waste Management, Suchitwa Mission, to formally welcome this August gathering to the Kerala Youth Water Management Conclave 2024.
Good morning all. വേൾഡ് വാട്ടർ ഡേയോടനുബന്ധമായി ശുചിത്വ മിഷന്റെയും കേരള വാട്ടർ അതോറിറ്റിയുടെയും ആഭിമുഖ്യത്തിൽ സംയുക്താടിസ്ഥാനത്തിൽ വാഷ് ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂട്ടിന്റെ സഹായത്തോടു കൂടി നടത്തുന്ന കേരള യൂസ്ഡ് വാട്ടർ മാനേജ്മെന്റ് കോൺക്ലേവ് 2024 എന്ന 3 ദിവസത്തെ വർക്ക്ഷോപ്പിന് ഇന്നിവിടെ തുടക്കം കുറിക്കുകയാണ്. കേരളം ODF ആയി പ്രഖ്യാപിച്ച് അതിനുശേഷം വരുന്ന സെക്കൻഡ് ജനറേഷൻ ഇഷ്യൂസിലാണ് നമ്മൾ അഭിമുഖീകരിച്ചുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയാണ്. യൂസ്ഡ് വാട്ടർ മാനേജ്മെന്റ് രംഗത്ത് നിരവധി സ്റ്റേക്ക് ഹോൾഡേഴ്സ് ഉണ്ട്. അവരെ എല്ലാവരെയും കൂടെ ഒരുമിച്ച് ഏകോപിപ്പിച്ച് കൊണ്ടുപോകാനുള്ള ഒരു ദൗത്യമാണ് നമുക്ക് ഉള്ളത്. അതിന് ഈ കോൺക്ലേവ് ഇന്ന് ഒരു തുടക്കം കുറിക്കുമെന്നാണ് നമ്മൾ കരുതുന്നത്. ആദ്യമായി ബഹുമാനപ്പെട്ട വാട്ടർ അതോറിറ്റി മാനേജിംഗ് ഡയറക്ടർ ശ്രീമതി ഭണ്ഡാരി സ്വാഗത് രൺവീർ ചന്ദ് IAS-നെ ഏറെ ആദരവോടെ ഈ കോൺക്ലേവിലേക്ക് സ്വാഗതം ചെയ്യുന്നു. അടുത്തതായിട്ട് ശുചിത്വ മിഷൻ എക്സിക്യൂട്ടീവ് ഡയറക്ടർ ശ്രീ UV ജോസ് IAS അവർകളെ ഏറെ സ്നേഹത്തോടുകൂടി ഈ വർക്ക്ഷോപ്പിലേക്ക് സ്വാഗതം ചെയ്യുന്നു. അടുത്തതായി ജിനേഷ് ചെറുവാട്ട് IAS ജോയിന്റ് മാനേജിംഗ് ഡയറക്ടർ കേരള വാട്ടർ അതോറിറ്റി, അദ്ദേഹത്തെയും ഈ വർക്ക്ഷോപ്പിലേക്ക് ഏറെ ആദരവോടുകൂടി സ്വാഗതം ചെയ്യുന്നു. അടുത്തതായിട്ട് മിസ് വീണ റെഡ്ഡി USAID മിഷൻ ഡയറക്ടർ ഓൺലൈനിലാണ് ജോയിൻ ചെയ്യുന്നത്. അദ്ദേഹത്തെയും ഈ വർക്ക്ഷോപ്പിലേക്ക് സ്വാഗതം ചെയ്യുന്നു. അടുത്തതായിട്ട് ശ്രീ വർഗീസ് പോൾ ഡെപ്യൂട്ടി ഡയറക്ടർ ഫോർ എൻവയോൺമെന്റ് ആൻഡ് വാഷ് ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂട്ട്, അദ്ദേഹത്തെയും ഈ വർക്ക്ഷോപ്പിലേക്ക് ആദരവോടെ സ്വാഗതം ചെയ്യുന്നു. അടുത്തതായി ഡോക്ടർ അറിമുഖം കാളിമുത്തു എക്സിക്യൂട്ടീവ് ഡയറക്ടർ വാഷ് ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂട്ട്, അദ്ദേഹത്തെയും ഈ വർക്ക്ഷോപ്പിലേക്ക് സ്വാഗതം ചെയ്യുന്നു. ശ്രീ ശജി രത്നാകരൻ ചീഫ് എഞ്ചിനീയർ വാട്ടർ അതോറിറ്റി PPD ആൻഡ് വാസ്കോൺ, അദ്ദേഹത്തെയും ഏറെ ആദരവോടുകൂടി ഈ വർക്ക്ഷോപ്പിലേക്ക് സ്വാഗതം ചെയ്യുന്നു. ഇനി ഈ വർക്ക്ഷോപ്പിനെ 3 ദിവസത്തെ ഈ വർക്ക്ഷോപ്പിനെ നല്ല രീതിയിൽ ഒരു വിജയമാക്കി തീർക്കുന്നതിന് വേണ്ടി ഇവിടെ സന്നിഹിതരായിരിക്കുന്ന ബാക്കി എല്ലാവർക്കും ഈ വർക്ക്ഷോപ്പിലേക്ക് സ്വാഗതം ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ട് എൻ്റെ ദൗത്യത്തിൽ നിന്ന് ഞാൻ
We shall begin the conclave with the formal lighting of the lamp. I invite Srimati Bhandari Swagat Ranveer Chand IAS, Managing Director, Kerala Water Authority, to formally inaugurate the Kerala UWM Conclave 2024 by lighting the lamp. I also invite USA representative Sri Jayavi To join the Managing Director in inaugurating the conclave, I request all dignitaries on the dais to join her, please, and direct the audience to kindly rise as the lamp is lit. Now I request you to address the audience and declare the Kerala UWM Conclave formally open.
Good morning, everyone. I have a very bad throat, so I apologize. As we all know, Kerala is facing many challenges today in terms of the urban used water management or for water management in general, sanitation, sewage management, etc. Though we have made huge strides in sectors like literacy, health, etc., and our sewage management. Plus for drinking water, I would say the used water management is not up to the mark. Kerala has done remarkably well till now, but as we all know, there are many goals yet to be attained. We have declared open defecation-free status in rural areas back in 2016, and then we have followed it up with huge strides by 2020. The journey has been a testament to the dedication of our stakeholders and unwavering support of the public. However, we must also recognize that our responsibilities extend beyond mere milestones. Today, Kerala faces a new challenge, one that demands our urgent attention: responsible used water management. That is what I am going to talk about now. We are confronted with the task of effectively managing grey water sewerage from various establishments, effluents from markets, slaughterhouses. This improper handling not only jeopardizes public health, but also poses a grave threat to our fragile ecosystem. Kerala Water Authority is entrusted with the responsibility of managing water resources, and we are deeply committed to finding sustainable solutions for the used water management. This conclave serves as a critical platform for us to come together, share insights, and chart a course of action that ensures the well-being of our communities and preservation of our environment. I am hoping that this conclave will equip participants with the knowledge and strategies to overcome potential challenges, and by the end of this workshop, participants will gain a deeper understanding of our responsibilities in used water management, treatment technologies and principles, advanced treatment options, circularity and climate resilience in this domain, how to address misconceptions surrounding used water management, budgetary considerations, etc. I thank all of you for participating in this conclave. Hopefully we will get some solutions, some good discussions, and hopefully we will be able to chart out a better course of action. I declare this workshop inaugurated. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Shri, Executive Director of Suchitwa Mission, has been part of the vanguard in Kerala's waste management development. I now call upon you, sir, to kindly preside over the gathering.
Ms. Swagat Bhandari IAS, Sri Verghese Paul from USH, Dr. Armugam from Wash Institute, Dr. Dineshan IAS, Sri Sachiv, Kavita, dear participants. I'm very happy that a conference on this subject is happening in this way, in a grandeur way. Thanks to USAID and Wash Institute for organizing and then facilitating us in doing this. And I'm actually seeing, I'm very happy again to see all the stakeholders are, in this hall discussing on a very, very important, challenging subject for 3 days. It never happened, I think, in the history of Kerala. So, very nice of you for organizing this in this way. We all know that, the globe is discussing on safe drinking water and the nation is discussing on safe drinking water, and this particular time is very, very critical because we all are now talking about Bangalore. We are actually reading the Bangalore stories, scary stories. Not sure of the quantity of the problem, but then, the whole media, including the Malayalam main newspapers, started writing articles on the scarcity, which is actually now, which may face now, from Bangalore, it can actually at any point of time. It's very close to even state like Kerala. It's really scary. Now, Dr. Dineshan was just before the conference, he was discussing on the issue which may come in Kerala through Kasaragod. Okay. So, it's very, very apt time. That's what I wanted to tell you. The discussion is happening in a very, very critical time. We can't be, just scary and then, do nothing. As Dr. Bhandari said, we have been doing extremely well in this sector. Especially in drinking water sector, we are models to the nation. In the Lucknow conference, which just recently happened on the same subject with all the states in, our MD, our secretary explained to them on how the Jalanidhi project actually have originated from our earlier project. So, Kerala models are working in many places in a very, very nice manner, including water. But what about used water management? I have been again, after joining Sujita Mission just 2 months back, I was going to many, many discussions, conferences, and then, the articles, and then trying to understand the problem. And from the reviews happening nationally in SBM, Grameen especially, I am understanding that we are one of the states which are at the bottom in, in the actual used water management. So, in the context of, there is a problem which, which is looking at us in a scary manner, and there is a potential for using, Kerala is known for its water bodies. Everywhere, 44 rivers, lakes, whatnot. We have good groundwater. We are actually, known for water. And for us, water was never as a threat. It was never posed as a threat. And therefore, this unconcerned attitude of using the used water, you're using the water irresponsibly. We need to address this, and I think the conference is for that. Used water management. It's a very good term coined by Government of India, used water management. We normally say liquid waste management. But they say used water management. See the difference which it makes when you use that word itself. And used water management, they very clearly define as the grey water management and others, the fecal sludge management. It all actually, good clarity, and lot of money is pumped. In SBM itself last year, this running year, we have around 1,000 crore, and out of that, more than 60% of the amount is actually meant for used water management, and the utilization is almost nil. Nobody cares, because we are not, even me, till I joined in Sujita Mission, I never experienced, never understood the importance of this particular aspect. I at home, now I am concerned when the water just goes away, the used water from kitchen and the toilet and the bathroom and all, it's just released to the sock pit. I am becoming uncomfortable, because when I came to know the potential of using that water into usable water, we are using daily, even me is using our drinking water, which is actually made after a lot of process, as drinking water quality is used for watering the plants and washing the cars and all that. Now I heard from Lucknow, some states they are banning. Guidelines are there which they cannot use the drinking water for, if the car washing, the landscaping, the planting and all that. They have banned that. So this is the case, and this is the background in which we are actually discussing this subject. Grey water I am not getting into in detail, but I think that is the one which that is where the whole potential is lying, grey water management. We should do that, and it's again, I feel that it is a low-hanging fruit. When we talk about the black water management, the septage, a lot of protest and all that, the NIMPI, and then the protest from the people, from the political representative, etc. It is extremely difficult to get into, because we have the history of that. During the discussion you will come to know how many plans we have planned, FSTP, STP, etc., and how many are being actually successfully we are able to move forward. I was again project director for KSUDP for 2 years, and I worked with the Kerala Water Authority for 2 years to push some good, STPs and networks and all. I am actually now, remembering that the effort which you have taken and the success factor, which was almost, nothing. So that network issues and all that will continue. But the grey water, what is preventing us actually in taking up that? And that grey water management will benefit the, the other side of it, the drinking water. We can use the grey water for, most of our purpose except drinking, and drinking water, will be available. So the quantity we can generate through grey water is tremendous. And it is, why I say it is a low-hanging fruit is, there will not be any object. The goodwill can be created. The water body, who will not support if you say that in the water body, the Akulam Lake or the Kastamudi Kayal or the Vembrad Lake, we are going to use the technology, the techniques for grey water in getting to address the problem of pollution in these rivers or lakes or canals. Who will object? All will support. There is money. Then what is lacking is the leadership. Okay. And you should actually, in coming 3 days conference, you should really come out with some real action plan how to approach this thing. We normally, Kerala model again, in the waste management especially, and even in the water, we always follow the decentralized process, because we are probably the global leaders for approaching a problem in the decentralized approach. We approached, in the waste management sector, the solid waste management, we approach it differently, and then, the success is about to, it's on the way. It is coming. Last 1 year effort by our additional chief secretary is under, the SES leadership, Sharada Madam's leadership, that is going to now, give you very nice results in very few months, coming very few months. So similarly, this problem of the use water management also need to be addressed in that way only, I think. We can address that probably, what is the approach? The use water, it could be approached individually or institutionally or community-wise. So there are 3 layers of any problem, even if it is drinking water, even if it is, solid waste, even if it is the used water management, you have to approach in that way, the decentralized manner, as much as possible, individually. Again, next layer, institution, next layer, community. You all know that what is happening individually. Now, everyone talks about now the ODF declaration, and we are almost 100% now in ODF model declaration, where every aspect is there, and we try to explain that this is an internal discussion, so we can open up and tell that, how much in that all these category really satisfy. Individual, we say that we all have, good septic tank, scientifically designed. But how many years back started? The national guidelines now say that it should be emptied in 3 years' time. Can we think of? Have anybody thought of, while constructing or even now, the people who are sitting here in this hall, we'll have to lead the show now. We are going to be the leaders. How many of you have actually thought of in 3 years' time our septic tanks need to be desludged? This is a national guideline. Now, if not, then it has to be proven. It has to be proved that, it is not needed in 3 years. Okay, we can, in Kerala, we do it in this way and we can go in 10 years. But the National Green Tribunal is not going to leave us. They consider every state as the same, this thing. So, who has to address this? Okay, now, having decided, now, there was a conference, IIT Mumbai, 2 days back, day for yesterday, Sunday and Monday, and they were discussing on the same thing. Non-networked, sewerage system, FSM management, non-networked FSM management. So, the same discussion, then I asked, how to sensitize the people, because the academicians and other practitioners were it's a mixed conference, but how to sensitize the people who have built septic tank to believe that his septic tank is to be desludged now immediately. How to convince him is a problem, because that is the only way is that we'll have to actually test the well water. And the well water, that testing, a lot of campaign has happened, and then, we have this thing, and we know the fact that most of our well water is contaminated with E. coli. Therefore, that is an indicator. And NGT and PCB has actually tested most of our rivers and then the water bodies, and they found that all these have E. coli to great extent, and it is not in a position to even for use for landscaping. So where are we? But the people, the individuals have to be convinced that it should be removed. Immediately after joining, Rashmi gave me a small bottle of, what is that? Yeah. So for testing, well water, so I was very much concerned whether my well in my plot, house had this or not. I immediately took it, and I tested it, found that it is okay, nothing is there. Because I have not desludged my septic tank for the last 20 years. Because I constructed my house very big septic tank, three tank system and sock pit, very scientifically done. So nobody have told me. I was unaware. So how to convince others? When we ourselves. So I started now, asking for people to kind of, who can be approached for desludging, because unless I do it, I can't say it to anyone. Now, when I looked around, my septic tank cover is, it's nothing is found because a lot of filling has happened after that. So, unable to identify where exactly it is, where it come. All that will come, to the people. So, that is the individual situation. So, you need to discuss on that and then find a solution how to convince people and desludge. But what we will do after desludging? Where we will take? So it's again a chicken egg situation, where we will take. In Trivandrum, luckily we have, the core treatment and sufficient this thing. But what about others? Maybe Kochi, yeah, little bit. Like it's small, very small quantity. But nothing else. So before we start campaigning on desludging, we should have facilities. And that is where all technical people are here, So it is an urgency. My point is, we cannot now further delay the, the FSTP or in any way. Okay, STP is that is underground or overground or whatever. This thing in feasible way, we cannot now delay it. It has become an urgency for the state to get into this act. And I am sure that the community level, the institutional level, probably it is possible. Probably it is possible easily, and that probably may could be addressed in a better manner, because if we started planning a rating system, green rating system, in which we also we have actually. It is just like the SGLR, the Swachh Green Leaf Certification, the rating program recently started by Government of India, Ministry of Drinking Water and Sanitation. They have started for hospitality units, basically tourism accommodation units, but that can be extended in all sectors. To educational institutions, to hospitals, to office complex, and even to the household. We can actually apply a certain criteria for the grey water management, the solid waste management and sanitation. All these three, we can actually define what is needed and then give a marking system and then give star ratings, okay, where we are in terms of your green, where you are, where is your house, there, which, where the Anganwadi is standing, where the high school is standing, where the college is standing, where my office is standing, where secretariat is standing, whether it is 1 star, 3 star or 5 star, or, below that. So in that we can really actually package everything together and then put forward as a scheme. That will motivate them to kind of take it. We will also support financially through the SBM and other state financial support to facilitate them to actually reach that rating level. So institution probably is easy to, and then we can actually address that in advance. We can actually go ahead with that immediately. Community level issues we need to really work hard. And now we have a very conducive atmosphere because the Chief Secretary is reviewing it, the Additional Chief Secretary is reviewing it, Water Authority, everyone is actually on board. Environment Department is taking lead because of the NGT issue. So this is a possibility. This is a conducive atmosphere where everyone is working together to achieve this target. And you are now sitting to make it happen. They can only decide, based on what we give. And this hall, the 100 people sitting here is going to be very, very critical. And the discussion which is going to be here for 3 days is going to be very, very critical. You should really come out with a very clear action plan on all these things, the grey water and the, FSM and, all that, grey, black or whatever, all used water components. You should come out with very, very clear action plan. And Sujita Mission is, and LSCD, because Sharda Madam and LSCD Principal Secretary Shamala Madam will come and address you in between. So they are all committed to support the Water Authority in leading the, the STP part and the FSTP part in that this thing. We also have Impact Kerala with us, who is again taking a lead in the construction of FSTP. So, we are all sitting here, and then let me wish everyone have a very nice interaction, 3-day interaction. Sorry for taking a little bit more time on this. Thank you very much, and all the best.
Thank you. For the keynote address, I request Dr. Dineshan Cheruvath, IAS, Joint MD, Kerala Water Authority, to kindly take the stage.
Respected Managing Director of Kerala Water Authority, Srimati Bandari Swagat Ranveen IAS. Respected President of this session, Sri U.V. Jose IAS, retired Executive Director, Sujita Mission, Mrs. Veena Reddy of USAID, Sri Varghese Paul of WASH, and Dr. Armugam, Executive Director, WASH Institute, and my dear colleagues and friends. So we are discussing this used water management in a situation where in many places there is no water to use. So U.V. Jose sir has just mentioned the situation in Bangalore. And a few years back, there was a crisis in Johannesburg in South Africa, and where decades back, where there was plenty of water. So many civilization has disappeared for many reasons. One of the important reason was this water crisis. Maybe the Mesopotamian civilization or the Indus Valley civilization. And now we are facing a situation. We know there are 3 important requirements for everyone. One is the clean air, without which we cannot live for more than a few minutes. And next is the clean water, that we cannot dispense with for more than a few days, and clean food. So we are involved in a very important sector, that is water sector. So in Kerala, so far we have a firm belief that we are safe in drinking water. But actually, as years passes by, in every summer, we face acute water shortage in many places. So there are various reasons, including climate changes. Then when El Nino phenomenon is there or La Nina phenomenon is there, there are enough rainfall, but in many years the rainfall is short, and generally the trend is the shortage of rainfall. We have average more than 3,000 mm of rainfall every year. Still in many districts we are facing shortage of water. What does it mean? It means that there is no scope for wasting water. So almost I think 70% of our clean water goes waste. So in our rural situation of Kerala, this grey water or wastewater may not be a big issue, because whatever is used goes to our field, where it is used for our small irrigation purpose, for our plantain or the coconut or the gardening purpose. But in city situations, the situation becomes very, very, very difficult, because we don't have that much treatment systems for grey water, or in fecal sewage the situation is worse. So I think this 3-day sessions will elaborately discuss all these issues, because now the technology is there for everything. Now human beings has an important, there is a saying that necessity is the mother of invention. So the human beings will invent everything he want. If there is a pollution, there is a issue, there will be a solution. That now we are in an age that from spacecraft to the very minute aspects of our human life, we have so many inventions that helps us to solve many of our issues. So in wastewater also and grey water also, we have very small solutions for our households. There are solutions of moderate scale and large scale sewage treatment plants like that. And in an earlier session, I think arranged by somebody else, I was heard of this artificial wetland system for treating wastewater, which is much more cost effective. And some 5 or 10 years back, I have read an article of such a treatment system, natural based treatment system in Washington, which is 10 times cost effective than our modern treatment system. So there are many options, from small households to the large industrial systems. You have many options. The thing is that in a financially constrained situation, the best option will be the economically viable, technically feasible, and short solutions. So since technology is there, because our principal secretary has suggested me certain suggestions like Jokasu and some other models. And we in Jalanidhi, we were doing our own systems which were implemented in Wayanad at 2 locations. I went there as directed by our principal secretary. And I saw that the water that is coming out is perfectly clean. And few months back, my colleagues in KRWSA given me a half a liter of water, which was brought from some Singapore or so. That is that is actually treated out of wastewater. So this is a situation that drinking water is also produced from wastewater. So we have a hesitation. In Mutatra plant, where we are using almost 60% of its installed capacity, still we can treat more. The whatever water coming out, we can see that it is almost clean, and it can be used for so many other purposes like construction purposes or curing concrete or irrigation purposes. And even Greenfield or the stadium authorities one day, happily they came over there to inquire about that, the use of this treated water. So the situation is that we don't have much water to waste, and in future, the whatever wastewater is produced, we must use its full potential. And another thing is that this treated water, the wastewater, they may have some nutrients which may be useful for the agriculture purpose or some other purposes. That is also, for every situation, there is a scope also. So we should make out the best, the solutions to manage with our used water in future. That's all I want to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I cast a special message from USAID Mission Director and Minister Counselor for International Development, US Embassy, Ms. Veena Reddy. She is a career member of the Senior Foreign Service, leading USAID's operations in India and Bhutan, specifically in programs on food security, environment, health, education, child protection, and democracy and governance.
Namaskaram. Greetings from New Delhi. On behalf of USAID, it is wonderful to join you virtually as you kick off this important event. The U.S. government has had a long history in development cooperation in India, which even predates USAID. Today, we're partnering to advance and achieve shared global development priorities. One of our top priorities is ensuring that everyone has access to safe, sustainable, and climate-resilient water and sanitation services. USAID is actively engaging with the government of India on its national flagship urban water and sanitation programs, fostering healthier urban communities and enhancing livelihoods. In Kerala, we take pride in our collaboration with the state government, private sector, and civil society to fortify sanitation services, catalyzing transformative change in water and sanitation sectors, while prioritizing the safety and well-being of sanitation workers. We've teamed up with the WASH Institute to introduce innovative and sustainable solutions that can be scaled up across states and nationwide. For instance, we're collaborating to bring mobile septic treatment units to Kerala. This model, which has proven successful in other states, efficiently empties septic tanks and treats liquid waste on-site. This not only reduces time and costs, but also minimizes environmental impact. This conclave comes at a critical time, as the climate crisis increasingly stresses water, and sanitation systems. It is imperative that we all work together to address the preservation and rejuvenation of critical water resources. Thank you to the Government of Kerala for our strong and successful partnership. I wish you all the best for a successful conclave.
USAID is one of the world's premier international development agencies and a catalytic actor in driving development results in the WASH sector. We are pleased to introduce USAID representative Mr. Varghese Paul to our audience today. He is the Deputy Director for Environment and WASH at USAID's General Development Office, overseeing programs related to forestry, biodiversity, air pollution, plastic pollution, and water sanitation and hygiene. We request you, sir, to kindly felicitate the gathering.
Namaskaram. Srimati Bandari Swagat Ranveer Chand, Principal Secretary, Kerala Water Authority, Sri U.V. Jose, Executive Director, Shishita Mission, Dr. Dineshan Charuvat, Joint Managing Director, Kerala Water Authority, Sri Sajeev Ratnagaran, Chief Engineer, Kerala Water Authority, and my good friend, Dr. Armugam Kalimathu, participants from various agencies, government agencies, academic organizations, civil society organizations, and representative from WASH Institute. On behalf of USAID, I am happy to be here with all of you today for this exciting event. Needless to say, we are honored to be partnering with the Kerala Water Authority and Shishita Mission in this exciting endeavor. I also want to thank at the outset WASH Institute for putting together and organizing this event. I'm sure you have done a lot of work, a lot of hard work in putting together this event. Organizing an event is not easy. So thank you once again. For those of you who are not familiar with USAID, USAID or United States Agency for International Development is the United States government's lead development agency working in more than 100 countries around the world to tackle some of the most pressing development challenges. In India, with a partnership spanning over 70 years, USAID has helped fuel green revolution and established some of the leading research institutes, including the Indian Institute of Technology at Kanpur. And we have been working in the WASH sector for the last few decades, addressing some of the critical challenges in the sector. As was mentioned many times during the inaugural session by many speakers, one of the critical challenges Kerala faces is the contamination of water bodies, and linked to that is the issues related to use water and grey water management. In Kerala, in collaboration with the Kerala government and the various agencies, USAID has been driving transformative change in Kerala's liquid sector management. We have been providing support on policy development, capacity strengthening, and in developing innovative wastewater treatment technologies. My mission director, Veena Reddy, mentioned a little while ago about the mobile septage unit that is increasingly being adopted in Kerala and promoted by the WASH Institute with USAID support. And again, I want to mention about another project under which we are organizing this workshop, the project implemented by WASH Institute, the Skill Development in Fecal Sludge and Septage Management, or SDFSSM project. Under this project, we have so far supported over 19 urban local bodies to develop action plans to improve sanitation infrastructure and use water management. And happy and proud to say that our technical assistance has enabled 11 agencies in Kerala to construct the much needed fecal sludge and septage management plans and sewage treatment plants. And hailing from Kerala, I'm extremely proud to say that we have been able to support Kerala in its endeavor for building a sustainable and water resilient future for the state. As was mentioned many times earlier, the timing of this conference could not be more fitting. We witnessed how the recent floods in Chennai that has brought life to a standstill for over a week. and also that has resulted in huge damage to life and property. And as Mr. Joss mentioned about the Bangalore water scarcity. These are alarming situations. This calls for action. We all need to unite to find sustainable solution to some of these critical challenges. It's heartening to note that the Kerala government has taken the right strides in this direction. Just as Kerala, again, this was mentioned earlier, just as Kerala served as an example in achieving orphan defecation status in 2016, I hope Kerala will pioneer solutions to address the second generation challenges, which is grey water management or used water management, and set an example for the rest of the country to follow. I'd like to close by thanking the government of Kerala for continued and successful collaboration. We look forward to further strengthening our collaboration to achieve our shared goals of a water resilient future. I wish this conference all the success. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, sir. Water Sanitation and Hygiene Institute, or as we know it, WASH Institute, is a registered non-profit organization that provides technical, training, research and development services to a wide range of stakeholders. We are dedicated towards providing practical solutions to a wide range of WASH issues. I request Dr. Arumugam Kalimuthu, Executive Director of WASH Institute, to kindly felicitate the gathering.
Dignitaries on the dais and official sector players, representative from USAID, friends and colleagues, and good morning all of you, and also warm welcome to this great conclave. And WASH Institute is very happy to join hands with Government of Kerala to organize three days conclave, and very important, very relevant, very apt conclave present situation. Particularly if you need to understand about used water management, usage of reuse of used water management, you need to understand about what's happening on water side. Particularly if you see any countries or any nation, if you look at what is the standard, the freshwater standard for water availability. If you look at any country or any nation, the freshwater availability, it is 1700 cubic meter per capita per annum. That set us a goal for, if it is availability is more than 1700 cubic meter, that means 17 lakhs liters per capita per annum, then the country or the nation is termed as satisfactory condition. If it falls between 10 lakhs liters to 17 lakh liters, then we say that we are in the stressed stage. If it goes below 10 lakhs liters per capita per annum, then indicates that we are in a scarcity. Where are we now? Look at India's statistics. As per the Water Resource Management, Water Resource Ministry's data, 1955, our freshwater availability in the country was 52.77 lakhs liters per capita per annum. In the year 1995, drastically came down. The availability was 24.64 lakhs liters, almost 50% gone. In 2000, the water availability was around 22 lakhs. Now the prediction is that in the year 2030, we are heading towards scarcity, meaning the water availability going to be less than 10 lakhs. There is a great need to focus about water harvesting, water conservation, reuse of used water. All those areas need to be given important focus. Apart from that, if you look at climate change, with respect to water and sanitation, there are three major areas we need to focus. One is about rise in temperature, variations of precipitation, and sea level rise. Rise in temperature definitely is going to lead a lot of demand for water. On water bodies, because of the high temperature, the evaporation loss going to be high, water depletion going to be high, crop need more water, low productivity, all going to lead a lot of issues. And the IPCC report, it indicates that 1 degree rise in temperature, nearly 2 to 5% reduction in wheat production in India. There's the statistics, right? Variation in precipitation, that's the rainfall, right? The intensity of rainfall or variation in rainfall. Then it leads to frequent flood, cyclone or drought. So again, preparation around these areas need to be very, very important. Sea level rise, that's another major issue we are discussing about. If sea level rise means that salt water, we have more exploitation of groundwater, salt water intrusion into the groundwater, right? Because rise in sea level, then people have to migrate. Then maybe a damage of water and sanitation infrastructures, all those good. We think that the moment you talk about sea level rise, it's happening somewhere, some globe, some countries like, it's happening within India. You know the South West Bengal, South 24 Bargana districts within India. You know the South West Bengal, South 24 Bargana districts in Nigar Sagar Island, one island already submerged. Then another island, namely Goramar Island, already government given notification, all the people should vacate because sea level is rising. This is happening within our country, it's not happening elsewhere, right? All those things need to be given high priority now. We need to work towards addressing all this, particularly for the issues around wastewater management. The another major important are mentioned about septic tank and things like that. Weak sanitation has a significant linkages with health cost. Untreated fecal sludge and septage from cities is the single biggest source of water source pollution in the country. Desludging of septic tanks, the sir was mentioning about that. You know that we have nearly 4,800 saturated towns, 3,000 census towns. But we have only 1,400 STPs across the country. The two major cities, most of the STPs are there in Chennai, Mumbai or Delhi. Most of the cities, no treatment plan. But your septic tanks need to be desludged every 3 to 5 years interval. Even if you take where you are going to dump this waste. That's why maybe the pollution from the septage waste is high in the country. That's what preventing our water bodies from pollution is critical. Intensive water harvesting efforts and also water management, water resource management efforts should be given more importance. Recycle and reuse of wastewater should be given much more importance in the coming months and years. And towards addressing all this, WAS Institute happy and working with the government of Kerala since 2022. We work closely with the Shichua Mission, Amrut, Impact India, ASAP. So through this partnership, last 2 years, we have conducted nearly 22 trainings, workshops, and orientation program for government of nearly 1,500 officials we have trained across the state. So in the field of SPM 2.0 guidelines, fecal sludge management, grey water management, preparation of city sanitation action plan, and DPR preparation, and also GS application. Nearly officials from 93 ULBs trained on grey water management and fecal sludge management. Almost one trained resource person available each and every district in Kerala, one for grey water management, one for fecal sludge management. Training given to KWA, Shichua Mission and Impact Kerala official on DPR preparation. Support and review of nearly 32 DPRs so far, out of which 2 already entered in tendering stage. Created pool of 55 master trainers on liquid waste management. So officials from Shichua Mission were trained on liquid waste management side. Created pool of over 150 master trainers across the state for sanitation workers. And not only that, we are also supported development of grey water management, fecal sludge management handbooks in Malayalam. And also we supported preparation and launch of IEC material, IEC Malabudam campaign across the states. Across the state, almost all the districts we run in the campaign. And also now we are supporting the state on implementation of Namaste scheme. And also our relationship not only started last 2 years back, maybe our relationship with Shichua Mission goes way back about 13 years back in the year 2012. September, we joined hands with Shichua Mission, and almost all Kerala was almost nearing ODF status except few Gram Panchayat, particularly one Gram Panchayat, the Sidiki districts, that is called Vatavada. We closely worked nearly 13 months, we closely worked with Shichua Mission to declare Vatavada as open defecation free in the year 2013. That's why our relationship goes back to almost 11 years. And during 2018 flood in Kerala, we deployed our 4 MTUs. Nearly within a span of 35 days, we treated nearly 10 lakhs plus liters of septage. So that is a contribution from WASH Institute, and we hope to continue this relation go forward to address all the issues around used water management. And all these things possible because of close and the support from the Kerala government, and also from support from our donor USAID. And we look forward this conclave outcome. Particularly, Sir was mentioning about the green leaf rating system. So I wanted to make a mention here that in the month of September, we organized a Hill State workshop in Delhi with the Department of Drinking Water Sanitation. Out of 3 hours discussion in that workshop led to the development of or the drafting of the guidelines on green leaf rating system. I hope the same thing going to happen here as well. At the end of 3 days, we'll be coming out successful action plan to move forward on used water management. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I now invite Shri Sajeev Ratnakaran, Chief Engineer, Kerala Water Authority, Sewerage PPD and WASCON, and one of the original conceptualizers of the Kerala UWM Conclave 2024, to formally propose the vote of thanks.
Good morning, everybody. ബഹുമാനപ്പെട്ട അധ്യക്ഷൻ ശ്രീ യു വി ജോസ് സർ, ഇന്നത്തെ ഈ ഫംഗ്ഷൻ ഇനോഗ്രേറ്റ് ചെയ്ത ശ്രീമതി ഭണ്ഡാരി സ്വാഗത് രൺവിചന്ദ് IAS മാം, പിന്നെ കീനോട്ട് അഡ്രസ് അവതരിപ്പിച്ച ഡോക്ടർ ദിനേശൻ ചെരുവത്ത് IAS, സ്പെഷ്യൽ അഡ്രസ് ബൈ വീണ റെഡ്ഡി, ആൻഡ് ഫെലിസിറ്റേഷൻ അഡ്രസ് carried out by Sri Varghese Paul, Deputy Director for Environment and WASH, and Dr. Armugam Kalimuth, Executive Director, WASH Institute. My duty assigned today is for vote of thanks. Before going for vote of thanks, I'll just give a small brief regarding STPs and the problems facing. I will go with the first Indian scenario, then go to the Kerala scenario, then what we are facing, what are the main problems that we are facing in establishing STPs in Kerala. India spends normally 15 billion, nearly about 15 billion US dollars in treating waterborne diseases due to the lack of wastewater treatment. The cities in Bihar, not even 1% of the generated sewage undergoes treatment, while only 16 states in India have urban bodies which have a treatment capacity up to 25% only of the sewage generated. Among these 16 states, നമ്മുടെ കേരളം എങ്ങും വരത്തില്ല. ഈ 16 സ്റ്റേറ്റ്സിൽ ഏറ്റവും ടോപ്പിൽ നിൽക്കുന്നത് ഹരിയാന, ചണ്ഡീഗഡ്, ഹിമാചൽ പ്രദേശാണ്. Central Pollution Control Board's assessment reveals that a sewage generation of 72,400 MLD in urban areas. ഇത്രയും ജനറേറ്റ് ചെയ്തിട്ടും only treatment is going to be done by only 28% sewage is treated. That is 20,300 MLD is treated. Baki, the staggering 72% of wastewater that is remained untreated and is consequently discharged into water bodies, rivers and lakes. Now going into this Kerala scenario, we all know that as per United Nations Sustainable Development Goals or the Social Progress Index, Kerala always tops among all development indices. Of all the states in Kerala, all the states in India, Kerala scores the highest on the Human Development Index, high literacy rates, also a low infant mortality rates. Yet, when it comes to the sewage disposal, Kerala cuts a sorry figure. That is the main reason Kerala has a high morbidity rate and a high incidence of waterborne disease. There's a difference between a high mortality rate, low mortality rate and morbidity rate. Mortality is the number of deaths per 1,000, whereas morbidity is number of disease or infections, sickness per 1,000. Of the total of 2,600 MLD of sewage generated every day in Kerala, only 153 MLD is treated. That is only 6% of sewage is treated in Kerala. That is 94% of the refuse being dumped into the open fields, rivers or plain areas. We all know that in India, we have the highest number of people defecating in the open fields in the world. But Kerala, we have got a ODF plus status. ODF plus means open defecation free status. And Wayanad is the first district that have got the ODF plus status. That means ODF plus means every household has got their own toilets. പക്ഷെ അവിടെ നമുക്ക് ഈ പ്രോബ്ലംസ് തുടങ്ങുന്നത് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ എല്ലാ ടോയ്ലറ്റ്സും ഈസ് കണക്റ്റഡ് വിത്ത് ദ സെപ്റ്റിക് ടാങ്ക്സ് ആൻഡ് ദ പീരിയോഡിക്കൽ ക്ലീനിങ് ഓഫ് സെപ്റ്റിക് ടാങ്ക്സ് ഈസ് നെസസറി. പക്ഷേ പീരിയോഡിക് ക്ലീനിങ് ഓഫ് സെപ്റ്റിക് ടാങ്ക്സ് നടന്നാലും നമുക്ക് ഇത് ഡിസ്പോസ് ചെയ്യുന്ന ഒരു പ്രശ്നമുണ്ട്. നോർമലി ഓൾ ദിസ് സീവേജ് ഈസ് ഡിസ്പോസ്ഡ് ഇൻ ഓപ്പൺ ഫീൽഡ്സ്, പാഡി ഫീൽഡ്സ് ആൻഡ് അതർ ഏരിയാസ്, സ്ട്രീംസ് ആൻഡ് റിവേഴ്സ്. That is a main concern because huge dumping of the sewage causes concentrated pathogens directly into the environment, which cause significant health and environmental damages. Kerala State Pollution Control Board study reports on the river Periyar that fecal coliform levels in Periyar was well over the permissible limit of 500 mpn per 100 ml. Also, the Jal Shakti Ministry has intimated that it is the sole responsibility of the states and urban local bodies to treat sewage and keep rivers clean. Despite the efforts of the government to encourage sewage treatment, local governing bodies in cities face challenge in treating sewage due to high capital expenditure and operational maintenance costs associated with the STPs. As a thumb rule, the capital expenditure per MLD comes to around 60 lakhs to 300 lakhs per MLD cost, capital cost, whereas the O&M cost comes around rupees 30,000 per MLD per month. That is the main reason why these local bodies, local self-government bodies is having so much of challenges. So the state government through Kerala Shujitva Mission has devised a comprehensive scheme for setting up sewage treatment plants in all district taluk headquarters in the state to scientifically dispose of the sewage. Now going into what are the main problems that we are facing in Kerala for the establishment of sewage treatment plants? The first problem is the population density. Kerala has one of the highest population densities in India, which increases waste management problems. The generation of waste is high, and finding suitable space for waste disposal is a significant challenge. Second one is the limited landfill space. According to Kerala's geographical conditions, the state has hilly terrain with a limited flat land available for waste disposal, which is making it very difficult for establishing 2 new landfills. Third one is the main problem is the public resistance to landfill sites. The communities often resist. But നമ്മളായാലും normally resist നമ്മുടെ വീട്ടിനും ബാക്കിലൊരു ലാൻഡ് ഫില്ലോ സീവേജ് ട്രീറ്റ്മെന്റ് പ്ലാന്റ് വരുമെന്ന് നോർമലി നമ്മളെല്ലാവരും എതിർക്കും. അതാണ് ഇവിടുത്തെ one of the main problem. The main reason they are saying that it is due to environmental pollution, health risks and decreased property rates. That was the main issue. നമ്മുടെ സ്ഥലത്തിന്റെ വില കുറയും, അതാ മെയിൻ ഒരു ഇഷ്യൂ അവർ പറയുന്നത്. അത് നോർമലി നമ്മൾ പറയുന്ന ഒരു സിൻഡ്രോം ഉണ്ട്, നിംബി സിൻഡ്രോം എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുള്ള NIMBI. That is not in my backyard syndrome. Pinna information and awareness. It is very essential to raise public awareness and educate the general public about the significance of effective waste management. Next is the lack of segregation at source. Pinna insufficient infrastructure. We are facing a major challenge in developing and maintaining a necessary infrastructure for waste management, such as waste treatment plants, composting facilities, and recycling units. And the last one is the governance and coordination challenges. The effective management requires coordination among various stakeholders. Various stakeholders means waste management authorities, citizens, and local governing bodies. Ensuring effective governance and coordination among these entities is a very complex task, which is leading to the inefficiencies in waste management practices. This is all. Now I am coming back to my job duty that is assigning to me is the vote of thanks. ഇന്നത്തെ അധ്യക്ഷനായ ശ്രീ UV ജോസ് സാർ, സാറിന് എപ്പോൾ സാറിൻ്റെ അടുത്ത് ഞാൻ 1-2 പ്രാവശ്യം പോയിട്ടുള്ളൂ. സാറ് ഇതിനു വേണ്ടി ഈ STPക്ക് വേണ്ടി, STP അല്ല, ഈ സീവറേജ് ട്രീറ്റ്മെന്റ് വേണ്ടി, ദാറ്റ് മീൻസ് കേരള ഒരു മാലിന്യമുക്ത കേരളം ആക്കണമെന്നും ഒരു പ്രതിജ്ഞ എടുത്തതുപോലെ അങ്ങനെ പറയാൻ വേണമെങ്കിൽ എനിക്ക് മലയാളം ഉണ്ട്. സാറ് എല്ലാ തരത്തിലുള്ള ഹെൽപ്പും വാട്ടർ അതോറിറ്റിക്ക് ഇപ്പം ആണെങ്കിൽ വാട്ടർ അതോറിറ്റി പ്ലസ് ശുചിത്വ മിഷൻ ഒരു ജോയിന്റ് വെഞ്ചറായിട്ടാണ് നമ്മൾ നടക്കുന്നത്. ദാറ്റ് മീൻസ് കേരളം ഒരു മാലിന്യമുക്ത ഒരു സംസ്ഥാനം ആക്കണം എന്നുള്ള ഒരു ഇതിനു വേണ്ടി. അതുകൊണ്ട് എല്ലാ സഹായം ചെയ്ത UV ജോസ് സാറിന് നന്ദി രേഖപ്പെടുത്തുന്നു. അതേപോലെ ഇന്നത്തെ ഈ ഫംഗ്ഷൻ ഇനോഗ്രേറ്റ് ചെയ്ത ഭണ്ഡാരി സ്വാഗത് IAS മാഡം അതുപോലെ തന്നെ എല്ലാ തരത്തിലും നല്ലൊരു ഹെൽപ്പായിരുന്നു. മാഡത്തിൻ്റെ അടുത്ത് ചെന്ന് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ മാഡം പറയും യു ഡു ഇറ്റ്, ഐ വിൽ ബി ദെയർ. ആ രീതിയിലാണ് മാഡത്തിൻ്റെ ഒരു പോസിറ്റീവ് അപ്രോച്ച്. മാഡത്തിനും എൻ്റെ പേരിലും ഈ ഓർഗനൈസിംഗ് കമ്മിറ്റിയുടെ പേരിലും എല്ലാവിധ നന്ദി രേഖപ്പെടുത്തുന്നു. അടുത്ത കീനോട്ട് അഡ്രസ് ചെയ്ത് ഡോക്ടർ ദിനേശ് ചെറുവത്ത് സാറും തന്നെ പ്രത്യേകം പറയണ്ട, സാറിന് എപ്പം പോയാലും ഒരു പോസിറ്റീവ് അപ്രോച്ചായിട്ട് തന്നെ എൻ്റെ പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുള്ളത്. ഏത് കാര്യത്തിന് വേണ്ടിയാലും ഇതിനായാലും സീവറേജ് STPയുടെ ഇത് പറഞ്ഞപ്പം തന്നെ സാറ് അപ്പോഴേ ഒരു പോസിറ്റീവ് ഇതായിട്ടാണ് പറഞ്ഞത്. എപ്പോഴായാലും സാർ വരാമെന്നുള്ളത്. സാറിനും എൻ്റെ എല്ലാവിധ നന്ദി ഈ ഓർഗനൈസിംഗ് കമ്മിറ്റിക്ക് വേണ്ടി ഞാൻ എൻ്റെ പേരിലും. പിന്നെ ബാക്കി ഇവിടെ ഫെലിസിറ്റേഷൻ അഡ്രസ് ചെയ്ത വർഗീസ് പോൾ സർ, ഡെപ്യൂട്ടി ഡയറക്ടർ എൻവയൺമെന്റ് ആൻഡ് വാഷ്, ഡോക്ടർ ആർമുഖൻ കാലിമുത്ത്, എക്സിക്യൂട്ടീവ് ഡയറക്ടർ വാഷ് ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂട്ട്, പിന്നെ ഈ ഓർഗനൈസിംഗ് കമ്മിറ്റിയുടെ എല്ലാവരും, പിന്നെ ഇവിടെ പാർട്ടിസിപ്പേറ്റ് ചെയ്ത എല്ലാവർക്കും എൻ്റെ നന്ദി രേഖപ്പെടുത്തുന്നു. താങ്ക് യു.
Thank you, sir. Before we proceed with our speaker sessions, kindly note the following announcement. We are sharing a link to an online form for questions. It should be on the WhatsApp group that most of our participants here have joined. We have also shared links to our online viewers. Throughout the conclave, wherever you may have a doubt, you may not be able to raise your doubt within the session, given our paucity of time, but you can always raise your questions at that given link. Please select the speaker name or the session name and update your question as we go through the different sessions. We are now breaking for tea for until 12 p.m. We will resume at 12. For those wanting to use the restrooms, they are situated towards the front of the hall. So when you step out, left and left again, and you will get the washrooms. Tea is served outside. Thank you. We encourage all participants to take selfies at the selfie point situated outside. Please be We request Dr. V. Pradeep Kumar, Deputy Director, Water Conservation Jalanidhi, to kindly take the stage. Due to a conflicting schedule, Shri S. Subramanian IAS will be joining us shortly. He is presently not here. He will be here in another 10-15 minutes. So for now, we have one more panelist who is yet to join us. We start with Srimati Kavita S., Director, Liquid Waste Management, Suchitwa Mission.
Good morning all. ശുചിത്വ മിഷന്റെ റോളും റെസ്പോൺസിബിലിറ്റീസും കേരളത്തിലെ ലിക്വിഡ് വേസ്റ്റ് മാനേജ്മെന്റ് സെക്ടറിൽ എന്തൊക്കെയാണെന്നുള്ളത് പറയാനാണ് ഇന്ന് എന്നെ ഏൽപ്പിച്ചിരിക്കുന്നത്. അതുമായിട്ട് ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട് ഇപ്പൊ ശുചിത്വ മിഷൻ ശുചിത്വ മിഷന്റെ റോൾ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ശുചിത്വ മിഷൻ LSGകളുടെ വേസ്റ്റ് മാനേജ്മെന്റ് സെക്ടർ പ്രോജക്ട്സിൽ ടെക്നിക്കൽ സപ്പോർട്ട് കൊടുക്കുകയും പിന്നെ ഫണ്ടിങ് സപ്പോർട്ട് SBM, അർബൻ, ഗ്രാമീൺ, ശുചിത്വ കേരളം, റൂറൽ, അർബൻ എന്നീ ഫണ്ടുകളോടുകൂടി ഫണ്ടിങ് സപ്പോർട്ട് കൊടുക്കുന്ന ഒരു ഏജൻസിയാണ്. പിന്നെ നോഡൽ ഏജൻസി LSGകൾക്ക് ഏതൊരുവിധ രീതിയിലുള്ള ടെക്നിക്കൽ സപ്പോർട്ടും അവർക്ക് ആവശ്യമായുള്ള മുറയ്ക്ക് നൽകുന്നതാണ്. അതാണ് പ്രധാനമായിട്ടും ശുചിത്വ മിഷൻ നടത്തി വരുന്നത്. നെക്സ്റ്റ് സ്ലൈഡ്. പിന്നെ ഇതിൻ്റെ ഫോക്കസ് ഏരിയകൾ, അതായത് ലിക്വിഡ് വേസ്റ്റ് മാനേജ്മെന്റിൽ അർബൻ, റൂറൽ എന്നതിൽ നമുക്ക് യൂസ്ഡ് വാട്ടർ മാനേജ്മെന്റ് അർബൻ ഏരിയയിലും റൂറൽ ഏരിയകളിൽ അത് FSSM ഗ്രേ വാട്ടർ മാനേജ്മെന്റ് എന്നുള്ളതും പിന്നെ സ്കീംസിൽ, അതായത് സെൻട്രലും സ്റ്റേറ്റും ഷെയറുകൾ ഉപയോഗിച്ചാണ് ഈ ശുചിത്വ 100% സാനിറ്റേഷൻ എന്നുള്ളത് നടപ്പിലാക്കുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ അതിനുവേണ്ടി സെൻട്രൽ ഗവൺമെന്റ്, സ്റ്റേറ്റ് ഗവൺമെന്റ് ഷെയറുകളുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ അത് വെച്ചുള്ള പദ്ധതികളെ കുറിച്ചാണ് അടുത്തത്. പിന്നെ ഈ LWM പ്രോജക്ട്സ് കേരളത്തിൽ നടപ്പിലാക്കുമ്പോൾ അതിന് നമുക്ക് ഒത്തിരിയും സ്റ്റേക്ക് ഹോൾഡേഴ്സ് ഉണ്ട്, വിവിധ തരത്തിലുള്ള. അതുകൂടാതെ ഫണ്ടിങ് പാറ്റേൺ, ഇതിനെക്കുറിച്ചാണ് ഇന്ന് ഈ ഇതിൽ പറയാൻ ഉദ്ദേശിക്കുന്നത്. നെക്സ്റ്റ്. ശുചിത്വ മിഷൻ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ടെക്നിക്കൽ സപ്പോർട്ട്, അതായത് പലതരത്തിലുള്ള വേസ്റ്റ് മാനേജ്മെന്റ് പ്രോജക്ട്സ് LSGകളിൽ നിന്നും നമ്മൾക്ക് പല അക്രഡിറ്റഡ് ഏജൻസി വഴിയും എംപാനൽഡ് ഏജൻസി വഴിയും പ്രോജക്റ്റുകൾ വരുമ്പം അതിനുള്ള ടെക്നിക്കൽ സപ്പോർട്ട് കൊടുക്കുക എന്നുള്ളതാണ് പ്രധാനമായിട്ടും നമ്മൾ ചെയ്യുന്നത്. പിന്നെ ഫിനാൻഷ്യൽ സപ്പോർട്ട്, അതായത് സെൻട്രൽ സ്റ്റേറ്റ് ഷെയറുകൾ വഴി വരുന്ന പദ്ധതികൾക്ക് ഫിനാൻഷ്യൽ സപ്പോർട്ടും ശുചിത്വ മിഷൻ വഴിയാണ്. നമ്മളിപ്പോൾ എല്ലാ ഇതിനെയും കൂടെ ഏകോപിപ്പിച്ച് കൊണ്ടുപോകുന്ന ഒരു ഇതാണ് ശുചിത്വ മിഷന്റെ കർത്തവ്യം. പിന്നെ ഈ സർവീസ് പ്രൊവൈഡേഴ്സിനെ എംപാനൽ ചെയ്യുന്നത് നമ്മളുടെ ശുചിത്വ മിഷന്റെ ഇതാണ്. പിന്നെ ടെക്നോളജി അപ്രൂവൽ, അതായത് ഇന്ന് പല ടെക്നോളജികളും അനുദിനം വന്നുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്ന ഒരിതാണ്. അപ്പോൾ അങ്ങനെ വരുന്ന ടെക്നോളജികളെ നമ്മുടെ അവിടുത്തെ ടെക്നിക്കൽ കമ്മിറ്റികളിൽ വെച്ച് പ്രസന്റ് ചെയ്ത് അതിൽ ഉചിതമായ തീരുമാനമെടുത്ത് നല്ലതൊക്കെ ആണെങ്കിൽ അതിനെല്ലാം അപ്രൂവൽ കൊടുക്കുക എന്നുള്ളതാണ്. കൂടാതെ നമ്മൾ FSTP പല പദ്ധതികളായിട്ട് മുന്നോട്ട് പോകുമ്പോൾ അതിനകത്തെല്ലാം വരുന്നത് പബ്ലിക് പ്രൊട്ടസ്റ്റ് ആണ്. അപ്പോൾ ഈ പബ്ലിക് പ്രൊട്ടസ്റ്റ് വരുമ്പം അവിടെ പലതരത്തിലുള്ള നമുക്ക് IEC ആക്ടിവിറ്റീസ്, അതായത് അവരെ ജനങ്ങളെ അവബോധരാക്കുക എന്നുള്ളതാണ് നമ്മൾ അതിനു വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് നടത്തുന്നതാണ് IEC ആക്ടിവിറ്റീസ്. കൂടാതെ കപ്പാസിറ്റി ബിൽഡിംഗ് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഇത് നമ്മളുടെ എഞ്ചിനീയേഴ്സ് വാഷ് ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂട്ട് വഴിയും എല്ലാം കപ്പാസിറ്റി ബിൽഡിംഗ് പരിപാടികൾ നടത്താറുണ്ട്. അതായത് എഞ്ചിനീയേഴ്സിനും പിന്നെ പൊളിറ്റിക്കൽ റെപ്രസെൻറ്റേറ്റീവ്സ്, അങ്ങനെ ഇലക്റ്റഡ് റെപ്രസെൻറ്റേറ്റീവ്സ്, പിന്നെ ജില്ലാ ശുചിത്വ മിഷൻ കോർഡിനേറ്റേഴ്സിന്, ബാക്കിയുള്ള ശുചിത്വ മിഷൻ ഒഫീഷ്യൽസിനെ എല്ലാം വേണ്ടി നടപ്പിലാക്കുന്നതാണ് ഈ IEC കപ്പാസിറ്റി ബിൽഡിംഗ് എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്. നെക്സ്റ്റ്. ഇനി ലിക്വിഡ് വേസ്റ്റ്, സ്റ്റേറ്റിന്റെ ലിക്വിഡ് വേസ്റ്റ് മാനേജ്മെന്റ് സ്ട്രാറ്റജി എന്തെന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ നമുക്ക്, അതായത് കോർ സാനിറ്റേഷൻ ഏരിയ, അർബൻ ഏരിയകളിൽ കോർ സാനിറ്റേഷൻ ഏരിയ വരും. അവിടെ എല്ലാം നമ്മൾ STP വിത്ത് നെറ്റ്വർക്കാണ് നമ്മൾ സ്റ്റേറ്റിന്റെ സ്ട്രാറ്റജി. പക്ഷെ എന്നിട്ട് ഇതിന് വരുന്ന ചുറ്റുവട്ടവും വരുന്ന ഫ്രിഞ്ച് ഏരിയാസ് ഉണ്ട്. അവിടെ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ നമ്മൾ ഈ പ്രൊപ്പോസ് ചെയ്തിരിക്കുന്ന STPകളിലേക്ക് കോ ട്രീറ്റ്മെന്റ് വഴി നമുക്ക് ട്രീറ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റും. കൂടാതെ റൂറൽ ഏരിയകളിലേക്ക് വരുമ്പം FSTP, അതായത് ഷെഡ്യൂൾഡ് ഡീസ്ലഡ്ജിങ് വഴി FSTP വീടുകളിലെ ഇൻഡിവിജ്വൽ ഹൗസ് ഹോൾഡ്സിന്റെ സെപ്റ്റിക് ടാങ്കുകളിൽ നിന്നുള്ളത് 3 years ഷെഡ്യൂൾഡ് ഡീസ്ലഡ്ജിങ് വഴി കൊണ്ടുവന്ന് ട്രീറ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ടാണ് ഫീക്കൽ സ്ലഡ്ജ് ട്രീറ്റ്മെന്റ് പ്ലാന്റ് എന്നുള്ളത് ആവിഷ്കരിച്ചിരിക്കുന്നത്. അതിലൊരു ഉദാഹരണമാണ് പത്തനംതിട്ട ജില്ലയുടെ. അതിനകത്ത് ഏറ്റവും ഡാർക്കായിട്ട് കാണുന്ന പോർഷനാണ് നമ്മുടെ, അതായത് കോർ സാനിറ്റേഷൻ ഏരിയ. അങ്ങനെയുള്ള ഏരിയകളിൽ നമ്മൾ STP വിത്ത് നെറ്റ്വർക്ക് തന്നെയാണ് നമ്മൾ പ്രൊപ്പോസ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. ബാക്കിയുള്ളത് കോ ട്രീറ്റ്മെന്റ്, റെസ്റ്റ് ഓഫ് ദ ഏരിയ നമ്മൾ പ്രൊവൈഡ് ചെയ്യുന്ന FSTP എന്നുള്ള ഒരു ആശയത്തിലാണ് നമ്മൾ 100% സാനിറ്റേഷൻ എന്നുള്ളതിലേക്ക് കേരളത്തെ കൊണ്ടുവരാൻ വേണ്ടി ഉദ്ദേശിക്കുന്നത്. നമുക്കറിയാം NGTയുടെ ഇടപെടലും നല്ല രീതിയിൽ ശക്തമായിട്ടുണ്ട്. അപ്പൊ ഇതിനെല്ലാം കൊണ്ടുവരണമെങ്കിൽ നമ്മൾ എല്ലാവരും കൂടെ സഹകരിച്ച്, എവിടെ ചെല്ലുമ്പോഴും എന്താണ് നമുക്ക് ലാൻഡ് കിട്ടുന്നില്ല. അതായത് ഏതൊരു FSTPയിലേക്ക് പോകുമ്പോഴും അവിടെ എല്ലാം ശരിയായി വരുമ്പോൾ അവിടെ ഒരു കേസും എല്ലാവർക്കും സംഗതികളെല്ലാം അറിയാം, ഞങ്ങൾക്കെല്ലാം വേണം, പക്ഷെ ഇത് ഞങ്ങളുടെ ഏരിയയിൽ വേണ്ട എന്നുള്ളൊരു പ്രൊട്ടസ്റ്റുകളാണ് പലയിടത്തും നടന്നുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ അതിനാണ് നമുക്കിനി കൂടുതൽ എങ്ങനെ അതിനെ സോർട്ട് ഔട്ട് ചെയ്ത് കൊണ്ടുവരാൻ വേണ്ടി എത്ര IEC ഒക്കെ നമ്മൾ ആക്ടിവിറ്റീസ് നടത്തിയിട്ടും മുന്നോട്ട് പോകാനുള്ളൊരു ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടുണ്ട്. അതിനെ ഓവർകം ചെയ്ത് വരാനുള്ളൊരു നടപടികൾ സ്വീകരിച്ചുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയാണ്. നെക്സ്റ്റ്. ഇതാണ് UWMന്റെ അപ്രോച്ച്. അർബൻ ഏരിയസിൽ നേരത്തെ പറഞ്ഞ പോലെ സീവറേജ് നെറ്റ്വർക്ക് വിത്ത് STPയും കോ ട്രീറ്റ്മെന്റ് ഇൻ ഫ്രിഞ്ച് ഏരിയാസ്. റൂറൽ ഏരിയയിൽ സ്റ്റാൻഡ് അലോൺ FSTPസും ഗ്രേ വാട്ടർ മാനേജ്മെന്റ് സിസ്റ്റംസ്. ഗ്രേ വാട്ടർ മാനേജ്മെന്റ് സിസ്റ്റംസിലാണ് നമ്മൾ വളരെ, അതായത് നമുക്കറിയാമല്ലോ, നമ്മളിപ്പോൾ 135 LPCD അല്ലെങ്കിൽ 150 LPCD ആണ് ഉപയോഗിക്കുന്നതെങ്കിൽ അതിനകത്ത് 80% യൂസ്ഡ് വാട്ടർ ആയിട്ട് മാറുകയാണ്. അതിന്റെ 30% ബ്ലാക്ക് വാട്ടറും 70% ഗ്രേ വാട്ടറാണ്. അപ്പൊ ഈ ഗ്രേ വാട്ടർ ട്രീറ്റ് ചെയ്യുക എന്നുള്ളതാണ് നടപ്പിലാക്കാൻ വലിയ ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടായിട്ട് വന്നിരിക്കുന്ന പദ്ധതികൾ. അതായത് വാട്ടർ സോഴ്സുകളിലേക്ക് ഈ എല്ലായിടത്തു നിന്നുമുള്ള മാലിന്യങ്ങൾ കൊണ്ടുവന്ന് പുഴയിലേക്ക് തള്ളുകയും ഡ്രെയിനുകൾ വഴിയും, അപ്പൊ അതിനൊക്കെ നമുക്ക് പല ട്രീറ്റ്മെന്റ് മെത്തേഡ്സ് ഉണ്ട്. പക്ഷെ അത് കണ്ടെത്തി അതിലേക്ക് പോകണമെങ്കിൽ എല്ലാവരും കൂടെ ഒരുമിച്ച് നിന്നാലേ അതിനേക്ക് നമുക്ക് എത്തിക്കാൻ പറ്റത്തുള്ളൂ പൂർണ്ണമായിട്ടും സാനിറ്റേഷൻ. കാരണം പലയിടത്തു നിന്നാണ് ഇൻഡസ്ട്രിയൽ വേസ്റ്റുകൾ വരും, ഈ സെപ്റ്റിക് ടാങ്കിൽ നിന്നുള്ള വേസ്റ്റുകൾ പല തരത്തിലാണ്. പിന്നെ ഫിഷിന്റെ ഒക്കെ ക്ലീൻ ചെയ്യുന്നത്, ഈ പ്രത്യേകിച്ച് ആലപ്പുഴ ജില്ലയൊക്കെ എടുക്കുകയാണെങ്കിൽ അവിടെയൊക്കെ ഈ ഫിഷ് ക്ലീൻ ചെയ്ത് അതെല്ലാം കൊണ്ടുവന്ന് ഡിസ്പോസ് ചെയ്യുന്നത് എല്ലാ എഫ്ലുവൻറ്റും. അപ്പൊ ഇത് നമ്മൾ പല തരത്തിലുള്ള അതായത് ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂഷണൽ STPs വേണം, എഫ്ലുവൻറ്റ് ട്രീറ്റ്മെന്റ് പ്ലാന്റ്, ഇതെല്ലാം ഇൻസിസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട് ഇപ്പൊ എല്ലാം. എന്നാൽ പോലും നമ്മൾ ഇതെല്ലാം ഓവർകം ചെയ്ത് വരണമെങ്കിൽ കുറച്ച് ഇതെടുക്കും. അതിനുള്ള എല്ലാവരോടും സഹകരിച്ചു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ നമുക്ക് ആ ജനങ്ങളെ അവബോധരാക്കണം. നമുക്കെല്ലാം അറിയാം. ഇപ്പൊ ഈ നേരത്തെ പറഞ്ഞ പോലെ മലംഭൂതം ക്യാമ്പയിനൊക്കെ നടത്തി. അപ്പൊ അതിനകത്തു നിന്നൊക്കെ ജനങ്ങൾ മനസ്സിലാക്കി സർഫസ് സോഴ്സുകളിൽ നിന്നും വരുന്ന വെള്ളം മോശം, അതായത് അതിൽ അവരുടെ കിണറ്റിലെ ടെസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്താൽ അതിലും ഫീക്കൽ കോളിഫോം ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ കാണുമ്പോൾ നല്ല തെളിഞ്ഞ വെള്ളം, പക്ഷെ അതിനകത്ത് ഇതുണ്ടെന്നുള്ളതിനെ കുറിച്ച് അവരെ അവബോധരാക്കി എടുക്കുക എന്നുള്ളതാണ് നമ്മളിൽ നിക്ഷിപ്തരായിരിക്കുന്ന കർത്തവ്യം. നെക്സ്റ്റ്, ലിക്വിഡ് വേസ്റ്റ് മാനേജ്മെന്റിനെ നേരത്തെ പറഞ്ഞ പോലെ ഇതിനകത്ത് വരുന്ന കമ്പോണൻസ് ആണ്. അതായത് യൂസ്ഡ് വാട്ടർ മാനേജ്മെന്റിന്റെ അർബനിൽ വരുമ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ STPസും നെറ്റ്വർക്കും വെച്ചുള്ള നെറ്റ്വർക്ക് STPs, പാക്കേജ്ഡ് STPs, പിന്നെ IND എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഗ്രേ വാട്ടർ അർബൻ ഏരിയയിൽ വരുന്നതിനെ നമുക്ക് കൊണ്ടുവരുന്നത് STPകളിലേക്ക് കൊണ്ടുവരാം. ഇന്റർസെപ്ഷൻ ആൻഡ് ഡൈവേർഷൻ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞുള്ളത് വഴി നമുക്ക് കൊണ്ടുവരാം. അല്ലാതെ പിന്നെ കോ ട്രീറ്റ്മെന്റ് STPകളിലെ കോ ട്രീറ്റ്മെന്റ്, ഇത് ഇത്രയാണ് അർബൻ ഏരിയയിൽ നമ്മൾ പ്രപ്പോസ് ചെയ്തിരിക്കുന്ന കമ്പോണൻസ്. അടുത്ത FSSM എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഫീക്കൽ സ്ലഡ്ജ് ആൻഡ് സെപ്റ്റേജ് മാനേജ്മെന്റ്. അവിടെ ഈ സിംഗിൾ പിറ്റും വീടുകളിലുള്ള സെപ്റ്റിക് ടാങ്കുകളെ നമ്മൾ റിട്രോഫിറ്റിംഗ് ചെയ്ത് വൃത്തിയാക്കി എടുക്കുക എന്നുള്ളതും, പിന്നെ ഡീസ്ലഡ്ജ് ചെയ്ത് FSTPകളിലേക്ക് ഉണ്ട്. ഇനി അതും പറ്റാത്ത സ്ഥലങ്ങളുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ മൊബൈൽ ട്രീറ്റ്മെന്റ് യൂണിറ്റ് വഴിയും ട്രീറ്റ് ചെയ്ത് അതിനിപ്പം സ്ലഡ്ജ് വരെ ആക്കി ബ്രിക്കറ്റ്സ് ആക്കാനുള്ള സംഗതികളൊക്കെ വാഷ് ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂട്ടിന്റെ MTUയിൽ ഉണ്ടെന്നുള്ളതാണ്. അടുത്ത നെക്സ്റ്റ്, ഗ്രേ വാട്ടർ മാനേജ്മെന്റ് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ അത് നമുക്ക് പലതരത്തിൽ ഈ DWATS, സോക്ക് പിറ്റ്സ്, ഈ കൺവെയൻസ് ത്രൂ കൺവേർജൻസ് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ MGNREGS തൊഴിലുറപ്പ് അവർ വഴിയാണ് നമുക്ക് SBM ഗ്രാമീണില് ഈ കമ്മ്യൂണിറ്റി സോക്ക് പിറ്റ് നമുക്ക് ചെയ്യാമെങ്കിലും, പക്ഷെ അതിലേക്ക് കൊണ്ടുവരേണ്ട കൺവെയൻസ് അത് MGNREGS വഴിയാണ് അവരുമായിട്ട്. ഇതെല്ലാം ഒരു പസില് പോലെയാണ്, പക്ഷെ ഇതെല്ലാം തങ്ങളിലൊന്നും ഇന്റർ കണക്റ്റഡ് അല്ല. പക്ഷെ ഓരോന്നും ഓരോ ആളുകൾ വേണം ചെയ്ത് ഇതിലേക്ക് കൊണ്ടുവന്ന് എത്തിക്കാൻ. അപ്പൊ ഇതെല്ലാം നമ്മൾ അതിനു വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് ശുചിത്വ മിഷൻ MGNREGSുമായിട്ട് ചേർന്ന് ഈ കമ്മ്യൂണിറ്റി സോക്പിറ്റുകൾ എവിടെയൊക്കെ കൊടുക്കാൻ പറ്റുമെന്നും അതിനുള്ള കൺവെയൻസ് കൊണ്ടുവരാനുള്ളതിന്റെ നടപടികൾ സ്വീകരിച്ചു വരികയാണ്. അപ്പൊ കമ്മ്യൂണിറ്റി ലെവലിൽ പിന്നെ ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂഷണൽ ലെവൽ STPസും നടപ്പിലാക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. അപ്പൊ ഇത്രയാണ് ഫോക്കസ് ഏരിയകൾ എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്. സെൻട്രൽ സ്കീംസ് ലിക്വിഡ് വേസ്റ്റ് മാനേജ്മെന്റിൽ അർബനിൽ 9 അമൃത് സിറ്റികളാണുള്ളത്. അതിനകത്ത് അതെല്ലാം അവിടെ വരുന്ന സീവറേജിന്റെ ഇഷ്യൂസ് എല്ലാം അമൃത് പദ്ധതി മുഖേനയാണ് നടപ്പിലാക്കുന്നത്. ബാക്കി അതായത് 6 കോർപ്പറേഷനും 87 ULB മുനിസിപ്പാലിറ്റികളും കൂടെ ചേർന്ന് 93 ഉണ്ട്. അതിൽ 3 മുനിസിപ്പാലിറ്റികൾ അമൃത് സിറ്റികളിൽ വന്നുണ്ട്, അത് അമൃതില് ഉൾപ്പെടുത്തിയിട്ടുള്ളു. ശേഷം ബാക്കി വരുന്ന 84 ULBകളിലാണ് SBM അർബൻ പദ്ധതി മുഖേന നമ്മൾ നടപ്പിലാക്കുന്നത്. അതിനകത്തും SBM അർബനിലെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ അതിനകത്ത് STPകളും, പക്ഷെ അതിനകത്ത് നെറ്റ്വർക്കിനുള്ള കമ്പോണന്റ് SBM അർബനിലില്ല. അതാണ് നമുക്കുള്ളൊരു ഹർഡില്. അതായത് വാട്ടർ അതോറിറ്റിയിൽ നിന്ന് നമുക്ക് പല പ്രോജക്റ്റുകളുടെയും DPRകൾ വന്നു, പക്ഷെ അത് അവിടെ നിൽക്കുന്നതെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ ഈ നെറ്റ്വർക്കിനുള്ള ഒരു ഓപ്ഷൻ ഇല്ലാത്തത് കൊണ്ടാണ് അതവിടെ സ്റ്റക്കായി നിൽക്കുന്നത്. അതിന് പിന്നെ നെക്സ്റ്റ് ഇതെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ റൂറൽ 941 ഗ്രാമപഞ്ചായത്തിൽ SBM ഗ്രാമീൺ മുഖേനയാണ്. അതിൽ FSTP സ്റ്റാൻഡ് അലോൺ FSTPകളാണ് ഈ സ്കീം വഴി നമുക്ക് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുന്നത്. നെക്സ്റ്റ്, സ്റ്റേറ്റ് സ്കീംസ്, അതായത് ശുചിത്വ കേരളം അർബൻ, ശുചിത്വ കേരളം റൂറൽ, ഇതാണ് കേരള ഗവൺമെന്റിന്റെ പദ്ധതികൾ. ഈ 4 ഇപ്പൊ പറഞ്ഞ സെൻട്രൽ ഗവൺമെന്റ് 2 സ്റ്റേറ്റ് ഗവൺമെന്റ് 2 പദ്ധതികൾ മുഖേനയാണ് നമ്മൾ ഈ ലിക്വിഡ് വേസ്റ്റ് മാനേജ്മെന്റ് കേരളത്തിൽ നടപ്പിലാക്കി വരുന്നത്. നെക്സ്റ്റ്, ഇനി ഇതിനകത്ത് ലിക്വിഡ് വേസ്റ്റ് മാനേജ്മെന്റ് ഈ ലോക്കൽ ബോഡികളെ അസിസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ വേണ്ടി വേസ്റ്റ് മാനേജ്മെന്റ് പ്രോജക്റ്റിൽ നമ്മൾ പലതരത്തിലുള്ള ഒത്തിരി സ്റ്റേക്ക് ഹോൾഡേഴ്സിനെ നമ്മൾ ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. അതിനകത്ത് അമൃത്, പിന്നെ കേരള വാട്ടർ അതോറിറ്റി, പിന്നെ MGNREGS, ഇനിയിപ്പോൾ അടുത്തത് കൂടാതെ ഇപ്പൊ STPകൾ കേരള വാട്ടർ അതോറിറ്റി മുഖേനയും ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. അല്ലാതെ ഇനി ഗ്രേ വാട്ടർ ട്രീറ്റ്മെന്റിൽ വാട്ടർ അതോറിറ്റിയെയും KRWSയെയും കൂടെ ഉൾപ്പെടുത്തി ജിയോ ആക്കാൻ വേണ്ടി കൊടുത്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. അത് വന്നു കഴിഞ്ഞ് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഗ്രേ വാട്ടർ സെക്ടറിൽ 7 ജില്ലകളിൽ വാട്ടർ അതോറിറ്റി, 7 ജില്ലകളിൽ KRWSയെയും ഉൾപ്പെടുത്തി ഗ്രേ വാട്ടർ സെക്ടറിലാണ് നമുക്കിപ്പം ഒട്ടും എക്സ്പെൻഡിച്ചർ ആകാതെ നിൽക്കുന്ന ഫുൾ അത് 100% സാനിറ്റേഷൻ വരണമെങ്കിൽ അതിലും കൂടെ ശ്രദ്ധ കേന്ദ്രീകരിച്ചേ പറ്റൂ. അപ്പൊ അതിനു വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് ഇപ്പൊ അങ്ങനെ ഒരെണ്ണം വന്നു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ നമുക്ക് ആ മേഖലയിലൂടെ ഉൾപ്പെടുത്തും. കൂടാതെ ഇമ്പാക്ട് കേരളയാണെങ്കിൽ ഇപ്പോൾ RKയും കിഫ്ബിയും പ്രോജക്റ്റുകളാണ് ഇമ്പാക്ട് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. പക്ഷെ അവരെയും കൂടെ ഉൾപ്പെടുത്തി നമുക്ക് ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂഷൻ അങ്ങനെയുള്ള STPsകളിലേക്ക്, അതായത് FSTPകളിലേക്ക് ഉൾപ്പെടുത്താൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് ഉള്ള ശ്രമങ്ങൾ നടക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. നെക്സ്റ്റ്. കൂടാതെ LBകൾക്ക് വേണ്ടി പ്രോജക്റ്റ് പ്രിപ്പയർ ചെയ്യുന്നതും എക്സിക്യൂഷനുമായിട്ട് എംപാനൽഡ് ഏജൻസീസും അക്രഡിറ്റഡ് ഏജൻസീസും ആൾറെഡി തന്നെ നമ്മൾ ഓരോ കാലയളവിൽ 3 വർഷം അങ്ങനെയുള്ള കാലയളവിൽ നമ്മൾ ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട് ഈ എംപാനൽഡ് ഏജൻസികളുടെ. അത് കൂടാതെ ഇപ്പൊ നമ്മൾ ഈ നിസ്റ്റ്, നീറി, CWRDM, വിറ്റ്സ് ഇങ്ങനെ പല പല റിസർച്ച് ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂഷൻസിനെ ഉൾപ്പെടുത്തിയും അവരുടെ പദ്ധതികൾ എങ്ങനെ ശുചിത്വ മിഷൻ വഴി നമുക്ക് നടപ്പിലാക്കി കേരളത്തിൽ ഈ സാനിറ്റേഷനിൽ കൊണ്ടുവരാന്നുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങൾ എക്സ്പ്ലോർ ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയാണ്. പിന്നെ ഫണ്ടിങ് പാറ്റേൺ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ നമ്മൾക്ക് SBM അർബൻ ഫണ്ട് തരുന്നതിൽ 50% സെൻട്രൽ ഷെയർ, ബാക്കി 33% സ്റ്റേറ്റ് ഷെയർ ആണ്, ULB ഷെയർ ആണ് 17%. നമ്മൾ പല പ്രോജക്റ്റുമായിട്ട് മുന്നോട്ട് പോകുമ്പം പലയിടത്തും ലോക്കൽ ബോഡികൾക്ക് ഈ ഷെയർ എടുക്കാനില്ല എന്നുള്ള ഒരു ഇതിലും കൊണ്ട് നമുക്ക് പല പ്രോജക്റ്റുകളും തടസ്സം വരുന്നുണ്ട്. പക്ഷെ ഇതുമായിട്ട് മുന്നോട്ട് പോയി നമുക്ക് SBM അർബനിൽ ഒരു 16ഓളം FSTP, 17ഓളം STPകൾ നമ്മൾ പ്രപ്പോസ് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. പക്ഷെ അതിനകത്തുള്ള ഈ SBM അർബനിലെ ഇഷ്യൂ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഈ നോ ഫണ്ട് ഫോർ സീവറേജ് നെറ്റ്വർക്ക്, ദാറ്റ് ഈസ് ടു ബി ഫൈനലൈസ്ഡ്. Otherwise, we will not move for the. This fund is kept pending due to the inadequate sewer network. Okay. Next, SBM urban components എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ ഒന്ന് STP, അതായത് ഇതിനകത്ത് 2 crore per MLD എന്നുള്ള ക്യാപ്പിംഗ് ഉണ്ട് CSTPകൾക്ക്. അതിനകത്തും സെൻട്രൽ ഷെയർ എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് 50%, മാച്ചിങ് ഷെയർ 33 സ്റ്റേറ്റും ULB 17%. പിന്നെ അതിനകത്തേക്ക് കോ ട്രീറ്റ്മെന്റ് വരുമ്പോൾ അവിടെ നമുക്ക് 25 lakhs 15 KLD, 20 ലക്ഷം 10 KLD, ഈ ഒരു ഇതിലാണ് നമ്മൾ ചെയ്യുന്നത്. ഇനി അടുത്തത് ഇന്റർസെപ്ഷൻ ആൻഡ് ഡൈവേർഷൻ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ അത് ഈ പറഞ്ഞ പോലെ ഗ്രേ വാട്ടർ കൊണ്ടുവരാൻ വേണ്ടി STPകളിലേക്ക് കൊണ്ടുവരാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് അർബൻ ഏരിയയിൽ ചെയ്യുന്നതാണ് ഇന്റർസെപ്ഷൻ ആൻഡ് ഡൈവേർഷൻ നെറ്റ്വർക്ക് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ. അതിനും സെയിം ഫണ്ടിങ് ആണ്, പെർ കിലോമീറ്റർ 50 lakh ആണ് അതിനുള്ളത് SBM അർബനിൽ. പിന്നെ FSTP വരുമ്പോഴത്തേക്കും അത് FSTP നമ്മൾ പറഞ്ഞിട്ടാണ് അതിപ്പം ഇൻക്ലൂഡ് ചെയ്ത, അല്ലെ അർബൻ ഏരിയയിൽ STP തന്നെ വേണമെന്നാണ് ഇൻസിസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്തിരിക്കുന്നത്. പക്ഷേ എന്നാലും നമ്മൾ ഈ പറഞ്ഞ് കേരളത്തിന്റെ സിറ്റുവേഷനിൽ എല്ലായിടവും STP എന്നുള്ളത് നെറ്റ്വർക്കിന്റെ ഇഷ്യൂയും കൂടെ ഉള്ളതുകൊണ്ട് നമുക്ക് നടപ്പിലാക്കാൻ ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടുള്ളത് കൊണ്ടാണ് നമ്മളിപ്പോൾ നമുക്ക് കുറച്ച് FSTPകളൂടെ തരാമെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞതനുസരിച്ചാണ് ഇപ്പൊ ഒരു 8-9 പ്രോജക്റ്റുകളായിട്ടുണ്ട്. അപ്പൊ അവിടെ അതിലും ഈ 10 KLD FSTP 15 KLD എന്നുള്ള ലിമിറ്റ് ഉണ്ട് പോപ്പുലേഷൻ അനുസരിച്ച്. അങ്ങനെ 25 ലക്ഷം 30 ലക്ഷം എന്നുള്ള തുകയിലാണ്. അങ്ങനെയാണ്. ഇതാണ് അർബൻ കമ്പോണന്റ്. നെക്സ്റ്റ് ഗ്രാമീൺ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ അതിനകത്ത് പഞ്ചായത്തുകൾ, അതായത് നമ്മളിപ്പോ ഒരു പഞ്ചായത്തിൽ അവിടുത്തെ പോപ്പുലേഷന് ഒരു ആളൊന്നിന് 230 രൂപ എന്നുള്ള ഇതിലാണ് എടുത്തിരിക്കുന്നത്. അപ്പൊ അത് ഒരു പഞ്ചായത്തിലാണ് നമ്മൾ വെക്കുന്നെങ്കിൽ അതിന് ക്ലസ്റ്ററിങ് അപ്രോച്ച് എടുക്കാം. അതായത് വേറെയുള്ള പഞ്ചായത്തുകൾ ഇപ്പോൾ ഒരു അറൌണ്ട് 15 കിലോമീറ്റർ റേഡിയസിനകത്ത് വരുന്ന ബാക്കിയുള്ള പഞ്ചായത്തുകളെയും കൂടെ ഉൾപ്പെടുത്തി നമുക്ക് ഒരു പഞ്ചായത്തിൽ ചെയ്തിട്ട് അവിടെ നിന്നുള്ളത് ഇവിടെ കൊണ്ടുവന്ന് ട്രീറ്റ് ചെയ്യണം. ആ രീതിയിലാണ് ക്ലസ്റ്റേഴ്സ് ആയിട്ടാണ് രൂപീകരിച്ചിരിക്കുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ ഒരു ജില്ലയിൽ 4-5 FSTP വരുമ്പോഴത്തേക്ക് ഓൾമോസ്റ്റ് ആ ജില്ലയിലുള്ള എല്ലാം മീറ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റും. അത് ടോപ്പോഗ്രഫി അനുസരിച്ചും ഒക്കെയാണ്, നമ്മൾ സൈറ്റിന്റെ ഇതിനനുസരിച്ചൊക്കെയാണ് അത് ഫിക്സ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. നെക്സ്റ്റ് ഇതെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ ഗ്രേ വാട്ടർ മാനേജ്മെന്റിൽ നമ്മുടെ ഇവിടെ കേരളത്തിൽ പോപ്പുലേഷൻ ലെസ് ദാൻ ഇതുള്ള വില്ലേജുകളില്ല. അപ്പോൾ ഇവിടെ 660 രൂപ എന്നുള്ള ഇതിലാണ് ഗ്രേ വാട്ടർ മാനേജ്മെന്റിൽ ഗ്രേറ്റർ ദാൻ 5,000. അതിന്റെ ഇതെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ സെൻട്രൽ ഷെയറിൽ 70%, CFC 30%. ഇതാണ് ഈ ഇത്രയും പ്രവർത്തികൾ ഈ ലിക്വിഡ് വേസ്റ്റ് മാനേജ്മെന്റിൽ നമ്മൾ ചെയ്ത് കഴിയുമ്പോൾ നമുക്ക് 100% സാനിറ്റേഷനിലേക്ക് എത്താൻ പറ്റുമെന്നുള്ളതാണ്. ആ SBM ഗ്രാമീണി വരുന്ന കമ്പോണൻസ് ആണ് നെക്സ്റ്റ് സ്ലൈഡ്. അതിനകത്ത് ഇത്രയും കമ്പോണൻസ് ആണ് വരുന്നത്. അതിനകത്ത് ലിക്വിഡ് വേസ്റ്റിൽ ഗ്രേ വാട്ടർ മാനേജ്മെന്റും ഫീക്കൽ സ്ലഡ്ജ് മാനേജ്മെന്റുമാണ് ഉൾപ്പെടുത്തിയിട്ടുള്ളത് SBM ഗ്രാമീണിൽ. അപ്പൊ ഇതെല്ലാം ചെയ്ത് നമുക്ക് 100% സാനിറ്റേഷനിലോട്ട് പോകണമെങ്കിൽ ഇതിനകത്ത് നല്ല രീതിയിൽ STP, FSTP, ഗ്രേ വാട്ടർ മാനേജ്മെന്റ് ഈ 3 മേഖലകളിലും നല്ല രീതിയിൽ ശ്രദ്ധ പതിപ്പിച്ചാലേ ഇതുമായിട്ട് മുന്നോട്ട് പോയി 100% സാനിറ്റേഷൻ എന്നുള്ള ഒരു സ്വപ്നത്തിലേക്ക് എത്താൻ സാധിക്കുകയുള്ളൂ. ഇതാണ് ശുചിത്വ മിഷന്റെ റോള്. ഓക്കെ, താങ്ക് യു.
The dais would like to recognize the presence of 2 more panel members. Shri S. Subramaniam IAS, Managing Director, Impact Kerala. He has just joined us. And in place of Shri Sajeev Ratnakaran, Dr. Shaiju Tadathil, Superintending Engineer, Sivarit Circle, Kochi, Kerala Water Authority. I now call upon Dr. V. Pradeep Kumar, Deputy Director, Water Conservation, Jalanidhi, KRWSSA, to talk about the work they do and the roles they have been entrusted with in UWM.
Greetings to the August gathering, seated on the dais and over the dais. I come from KRWSA to speak about the role and responsibilities bestowed on us on the subject grey water management and reuse. Before that, 1 minute I will speak on what is water. People are telling you, when we were studying in universities or schools, we knew only water. There was no wastewater. Wastewater, how it came wastewater? Because we the managers, the management of water, we have spoiled it. That's why wastewater has been created. Because water can never be created or it can never be invented in the laboratory also. The amount of water which was on the earth is the same. Not a single drop of water has been added to the earth. So how can we say that it is wastewater? The water you drink today also, you take bath also, today we have taken tea, everything is wastewater actually. Because it is again recycled, it is coming as water only. Because water, only the management of water we have destroyed. So that's why it was become wastewater. So we have to keep in mind that wastewater or grey water or black water, whatever, yellow water, all has been the invention of our mankind. In many countries, many developed countries, now people are using this black water for their drinking purpose, especially in California, Singapore, Germany, where you will not get this water. The form of water which we say that it is a odorless, colorless or tasteless water. Okay. So even the bottled drinking water, what we are drinking today, nobody knows the source of that water. It is also a wastewater. That wastewater has been managed into a drinkable thing. So maybe whether it is a RO water or anything water, that water is also a wastewater. Because we don't know the source of the wet water. So how can you say that it is a pure water or it is an original water? It is a water because there is no addition of water on earth. All this water is being circulated and we are managing this water. So management of wastewater depends on the managers who are doing this business. Now I come to my lectures today. KRWSA has been in this water management since the last more than 20 years. We have been the first department or organization in Kerala which we had decentralized system of supplying water to the community. Whether it is a small scheme for 30 people, 10 people, or 100, 200, 500. Even now we have completed around 5,884 schemes. And we are providing 4,51,000 households we have covered already, with a population of 22,26,000. Here we have the majority of this, our sources are small water supply, open wells. We have got bore wells also, a small portion of bore wells also, bulk water supply, which we purchase from our mother department, Kerala Water Authority, and supply to the people. We have got ponds water supply schemes, river water supply schemes, springs, and RWH. Some of the schemes, more than 21,000 schemes are being RWH fed. So this is the background of our KRWSA. Even in ODF sector, we have provided more than 1 lakh toilets. Small pit twin latrines we have provided during the ODF campaign. So we have, to our credit, about 1 lakh this thing. So seeing our IEC and capacity strength, the government of Kerala and the state planning board has directed us to use this decentralized system for providing grey water, treating grey water to reusable things. So, this is not a slide. There's a mix up of the slides. Okay, I will tell you. So in 2021-22, the government of Kerala, in their budget provision, has asked us to do 2 projects in Wayanad area, a vulnerable area of SCST. 2 hostels we have taken up, and more than 600 boarders are there, SCST students. We have successfully completed those projects, and the water quality of that, the end product is similar to our drinking water project, but that water is being used for irrigation and other cleaning purposes, non-potable purposes in that campus. So that is our one successful mission. And in Idiki, in Marayur, we have given individual households, we have provided magic pits, just like soak pits, magic pits, following the DWATs and the Swachh Bharat Gramin guidelines. We have around 70 households being covered. And once space is available, the entire households will be connected, and the treated water will be conveyed, and pond or any other irrigation facilities, we will be using that water. So seeing the success rate, this government of Kerala and the state planning board has more than double the budget provision for us to take forward the grey water treatment and reuse. And this year we have been given us some tough tasks. One is in a coastal area where you know that the water table is very high. So we had to install systems there. We are taking the help of CSR NIIST Papanangod for implementing the technology portion for this waterlogged area. And another we have got in Kottarakara. And the most important is this year we are taking up 2 hospitals, that in Idiki, and we are taking up 2 hospitals for that, government hospitals, for which we will be doing the grey water treatment and reuse for their cleaning or reconveyance to the flushing systems. So this is, this is the next slide. No, this is the next lecture. No, you told me. In the evening, I have to give this one. Yeah, that slide, I think it is missing in here. I have got it in this pen drive. Okay, this is the thing that I was supposed to tell because the role and responsibility of KRWSA. So we are in this field because of our strength in supplying water supply scheme, decentralized water supply scheme. Even our vulnerable groups, SC, ST and tribals, they have voluntarily contributed towards this scheme and have their ownership rights. And they are all sustainable. And we look forward from the government for more funds. And we are also tied up with the Suchita mission in 9 districts for technology utilization from us. So already two proposals has been forwarded from Palakkad, which I have visited, and we will be shortly going for that. Thank you. I think I had taken the correct time. Thank you very much. So think it over. Thank you for the organizers for giving me an opportunity to present a few lines. And I take this as an honor. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We continue with the clarification of roles and responsibilities of the Kerala Water Authority by Dr. Shaiju Tadathil, Superintending Engineer, Sewerage Circle, Kochi, Kerala Water Authority.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Actually, I apologize before you because our CE was intended to present it, and all of a sudden he had so many activities. So I am at present presenting something extraordinary. Anyway, so let's see what happens in KWA regarding the sewerage activities. Actually, we had a sewerage vertical which established in 2020 as the first of its kind and first unit at Kochi. And thereafter we had at 2021 we had 4 more circles added to that. Sorry, 3 more circles of sewerage added to that. One at Kozhikode, then Thiruvananthapuram and Thrissur. So right now we have 3 sewerage circles. And then of course we know the Kerala Water Authority, it's a sole agency for the production and distribution of drinking water, and we have another role to deliver deliver a complete and holistic and scientific wastewater disposal and its services. And then if you visit our website, you can see our vision and mission. And so it is left to you to visit our website and read on it. And of course, we have our main objective is to provide expertise for construction and maintenance of sewage treatment plants and its associated networks, and similarly the fecal sludge and septage management activities. So in the motto or the slogan, of course, our slogan is to have a waste-free environment in Kerala, Malinyamukta Nava Kerala. So we are slowly approaching to that goal. And as we are already seen, we have a very low presence of sewage penetration in Kerala. So actually we produce nearly 2,400 million liters of sewage water per day. However, we have a 4% envelope on it. So we have 2 major schemes of that kind in Kerala. One is at Thiruvananthapuram, one that is at Muttathara. So this a bird's eye view, or rather some clips of the sewage treatment plant at Muttathara, which runs in its conventional way of treating sewage. So we have already seen now it is utilizing only its 70% of its potential, however. Now, this is a robotic intervention. So this was developed as a what you call a startup unit by a group of students, and this was supported by Kerala Water Authority. So this is nothing but it's called Bandicoot. It's nothing but a robotic mechanism which can clean the manholes. So nowadays we call the manhole as a machine hole because of this kind of things. So this is one way of innovations or intervention from the part of Kerala Water Authority to elevate the technological advances and to absorb it. So this is another area we are doing. So this is one of our plants at Kochi. So we have created a sewage master plan for Kochi also, apart from Thiruvananthapuram. So these are the two major towns, and Kochi, this is the fastest developing city in South India. So we need more presence of sewage in Kochi, because the density of population in Kochi is very high. It's at the tune of 7,000 to 10,000 per square kilometer. And we have a lot of issues related to the pollution. So that's it. And now, so these are the few clips on the STP, how we are having now at Kochi. It is only a capacity is only some 3 to 4 MLD, but within a short while, we are proposing nearly 105 MLD capacity STPs, annexure or a complex of STPs at our own land at KW. So we have a land of 13 acres at the heart of the city of Kochi. So we are planning an annex of STPs at Kochi in our own land. And as far as the Western Kochi is concerned, it is at a very difficult situation. So because of the very high density of population, so we are proposing some kind of packaged STPs for the Western Kochi. Now let's see what is our main activity. So we, as soon as we created this sewerage vertical, we started to prepare a district plan for sewerage across the Kerala. So we have 14 districts, and so we started to prepare a plan for each and every district, because sewerage plan is not. There is no hard and fast rule for a sewerage plan. So you have to deal case by case. So for a particular area, for Thiruvananthapuram, you can have a centralized STP, but that doesn't work for Western Kochi. So when you have an FSTP for a hilly terrain like Munnar, you can have an FSTP, but that doesn't work for Guruvayur or Chavakkad or Kozhikode. So there are so many variables, so many parameters, so it will all ensemble into a single matrix. So you have to work on it. So you cannot do it as a mechanical treatment or a way of thinking of. There is no conditioning for that philosophy. So you have to develop with respect to your feedback from a particular topography and the people and so many social impact on that. So we have created from KW, we have created district plan. So which is most suitable when it is related to its topographical characteristics, the characteristic of social acceptability and many things. So, and we have even made use of geographical information systems. I think Vinod is here. I think Vinod had worked in KW. Yeah. So he helped us to create a multivariable approach, I think. So we have made use of a lot of capabilities of the geographical information system. And then for a particular district, we have characterized that district so that each and every zone will be having its own peculiarity, so that you can propose a sewage treatment methodology according to its topography, its climate of Kerala, and local climate, and the characteristic of the people, local people and institutions and all. So this is a general philosophy, and this is a district plan. And this is in a nutshell what we have done. And apart from that, we selected 2 urban areas, 2 municipalities from each district. And of course, the 6 corporations will also, was also part of it, and created a sewerage treatment plans and its associated network. And a detailed project report was established. So because of the lack of proper funds and due to some issues of getting land, that was, I think, it is moving in a slow pace. So however, we are moving on that. And then we had a lot of challenges in establishing network. So I would like to say that in sewerage vertical, we are not intended to do only the planning and design analysis or making the DPR. We are within a short while, we are stepping into the area of the execution or the installation of STPs, associated activities like tender documents entering, all these things. So we are a role player, and we want to become a model for the entire state of Kerala. And we want to, we want to make a hand-holding with the similar institutions, similar departments, and it can be a movement. Because, in Kerala, we have a very good Kerala model for education, we have a very good model for health, but we don't have a very good Kerala model for the sewerage activities. So that gap has to be filled. And of course, KWA will be the front runner for that. So we can assure that. So there were so many challenges in the sewage network system, and so these things are the technical anyway. So we faced all these things during the planning stage itself. So many of the things could be solved in the initial or the planning and design stage itself. So that was the intention of the initial stage of making the DPRs and all. And then we had a lot of challenges. So, I am just skipping all these things, already all these technical matters, the way of doing the, a network. So, as per the Swachh Bharat Mission guidelines, we don't have to put all the sewage network in all the area of a city. We can select the most polluted or the most demanding area in an urban location, so that you can only make a sewage network in that particular area. You can leave the other area to the FSM, fecal sludge management. So that's what we want, and this is a model of the computer simulation. So we introduced many technological advances. We choose as that USAID, like that US is having a Environmental Protection Agency. They have released a lot of tools for design of sewage systems, even planning of it. So we made use of it, and you can even freely download it, and we will have another presentation on that. So we made, this is a town near to the Bharatapuzha, where the Bharatapuzha is the most polluted in Kerala. So we want to relieve on it. So that is why we made a plan and design on that. And this is the Bharatapuzha, this most polluted stretch near to Pattambi and all. So due to the NGT intervention, we had to save that river. So the only way to save a river is to avoid the sewage coming into that particular, into the polluted stretches. Okay, so the solution is making STP. And this from the Kerala State River Rejuvenation Program, they have released so many things on it. And we have even a Kerala State sanitation strategy also. And then this is just a simulation of networks. We'll be having another session on it, I think. So you can even make use of all the technological innovations, advances, softwares, and all these things will have a very high influential role in sewerage planning and design, and also in the intervention of the life of the people, I think. And so these things are, these things are what we are doing right now, and there are so many challenges in the centralized sewage treatment plants. So, there is a question of choosing a technology. So there is no single answer for that. You can have any technology, but the thing is, you have to make it sustainable. So, or you have to make a lot of pains in operation and maintenance of an STP. You can have a very good STP with any technology, or a poor or a conventional technology. You can have a very good STP. And if you apply a most modern technology to an STP, that will fail. There will be a fouling on the operations also. That we are experiencing it elsewhere. So you can have technological options, again, up to your way of thinking or a way of dealing with a particular situation. So it depends upon the case by case methodology. And then we introduce the eco-friendly units of STP. You can visit Kochi, and most of the institutions in Kochi are having their own STPs. You can visit the major hospitals in Kochi, like Aster, like Amrita and all. They are all having STPs with capacities 3 to 5 mld inside their institution. You won't feel it. When you step inside that hospital, you won't feel any smell or odor or anything else. You cannot distinguish with any other building with the STP because of these eco-friendly units of STP. I think the central government has released a way of making an institution or a way of making a building into an eco-friendly manner using a handful or a particular type of oxygen-releasing shrubs and herbs or in plants. You can even have creepers or plants installed or grown into that institute. You can make it eco-friendly. So that is the need. So with that, you can even have a defense or you can have a fitting reply to the people who are protesting against an STP coming on their play. It's like a NIMBY. I think not in my backyard. That kind of things can be eliminated. And you can even have an intervention with the most modern technology like the sensors. The Internet of Things can be included in the STPs so that while sitting here, so what happens in Kozhikode, Kannur or Bengaluru, you can access what happens inside in an STP which is installed in Bengaluru. You can have a laptop with you can access it using the IoT sensors. So you can even manage the functioning of an STP at a remote station. And then the action plan, you must have an action plan. We are making an action plan for that, project implementation for that in association with many other departments. And we have some recommendation from our experience, and a case study from KW will be presented, I think, in another session. So, and these are the status, the organogram, all these things are familiar to you. So this is what we are doing right now. The zoning, this is for example, for Thrissur Corporation, for the entire city, entire town, we have made several zones, and each zone will be having an STP. So these things we have done with our limited resources. The KW Sewerage is having a limited manpower, so with that we could make a lot of achievements. And see all this planning with GIS, the computer simulation with the SWIM and all the softwares helped us to achieve a lot of things. And moreover, we had a lot of planning and design process for institutions like hospitals and all. So, so these things are going on. The installation of the STPs are going on. And you must have a timeline. So it depends upon your way of doing or way of managing a project. So these things I scrolled through. So I took it from my laptop. I was not intended to do this. Thanks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for gracing our panel on such short notice. I invite Sri S. Subramanian IIS, Managing Director of Impact Kerala, to speak about their role in UWM and in crafting a Nava Kerala.
Srimati Kavita, Director, Liquid Waste Management of the Shujitva Mission. Shri Pradeep Kumar, an officer from Water Authority, who is an expert, not just in the field of water and water management, but also in the field of geology, fossil fuels, and the fuels that characterize the interstitial spaces of the rocks. Sri Shaiju Tadatil, who spoke about the need for evolving a decentralized planning mechanism for having a beautiful sewerage system in the state. And my dear distinguished guests, officers of the Water Authority and also of the state government departments, Srimati Devika and Swarna, who manage the podium of this august audience. Before I begin with a sense of apology. I was told that the meeting starts at 12:30 in the afternoon. But around 12 o'clock, I received a call from Srimati Aparna that the meeting will commence a little early. That is at 12 o'clock. So I was caught in a catch-22 situation because I had a meeting with the minister and the minister was speaking in front of me. So this was a typical conundrum that when we think that we are early, we are late. And when we think that we are late, we are actually early. This is typically the problem, my dear friends, that characterize the used water management of not just the state, but also of the entire country. This morning, I am very sure that most of you would have read the newspapers. And the newspapers are flashing with reports that there are instances of severe drought and acute water shortage in the city of Bangalore, which is considered to be the Silicon Valley of not just South India, but also entire India. But I give you a small pause. Have a small flashback. Rewind yourself to 17th of November 2023, where there were reports that there are flash floods in most parts of Bangalore, where the same area have been devastated by the depredations of floods. In November 2023, 4 months hence, is suffering from acute drought. So this is precisely the problem of water management, urban water management, urban waste management, or urban waste water management in the entire country. Actually, I was speaking to Sri Pradeep Kumar, who was telling me that before we should know as to what technology we should adopt for preserving and conserving water, we ought to be knowing what water is. In Latin, there is a very famous word, noti sioten, means know yourself. Samuel Hahnemann, the practitioner of English medicine, has said that you have to know the patient before you administer him the medicine. Unfortunately, we do not know what water is. We do not know what the characteristics of water is, and we do not know what technology shall we employ to treat and also to gauge and also to administer as to how water can be made accessible, available, and also approachable to the large sections of the people. As an aside, I would mention here the famous words of George Bernard Shaw, who once upon a time, when he was asked questions on what is socialism, so George Bernard Shaw was saying that it has become typically just like an English hat which takes the shape of the head that wears it. Actually, in the case of Fabian socialism too, same is the case with water. You ask a housewife, what is water for? She would say that it is for washing my utensils. You ask a young man or a young woman who is a college-going student, she would say, what is used to wash my face so that I look better and I have a better appearance and I have an attractive appeal in front of a larger audience. But you'll ask the government, what is water? Government has got a different definition of water. I would say that water, soil, and the air that we breathe constitute the primary trinities of life on the earth. Water, soil, and the air that we breathe. This constitute what we call environment. Water that we drink, air that we breathe, and also the soil where we step, tramp, and trample our feet upon. This constitute the triumvirates of existence. You can call it the life-giving life force. In Sanskrit, there is a terminology for this which says that it is pranasya prana. Means what is the life behind the life force? Pranasya prana. In the Christian theology, they call it as Father, Son, and also the Holy Spirit. Pitava, Putran, Parishuddhatma. Or in the Hindu pantheon of numerous gods, you can call it as Brahma, Vishnu, Maheshwaran, where there is source, sustenance, and also degradation of human existence. Why there is an apparent oxymoron of flash floods today and acute drinking water shortage tomorrow? That is because most of the drains in the country have lost their streams. They have lost their ways. They do not know which way to go. If you remember human anatomy and human physiognomy, you will come to know that if you remain 15 days in an ICU or in a bed, your blood streams will forget the way in which it has to trespass through the various auricles and ventricles of a human body. Same is the case of water bodies. When I began by speaking something about Bangalore, in Bangalore, in the last 10 years, there has been an increase of 20 lakh population, a vertical addition of 20 lakhs that constitute the urban population. So that is the city's characterization. In the last 30 years, there has been a reduction of 30% in the green canopy that characterizes the boulevards and the promenades of the city of Bangalore. Many of us who in our younger days have dreamt ourselves of the magnificence and the resplendence of the Cubbon Park, and now most of the Cubbon Park area have been devastated because the green cover, the green canopy, and the life-giving life force which sustains the biodiversity equivalents of that places have been converted into dry, desertified, and arid lands. Rapid urbanization has created its own problems in managing with water. It is here that the role of Impact Kerala Limited, which is envisaged as a special purpose vehicle to engender, to impel, or rather to compel our local bodies, not just to preserve, but also to conserve, and much more than anything else, ensure a judicious use of water. We have heard enough in our engineering terminology of reduce, reuse, and recycle, but unless we tell our lower sections of the people the importance of the water, where we have been faced with an alarming spectacle of poverty amidst plenty, water being everywhere, but not even a drop to drink, unless we take steps to make concerted action a topmost priority in the state, I feel that we are being faced with the stark reality of an imminent water crisis in our own state. With that, I will just summarize what Impact Kerala as an organization is doing to create. Our activities are generally on three aspects. One, to create an awareness amongst the population, amongst the local bodies, amongst the stakeholders, and also amongst the government officers who are here and outside about the importance of conserving water, and to have in place an effective mechanism for creating an atmosphere of reduced and conserved use of water. This is being envisaged as a special purpose vehicle under the local self-government department, where we not just aid local self-government institutions, but rather we abet them, we guard them, and we impress upon them that, look here, my dear, this is what you ought to be doing. In the absence of not doing these things now, we are faced with the grim prospect of a very sad future. Number one. Number two, we offer specialized services to local bodies on three fronts. That is, on pre-implementation phases of water management, where our activities start from tendering processes, how you can prepare the DPR, and how you can prepare the DPR, and how you can ensure that a mechanism can be formulated to create a very beautiful project. Madam. And three, our activities also focus on the post-implementation phase of sewage treatment plants and abatement plants in the state, where we provide a hand-holding mechanism for local self-government institutions to tell them as to how this has to be managed. In many instances of the state, we find the sewage treatment plants, the initial enthusiasm that we find in the commissioning of the projects soon start petering out, and the projects get abandoned midway through. So Impact Kerala Limited ensures that we have a continuous mechanism for a hand-holding in the form of capacity building for ensuring that the project that has been envisaged for the larger good of the people stays and the people are connected towards it. And we are in a process, we are in a position to give continuous monitoring and feedback services. My friend here has told me that my time is up. So with this, I conclude. So this is what Impact Kerala Limited is doing. And we are in the vanguard of ensuring that all our population, when we compare ourselves with many other states of the country, though we pat ourselves on the back saying that we are better, I am reminded of the famous words of Rudyard Kipling, the famous English poet, who once upon a time said that monkeys in Bandarlog, two monkeys are sitting, squatting to each other, speaking to each other. One monkey is telling to the other, look here, we are all great. The other monkey says, yes, we are great. Then this monkey again says, we all say so. Then the other monkey says, yes, we all say so. Then this monkey says, we are unanimous in saying so. Yes, we are unanimous in saying so. So hence it must be true. So the other monkey also acknowledges that hence it must be true. There are no differences when we say that we are great. So Rudyard Kipling in his famous poem, Monkeys in Wonderlog, says that Nammalellam Mahanmarana, Nammalellavarum Thanne Adu Parayunnu, Nammal Adu Parayumbol Matram Nammal Aikakanthamai Thanne Adu Parayunnu, we are unanimous in saying so. And there is no differences while admitting so. Adu Parayumbol Namakku yathori oru vivejanamo Vyathyasamo onnum thanneyumiല്ല. So hence it must be true. Appo adu ശരിയായിരിക്കാം എന്ന് ഒരു രണ്ട് കുരങ്ങന്മാർ തമ്മിലുള്ള സംഭാഷണത്തെ അനുസ്മരിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് റുഡിയാർഡ് കിപ്ലിങ്ങിന്റെ പോയമാണ്. So I feel that the seminar being organized by Wash Institute is a wake-up call. As the famous poem of Oliver Twist says, that rise up, sirs, give your brains a racking to find the remedy we are lacking, or sure as fate, the nature or the environment will send us packing. So with this, I conclude the inaugural address, not the inaugural address or a session on Impact Kerala Limited, with a request to all our participants to impress upon the stakeholders, especially the larger public, the importance of having a good water management system, used water management system, urban water management system, etc. So with this, I also congratulate the organizers of the Wash Institute to have spearheaded this organization. While congratulating them, we are all congratulating ourselves. As Thomas Carlyle, the very famous English philosopher, says that one of the greatest and godlike things that can happen in the world is veneration of human worth by the hearts of men. So with these words, I conclude. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. The dais would like to recognize the presence of Srimati Sharda Muralidharan, IAS, Additional Chief Secretary to the Government of Kerala. We request you to address the audience, ma'am. Ma'am, we can have a question and answer session along with the panel, ma'am. We would like you to join the panel, actually.
Thank you. I wanted to hear a bit more before speaking, so that I could at least understand what it was that had transpired in the last couple of hours. I've been told that we have a very illustrious audience here, stakeholders and practitioners who will certainly be adding value to today's discussions. So since I have no idea of what you have been discussing so far, let me just come in blindly. So taking off from where Subramaniam stopped, it's like fools rush in where angels fear to tread. And ignorance is bliss. Therefore, Kerala is a state, as you know, which is well endowed with water resources. We are, anywhere where you look, you have water around you. It's from electricity to being part of life. It is. We are now also setting up a huge intrastate water channel that is going to be used for transport as well. We've got our lakes. While in terms of numbers, we would be just about 4 or 5% of the total lakes in the country, but in terms of proportion to or per capita, I think our lakes would beat any other state in the country. We also are very heavily dependent on open draw wells for water. So water is an intrinsic part of life, much more intrinsic than is usually found. But that being said, we have treated our water very badly. And we are right now paying the cost for this mistreatment of our water sources. And interestingly enough, the local self-government department has been suddenly finding itself responsible for water management, wastewater management, used water management. This is an area where the LSGD has, the local self-government department, both the panchayat and the urban, have not really had much experience. We have thought of issues of water as issues of sanitation. And we have looked at sanitation as an issue of becoming ODF, defecation free, of having proper toilets, of having septic tanks. And we think, we take care of that, we've taken care of everything. I remember it must have been, let's see, the year 2000, so 24 years back, about 25 years back, in a similar conference that we had. At that point of time, we had just about one Gram Panchayat in the state which was not ODF. That Gram Panchayat unfortunately took a very long time to become ODF, and so otherwise we would have been ahead of the country by maybe 15 years. Way ahead of Sikkim, certainly. But anyway, when that happened, and when we were discussing this, and I think it was Wash then too who had organized that consultation. And we were told, we had some international experts also with us, and they were told that, okay, you've taken care of sanitation, but Kerala is going to face second generation sanitation problems. It's going to hit you in maybe 20 to 25 years. And lo and behold, 20 to 25 years later, I am heading the department. So I get to, at that point of time, I was Commissioner of Rural Development. Now I am the Secretary in charge of local self-government, and we find that not only has it hit us, the shit has hit the ceiling. We have, so we did we've been testing our waters. So Kerala has very strong social capital. So we use that social capital to do a check on our water resources. So we looked at water bodies, looked at contamination of our water bodies, pollution. We thought it'd be good to take good to make that an agenda with the people, so that people also would understand the necessity of addressing water issues. And what we did get to find that over 70, he started off saying 80, but then I think by some mathematical jugglery and redefinition of permissible limits, etc., we came and now say that about 70% of our water bodies have very evident fecal contamination. Now that's a huge problem, actually, come to think of it. The NGT raps us on our knuckles saying that, what do you mean you've been looking after liquid waste management? Where are your FSTPs? So what are you doing with the sludge that is coming out of your septic tanks? And we've got to, scratch our heads and say, we don't think too much sludge is coming out of our septic tanks. So we evidently have a problem here. And our septic tanks, when I'm saying 25 years ago we were ODF, that means our septic tanks are also fairly ancient. And so that also is a problem that we have. So not only are our septic tanks old, they haven't been functioning properly as septic tanks. We've been so leachate, and issues of leachate is a very serious problem that we are now contending with. And why hasn't that reflected in contagious disease in Kerala? It has been because perhaps of our propensity to drink only boiled water and to drink medicated water. So we've been really dodging the bullet. The bullet is there, it's just that we've been dodging it. So the question, and so suddenly everybody is now aware, with the NGT also coming into the picture. We are now suddenly aware that there is a huge issue that needs to be addressed. Not just the NGT, and then the government of India also has done a huge shift in its schemes and is looking at liquid waste management. So Amrit is now about liquid waste management. The Swachh Bharat Urban and the Swachh Bharat Gramin have moved from just sanitation into areas of waste management, both solid and liquid. And we are all scrambling to find out as to what is it that we need to do to obtain those funds, number one. But number two, in the process of trying to obtain those funds, we are confronting the problem that we face with regard to our inability, our lack of understanding, our lack of capability of handling liquid waste, of handling all the issues pertaining to ensuring the quality of the water that is around us. And this has also led to interesting questions. When we've been, I did say that we are scrambling, so when you are scrambling, you really don't have time for introspection and thought and contemplation as to what is the best way and what are the best mechanisms to be looking at. But one thing I can say for sure, the local governments are also competent in supporting individuals and institutions in setting up sanitary facilities. They really haven't gotten as far as handling waste management facilities on scale. We have quite a few environment engineers in our midst, but they have also gotten routinized. You know, you've got your stock roads, you've got your stock building projects, so you think only on those lines. Even in solid waste management, coming up with a proper material collection facilities, thinking that through, thinking of the aeration that is needed, thinking of the movement that is needed, thinking of how you need to segregate various kinds of waste, that thought process is missing. Now, if it is missing for something as simple as an MCF, you can imagine how it would be as far as a STP or FSTP is concerned, or biodigester or something under the soil. What would it be? So you've got a technical problem on one hand, and then you've got a gigantic people's issue on the other. So with the courts and the NGT and the government of India on our backs, before thinking as to whether it is our duty, it is the job of local governments or not, we have been pushing, hustling local governments into taking up projects. And what do we find? We find projects being taken up and projects being dropped with greater speed than they were taken up with. And what is the reason for that? And the reason seems to be that, and it is a reflection perhaps on the nature of waste management and the perils associated with waste management. It has been so one project fails somewhere and the word gets out everywhere. And for us, that word started with Velapilshala. When actually a mayor with great foresight, who is now one of our ministers, and I was collector at that point of time in Trivandrum, had come up with had tied up with an entity to set up a bio-waste management facility. So the facility came up, it started working, but then with government, as you know, certain clearances were delayed. You had therefore payments got delayed, you had waste as well as processed product piling up, and you had slippage into the water nearby. And that was the beginning of the Velapilshala agitation and the beginning of the end of waste management solutions in the state. Made it next to impossible to take up any project. So it has been, I do not know if you are aware of this, in 3 budgets back, I think it was a 2020 or right before COVID. Right before COVID, the then finance minister had announced in the budget that he would give 5 crore rupees as incentive to any local body, that is Gram Panchayat or municipality, that would be able to identify a project, land which was unencumbered and in which there was no agitation for a liquid waste management project, for septage or sewage, you name it, but anything. And it is very telling that not one local government wanted that 5 crore. No queries, even. So you can imagine the state of affairs. Now we tried with our local governments, persuading them to take up projects. STP is problematic, so we said let's get the septage out of the way, a little bit more, perhaps a little in terms of funds. It is something which which the local governments can handle. They've got enough resources for this. Sewage, the STP is fine, but the pipelines are a nightmare. So therefore, sewage was something that we were willing to postpone for later. Septage was something that we thought we should we should go hammer and tongs at. And what did we end up with? We, like I said, any which way that the local governments, we convinced, bulldozed, strong-armed the local governments into saying yes and taking up projects. We pushed for prioritizing government land for waste management projects, particularly liquid waste management projects. We again wrangled out of government an order by which the district collectors could, just no matter whose land it was, whichever departments it was, they could take land and make that available for waste management. We did all that. And the collectors started getting reviewed regularly. The chief minister has been reviewing waste management projects and all those blockages and bottlenecks that are coming in, and we still haven't made much headway. This is administratively, we've been finding that it's quite difficult for us to actually push this idea. So then it was about, are we doing the IEC right? So maybe we needed to go in for a very strong IEC and get people to understand the implications of this. The campaign that we did, we called it Telini Rurugum Navakerlam. It's a beautiful poetic term actually, and what it means for those who don't know Malayalam is a new Kerala in which clear water runs. So that was the name of the campaign, and that campaign, the idea of the campaign was also to alert people to the fact that we were sitting on a health emergency. And as I said, the data pointed out that we did have a very severe problem here, but that did not actually resolve matters. So we've got, the problem of waste management is a problem on the one hand of technical solutions. We need to find the appropriate technical solutions. Second is a problem of the finances. I was mentioning about how STPs would be problematic in the context of the state, because we've been seeing that, setting up an STP, we'll just take the case of Calicut. Kozhikode Municipal Corporation, which has taken up 2 projects of STPs under the Amrit. So it started in Amrit 1 and they have now pushed it to Amrit 2. And these two projects together go over 300 crore rupees. And they would service, the end result would service 2 of the 70 wards in the corporation of Calicut. So by extension, you can imagine what would be the cost for servicing the entire city. So finances, we don't like to talk finances, but finances as far as the state is concerned are again a huge concern as far as STPs are concerned. So therefore, the state has been focusing on institutional STPs rather than citywide STPs. And we've also been seeing that in most places that before the city really expands, you haven't built your sewer network, going to be terribly difficult to do it. And in a city where the slightest, square meter is likely to cost you over 1 lakh rupees. It's going to be fairly difficult to actually work the logistics of it. So finances is the second problem that we face. A technical problem, you would know better than me. As I had mentioned, our engineers are not associated with this, have not been associated with this. We do not have enough of precedents. We do not have experience, and that is reflecting in an inability to deliver. So obviously, we would be needing to look at partners outside the state to come up with solutions that would work. And we've been trying also to empanel such agencies. The Shweta mission of the state has been attempting that for some time now. But that having been said, so the technical solutions, we can still come up with solutions that might be viable. We need to figure them out. But the land issue, so financial issue is the second problem, and then comes the third, which is the people issue. And the people issue is right now our biggest concern. And we find that, to get in a state which is so argumentative, in which the media goes to town on any little thing that happens, any little where, we find that the politician is also extremely wary, because while this is strategically important, populistically it is not. So you have and whenever there is a conflict between what is populist and what is strategic, generally the populist tends to win. So, which is a concern we've got, and we're trying to figure out how do you overcome this. And in order to overcome this, we have actually brought into our act a provision by which we say that communities surrounding waste management projects will be given special emoluments, incentives. So we haven't figured out what those incentives are, but we provided a framework in the act by which we try to entice local communities to say, okay, maybe you're having a project coming up in your backyard, but not only will we be looking at ensuring that it is a good project and it doesn't disturb you or bring down your land value, which is probably why most people find it extremely difficult to accept projects of this nature, but we will also bring in counter incentives which would balance whatever loss that you have. So yes, the state is actually trying to pull all stops to find solutions to the liquid waste management problem. And now when we found that people in a state where people are everywhere and homesteads are everywhere, that you don't have deserted patches of land that you can take up unless they are way up in the mountains, and that is anyway not the suitable place for your projects. We then we've been scratching our heads and saying, maybe we should look at quarries, maybe we should look at plantations, we should look at places where you don't have people. And then if it's about building the road connection and everything, things like that, we will be able to work that out. So we did that assessment, and we found a huge number of quarries which were put through a technical committee assessment, and against which, again, these lands were identified and solidified. And again, lo and behold, we found agitations coming up against even these no man's land territories. And why? Not because the no man territory had a problem, but it was the conduit. People, schools on the side of en route started coming up, setting up agitation committees and protesting. So yeah, it's been a nightmare, basically. That's what I'm saying. But then the fact that it is a nightmare doesn't mean that we can allow the nightmare to overwhelm us. We cannot. Because the nightmare of not doing it right is even more frightening. And therefore, like I said, well, right now there is a hiatus because with the elections there is absolutely no way that you can push a political executive into taking hard decisions. But what we have found is that our political executive is willing to take those hard decisions. We've been even discussing, I mean, just before coming here, we had a meeting with the minister and he was asking, what's going on with finding local governments who are recalcitrant, who refuse to take action when they can. And so we working up ways and means of incentivizing as well as disincentivizing local governments. We have come up with a framework of incentivizing communities. We already have a framework of disincentivizing communities for violations and disruptions. So now it's that framework is there in place. Now what we need is the will to push and make it happen. And for that we need the right people in the right place. Luckily for us in the Shweta Mission, we are beginning to have that kind of, institutional, personal framework coming together. We've been finding that with the, so now we are hitchhiking, or rather riding pillion on the NGT wagon, so that we are using the NGT and the threat of NGT and the threat of the resources, because now with the state finances also in trouble, the danger of loss of finances to court orders is something which is looming and which is forcing people to say, okay, we need to find solutions. So let us take care of everything else, of the finances, of the administration, of the people, of the IEC. We need you to take care of the technical solutions. Give us technical solutions. Today what we are also looking at are building models. So we've done that. I mean, the number of people who have been making a pilgrimage to Devanahalli in Bangalore, near Bangalore, is just crazy. We've been also, and then they said, maybe we should go to Indore. I mean, Indore also is a favorite pilgrimage, but maybe we should find other places. So Odisha is now also suddenly lit up on the horizon. And we are having a lot of our corporations and panchayats coming up and saying, he would like to travel to Odisha and understand liquid waste management and come back, and yes. So that's happening too, and hopefully we will be getting a lot of, many of our local governments are convinced that they need to resolve this problem. Some of them are willing to take hard decisions and go the long mile. We have up till November 25 for these local governments to complete what they have initiated. Some of them have initiated work. And if that work takes off satisfactorily and we can make good models, then we've cracked the problem. And that is where I hope that a consultation and workshop like this will help us. Thank you very much.
To address the audience at such short notice. With this, we conclude our panel on role clarity. A large round of applause for all of our panelists. During these sessions, we have hopefully identified overlaps in what our premier organizations do and areas that are yet to be addressed. We encourage you to use the link that has been shared on the WhatsApp group to raise any questions and direct them to specific speakers. We will try to get you your responses as soon as possible. As always, I remind all participants that answers are provided at personal discretion and that they should be taken as personal opinions of the speakers and not those of their organizations. Thank you. We request Sri R.K. Srinivasan, WASH Specialist of USAID, to kindly felicitate the dignitaries on stage. First, Ms. Kavita S., Director, Liquid Waste Management, Suchitwa Mission. Dr. V. Pradeep Kumar, Deputy Director, Water Conservation, Jalanidhi. Dr. Shaiju P. Tadathil, Superintending Engineer, Surit Circle, Kochi, Kerala Water Authority. And Shri S. Subramaniam IIS, Managing Director, Impact Care. A large round of applause for our panelists. Thank you. We now break for lunch. Lunch is being served in the space adjoining the hall. We return at 2:15. A couple of housekeeping rules before we leave. We request all of you to scan the QR code on the back of your diary so that you may be able to access the PPTs as they are being presented. An exhibition is also ongoing in the adjoining space. We encourage you all to visit the exhibition because they're showcasing technologies and other details related to used water management. Once we come back, I encourage all participants to put their phones on silent so that we may begin the technical sessions. Thank you. We return at 2:15. Also write down your questions along with the speaker you would wish to direct them to. Parking lots for all your questions are situated at the registration counter near the rear of the hall. So if you would like to use a non-technological option, you are always free to write down your questions on a chit and make sure that you name the speaker as well and drop it in the box that we have situated at the rear of the hall. We now return to our scheduled program. As the state's premier organization in the field of water supply and sewerage, the Kerala Water Authority has a crucial role to play in used water management. Within this panel, we shall see two perspectives, one top-down
ഇതെടുക്കണ്ടല്ലോ. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm here to give an overview of Kerala Water Authority's activities. Actually, in Kerala Water Authority, we have the Sewerage Act. It was started in 1986. But unfortunately, in the last 4 decades, we have not done more things in that area. Recently, the development of SBM and the development of the JJM activities, we have concentrated in the last 3 to 4 years, we are in the JJM activities. But unfortunately, the SBM is started in the year 2019. But in that time, we are not equipped with sufficient staffs. So we are not in a tandem with the national level activities of the sewerage areas. But the Act envisages, the Kerala Water Authority Act is also envisages for the sewerage activities. But recently we have given some amendments in the 2000 amendment, that is for the sewerage charges, which are implied in these 2000 amendments, 2010 amendments. The vision and the mission, I think the previous speaker, Shaiji, has explained. In the light of our the NGT norms, we, the Kerala Water Authority, have formed the sewerage vertical in 2018. After that, we have concentrated for the DPR preparation for the 28 ULBs. Now we have switched over to 2 municipalities from each district are selected based on the contribution of pollution of water bodies. Now under all municipal corporations we are selected. Sewer network for all areas with population density 1,000 per square kilometer. But as per all our government records, we have the coverage of 4% in totality in Kerala. For meeting the SBM demands, Kerala Water Authority have constituted our sewerage wing by amalgamating this this Vascon wing, this is the consultancy wing of Kerala Water Authority. Then the PPD, the project planning and department, is another wing. Fortunately, we have merged these two wings and formed the sewerage wing. Now the sewerage vertical wing have approximately 100 numbers of people with 30 numbers of engineers, which are concentrating now in the SBM activities of Kerala Water Authority. But we have, in this constitution, we have 3 regional circles for the preparation of the DPRs and for the survey activities. We have this wing now, but unfortunately last 5 months, we have, due to the hectic load of the JJM activities, some downsizing have happened in the sewerage vertical, but now it is recouped by the lot of effort from the medias and from our sincere efforts from the government level also. We have we got the staff from the deployed staff have been recouped in the sewerage vertical back. At present, we are in concentration with the SBM activities. I will come that things in the future slides. As far as the Kerala Water Authority is concerned, we have the district plan. Every district we have a plan. So accordingly, we have come to this slide that around 80,350 crores amount is needed for complete coverage of Kerala sewerage activities under Kerala Water Authority. The total project area comes to around 38,363 square kilometers. So, if we are getting the funding, so the money from the funding sources like the SBM or the Amrita, we can go for the implementation activities by 2025 and 27. We are now, the Kerala Water Authority is now concentrating in the areas of the network-based sewerage activities. But unfortunately, fortunately, the Sujitha mission is doing the activity for the FSSM. So my suggestion is that the Kerala Water Authority have to switch over to the small schemes in future. Then only we will get a mileage in this area of the sewerage activity. Many of the, during our discussions with many of the ULBs, they are not concentrating or they are not interested to consider the big project. That's the major hurdle we are facing in the in this area. നമ്മൾ പലപ്പോഴും നമ്മൾ മനസ്സിലാക്കുന്നത് ഇതാണ്, അതായത് ഈ ULBയുമായിട്ട് സംസാരിക്കുമ്പോൾ നമുക്ക് കിട്ടുന്ന ഒരു ഫീഡ്ബാക്ക് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ they are not ready to get the big project. ഇപ്പോൾ ഒരു എക്സാമ്പിളായിട്ട് നമ്മൾ എടുക്കുകയാണെങ്കിൽ നമ്മുടെ ഇപ്പോൾ വർക്കല മുനിസിപ്പാലിറ്റി, ഇഫ് യു ആർ ടേക്കിംഗ് ദ വർക്കല മുനിസിപ്പാലിറ്റി, അവിടെ ഒരു ചെറിയ പ്രോജക്റ്റാണ്, ഒരു 15 സെന്റിന്റെ ഒരു പ്രോജക്റ്റാണ് അവർ ഉദ്ദേശിക്കുന്നത്. ബട്ട് വി ഹാവ് പ്രിപ്പയർഡ് ഫോർ ദി ബിഗ് പ്രോജക്റ്റ് ദെയർ for meeting the future demands of the Varkala municipality. But unfortunately, they are not demanding, they are not giving out of ഒരു സ്ഥലം പോലും നമുക്ക് അവർ തരുന്നില്ല. അല്ലെങ്കിൽ കുറച്ച് ഏരിയ മാത്രമേ നമുക്ക് തരുന്നുള്ളൂ. വാട്ടർ റോഡിൻ്റെ ഏരിയ മാത്രമാണ് അവിടെ നമുക്ക് ഫിക്സ് ചെയ്യാൻ സാധിക്കുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ അവിടെ ഒരു കോസ്റ്റൽ ബെൽറ്റിൽ നമുക്ക് നല്ലൊരു ഏരിയ അവിടെ നമുക്ക് കിട്ടാൻ സാധ്യത ഉണ്ടായിരുന്ന ഒരു സ്ഥലമാണ്. ബട്ട് അൺഫോർച്ചുനേറ്റ്ലി ദ ULB is not interesting to give the land to us. That is the problem actually we are facing. നമ്മുടെ മാഡം തന്നെ സംസാരിച്ചപ്പോൾ അത് കൃത്യമായിട്ട് പറയുന്നുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. What we are facing is the problem of the land acquisition. That has to be settled only through the legislation process, I think so. If the legislation is made in the legislature, then only we will get the land. ഇപ്പോൾ നമ്മുടെ ഒരു പ്രാക്ടീസിൽ നമ്മൾ നോക്കുമ്പോൾ ഇൻ എ ഡിസ്ട്രിക്ട് വി നീഡ് ഒരു മേജർ പ്ലാന്റ് തന്നെ നമുക്ക് എല്ലാ ഡിസ്ട്രിക്റ്റിലും ആവശ്യമുണ്ട്. As far as the Kerala, Trivandrum is concerned, we have a 101 MLD plant is there. That plant is covered only for 53% of the population. അതുകൊണ്ട് നമുക്ക് എന്താ ഉപയോഗം ഉണ്ടാകുന്ന ചോദിച്ചു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ we are getting more schemes or more work here. Because of the വലിയൊരു പ്ലാന്റ് ഉള്ളത് കൊണ്ട് സ്വാഭാവികമായിട്ടും അതിനെ ഡിപ്പെൻഡ് ചെയ്യാൻ നമുക്ക് സാധിക്കുന്ന രീതിയിൽ മറ്റു വർക്കുകൾ നമുക്ക് കൊണ്ടുപോകാൻ സാധിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. So in every district, what we need is a big project for meeting the entire populations. അത് പിന്നെ കോ ട്രീറ്റ്മെന്റിലേക്കും മറ്റു കൺസെപ്റ്റിലേക്കും നമ്മൾ മാറ്റുമ്പോൾ സ്വാഭാവികമായിട്ടും നമുക്കൊരു ബിഗ് പ്ലാന്റുകൾ എല്ലാ ജില്ലകളിലും ഉണ്ടാകണമെന്നുള്ളൊരു കൺസെപ്റ്റ് വേണം. സോ അറ്റ്ലീസ്റ്റ് ഫോർ ഗെറ്റിംഗ് ദ ലാൻഡ് ഫോർ ദാറ്റ് ബിഗ് പ്ലാന്റ് ഹാസ് ടു ബി settled by the government itself. Unfortunately, in our ULBs and the elected peoples are not giving more support to us. ഇപ്പോൾ നമ്മുടെ ഒരു വിഷയം നമ്മുടെ ഈ അടുത്ത കാലത്ത് അനുഭവിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. നമ്മുടെ ട്രിവാൻഡ്രത്ത് തന്നെ ഈ വിഴിഞ്ഞം പ്രോജക്റ്റുമായിട്ട് ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട് we have to make a 2 MLD plant there. But the collector is willing to give the land. The public authority, that is the groundwater department or the harbor engineering, they have the land, but they are also willing to give the land. But unfortunately, there is ഒരു പള്ളി അവിടെയുണ്ട്, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഒരു മതപരമായ ഒരു പ്രശ്നം അവിടെയുണ്ട്. So the elected members are not giving, not involving that the discussion part. So that is happening in Kerala. അതാണ് എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നത് മാഡം സംസാരിച്ചപ്പോൾ തന്നെ കൃത്യമായിട്ട് പറഞ്ഞൊരു കാര്യം അതാണ്. What is going on in Kerala is the people are not addressing or people are not giving the support for these type of project. That is affecting Kerala Water Authority's performance also. So even though we have this type of hurdles, we have 5 successful projects we have commissioned. In Thiruvananthapuram, we have 107 MLD project. I think one of the best plant ever in Kerala, ever in India is one of the best plant is this one. I think it is an underutilized system is there. But fortunately, we are keeping this plant in a very good manner. In addition to it, there is a medical college plant is there. It is also using an underutilized capacity, which is also functioning. In Thrissur, due to the lot of people's are unrest, it was delayed. But it is recently, before 2 years, we have completed that plant, but it is the utilization is very much low. And the successful story of that will be dealt by our superintending engineer Shaiju in tomorrow. And then other one is the Ernakulam. In Ernakulam, we have also a new project, Elankulam plant is a 5 MLD plant. It is also functioning. But one of the intention of this presentation or this conclave is that to get the technological solution for many problems we are facing in these areas. As far as this, except from the Trivandrum, in the Ernakulam and in the Kuripida, we are going to commissioning the scheme by April itself. But unfortunately, that plant is commissioning without any septage. That's the problem we are facing. As far as the SPM mandatory is concerned, they are giving the money only for the plant, not for the networks. How we can mobilize these funds? As far as Kerala is concerned, Kerala has financial problems. In this present situation also, SBM is insisting for the fund has to be insisting only for the treatment plants. That has to be discussed later. As far as Kerala Water Authority is concerned, after the formation of the sewerage wing, we have prepared 40 DPRs. We have actually 40 numbers of DPRs in our shelves. We have submitted 22 numbers to the government for approval. In the Amrit itself, we have given 9 schemes, but we got 3 numbers. We got 5 numbers of 3 numbers of A's. And in the state plan, we have given in Idukki district in Kattapana, we have a proposal that is provided in the state plan, and 6 numbers of DPR is submitted for the SBM. That has to be discussed in very detail. Present situation, we go to the AS in RKA is on number and the Amrit for 3 numbers. That is Amrit, under Amrit we got the in Ernakulam we got an AS for the Elankulam, second Elankulam plant, that is for the 5 MLD, and second one is in Trivandrum. And in Kollam district there is a network, that is also we got the AS and for the Kollam districts, and for the Trivandrum some clusters we got the ASM. As far as the Amrit is concerned, we have now 527.91 crores project is with us. But what Kerala Water Authority is facing is, even though we have formed a sewerage vertical, but our staff strength is only 6,000. That has to be addressed by the government. Because we have to address these 2 problems, the water supply problem along with the problem of the sewerage has to be addressed. But even if we are getting some funds, the manpower shortage is a main problem which is affecting the tendering process of the many schemes now. That has to be discussed in detail, and in the validation section we have to represent this matter to the government without getting any manpower. How we can propel? That's a problem we are facing in the case of Water Authority. So all the things we have mentioned is a nutshell. It is here. The second, one of the problem we are facing has to be discussed in the technical section, that in Elankulam plant and in the Kuripida and in the medical college, we have tendered, we have given the work to the contractors, but there is a gap between the practicability and the theoretical situations. Actually, in the case of we are giving a second study through the NAST. I think the NAST will present a topic by tomorrow. Some technical problem is emerging there. There is a gap between the management, the managing of the design wing. There is a problem with the implementing units. Such problem, one of the problem they have felt, they have given an interim report that in that report, the retention time has to be is minimized. That means we have to get a retention time of 6 hours per. But as far as this present situation is concerned, the detention time is comes to 2.3 hours. That problem raised, but we can solve it. That problem is happening in Kerala. That has to be addressed by this conclave. I think that's the intention of this technical conclave. Some pictures of this on. So almost in Trivandrum, this is the area where we have covered through this present STP. For covering the 100%, we have a lot of schemes are here. We have made 10 clusters, so that we have made DPRs. Some DPRs are in the preparation, or some are in the funding stage also. These are the schematic representation. This one has to be discussed here. Whenever we go for a sewerage programs, we have to get the money back. So a circular economy is also needed. But fortunately or unfortunately, in Trivandrum sewerage scheme, we have the operational expense of 2.5 crore per year, and electricity expense come to 2.6 crore per year. In the expense of sewerage network also we have the 2.5 crore per year. Electricity expense is also 2.8. That means in total of expenses 10.4, but the recovery is happening only 2.4 crores. That has to be addressed in future. So the same scenario is there in the Ernakulam also. There we need also 142 MLD plant is needed there. But unfortunately we have a 5 MLD plant is now there. But it has to be enhanced. I think we have more concentration are giving to the Ernakulam district. So within 2 years we will come across with the big plant there. That our strategy is going in a positive way in there. This one is the regarding the Guruvayur scheme. I think Shaiju will explain tomorrow's presentation. And Shaiju also already explained this bandicoot there. As far as this Trivandrum STP is concerned, the positive result is there. As per the NGT norms and as per the pollution norms, we are keeping in a good manner. So in Ernakulam, actually we got 2 ASs. One is 17.5 MLD AS through the KIPB and 5 MLD through the Amrita. Now the government is insisting us to merge these projects with a 25 MLD plant. In that way, our work is, our design, our activities going on. As far as these challenges in the network is another problem. As far as the Kollam project is concerned, please, I need 5 minutes. Kollam project is concerned. Actually, the Kollam project is started in 2008. But the plant is going to commissioning by 2024, but without any seaway, without any network. Wait is happened. It has to be making us a case study. First time in 2008, we have tendered both the work, but unfortunately due to the agitation, the plant work is not happened. Now the plant is commissioned, the agitation is going on against the network. It has to be settled politically only, not through the bureaucratic level. That has to be settled through the politics. One point the NIST noted is that how we can go this Kuripida plant by commissioning. So second problem is there. In the case of the network, we have the micro-tunneling, we have the HDD method, but we have a clear-cut idea on which method is needed for there. As far as this open trench is concerned, the capital cost will be very high, and the trench depth has to be high because of these facts. The contractors are now taking the work. That has to be settled by this conclave. Which methodology is needed? Is HDD or the micro tunneling or the open trench. The other problem, the lifting stations. In Trivandrum, Chaka, we have to give a connection there, or a public agitation. But we have to provide a vacuum pumping there. But unfortunately, we are not ready to give it. That has to be discussed here. So challenges in the centralized sewerage treatment plants, the fund is the main problem. I have worked in this unit for last 6 months. During this phase, we got 3 numbers of AS. We have prepared 60 numbers of projects before the government to the SBM. That has to be, how we can solve that issue. In the 18th, in the month of January, there was an SLTC. In that SLTC, the government is insisting that we have to make the plant with a 2 crore per MLD. That has to be limited. For the total 16 schemes, we have 50.5 MLD. So they will provide only 100 crores. As far as the total outlay is concerned, we need 2,553. Then how much percentage they are providing? In that area, last 2 weeks, before 2 weeks, we have a meeting with the subject committee. The Vasconis also participated there. We have demanded that they have to provide 500 crores, at least for the budgetary provisions. How we can attain it? Now, all the public, we have seen that a lot of project is publishing, but unfortunately without any money. That has to be addressed now. I think if the budgetary provision is given to this area, we will gradually grow in a positive manner. For this case, I think in the validation section, we have to represent this matter to the government through our own resolution that in the coming demand for grants, by the next week, after the election, there will be the legislature will happen. In that legislature, we have to present that matter. At least we have to provide 500 crores for these schemes. Then only we will propel our work. As far as the 100 crores will give by them, the SBM, but the other have to get either through government loan or through the budgetary provision. I think after the JJM, I think the government will get a chance to invest that money here. Anyway, for getting the SBM sanction by this year itself, we should get money from the budgetary provision itself. Then selection of land availability. That has to be, if we are doing these type of conclaves, that has to be get a result. That result is get only through the funding provision, the second through the land availability. But the land availability has to be ensured through the legislation. That is the only way. Otherwise, the people, ഇപ്പോൾ നമ്മുടെ ഒരു കേരളത്തിന്റെ ഒരു സംസ്കാരത്തിൽ നമ്മുടെ വയറിലുള്ള അല്ലെങ്കിൽ നമ്മുടെ ശരീരത്തിൽ കിടന്ന ഈ ഉൽപ്പന്നങ്ങളെല്ലാം പുറത്തു പോകുമ്പോഴും അത് ചെറുതായിട്ട് കാണുന്ന ഒരു സമൂഹത്തിലാണ് നമ്മൾ നിൽക്കുന്നത്. നമ്മളാണ് ആ വൃത്തികേട് കാണിക്കുന്നത് എന്നുള്ള തിരിച്ചറിവില്ലാത്തൊരു സമൂഹത്തിലോട്ടാണ് നമ്മൾ നിൽക്കുന്നത്. സ്വാഭാവികമായിട്ടും എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നത് ഞാൻ ഈ വാക്ക് കടമെടുത്തത് തന്നെയും നമ്മുടെ മാഡം തന്നെ പല മീറ്റിങ്ങുകളിലും പറയുമ്പോൾ മാഡം ആംഗീകരിച്ച് ആ വാക്ക് തന്നെയാണ് പറയാറുള്ളത്. സ്വാഭാവികമായിട്ടും അത് നമ്മൾ തിരിച്ചറിഞ്ഞുകൊണ്ട് ലാൻഡ് അവൈലബിലിറ്റി ഉറപ്പുവരുത്തുക എന്നുള്ളതായിരിക്കണം നമ്മുടെ ഈ കോൺക്ലേവിന്റെ ഒരു ഉദ്ദേശമായിട്ട് എടുക്കേണ്ടത്. Then the last one is the sludge management. In STP Trivandrum, the sludge is accumulated there. The same problem we have been witnessing in the South Mumbai also. The 320 MLD plant is there. That problem persisting there. That similar problem is happening in Kerala also. There is not at all any solution for it. That has to be settled. So I think these are the things with a limited time and ഞാൻ ഇവിടെ ചുരുക്കമാണ്. Then this slide says that we have in front of Kerala Water Authority there is approximately 2,000 crore project is there. ഇപ്പൊ നമ്മളിവിടെ വന്നിരിക്കുന്ന വാട്ടർ അതോറിറ്റിയുടെ 70% ജീവനക്കാരും has to take this into the mind. Then only we will get a result for the society. Then this is one of the criticism I am put forwarding before this community, that some of the work is going on. As far as the Kannur, Payyanur, and the Payam, the Ponnani, they have the ULB has invested the money before the water authority. But unfortunately, due to many pressures, we have not tendered this work. That has to be settled through a proper institutional mechanism. That has to be, നമുക്കൊരു കാര്യം നമ്മൾ ശ്രദ്ധിക്കേണ്ട ഒരു കാര്യമുണ്ട്. അതായത് ഇപ്പൊ കേരള വാട്ടർ അതോറിറ്റിയുടെ ഒരു ഇംപ്ലിമെന്റിംഗ് ഏജൻസി ആയിട്ട് നമ്മൾ ഇവിടെ നിൽക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. Then there is a upper body, is Sujita Mission is there. Above that, the secretary is there, who is coordinating these things. The actual implementing agency, as per the Kerala Water Authority Sewerage Act, the Water Authority is the sole implementing agency. We have to see the inner problem of the Kerala Water Authority also. Then only we can solve the Kerala's problems. We can make the conclave, we can make the policy framework through the Sujita Mission, but it has to be implemented through the man. That manpower has to be enhanced. Otherwise, these problems will repeat in Kerala. Then these are the two amendments for recovery of the sewerage water. We are in 2000. This slide says that in 2000 there is a regulation through that we are recovering the money. അപ്പോൾ നമ്മളിപ്പോൾ ശരിക്കും നമ്മളിപ്പോൾ വെള്ളം സപ്ലൈ ചെയ്യുന്ന വെള്ളത്തിന്റെ ഇന്ന പെർസെൻറ്റേജ് എന്നുള്ള നിലയ്ക്കാണ് we are retrieving the money from the public. Anyway, that is the only one positive thing happened in this area for the last 10 years. This is also mentioned. So last one, this one is whenever we go for a treatment, the sewerage treatment, the tertiary treatment has to be accompanied. Suppose if we are taking in Tirunelveli STP, we are after this treatment, this water is flowing through a canal. That has to be retreated, or tertiary treatment is needed. Positively, the Trivandrum Corporation has taken a step for it. That is a 15 MLD plant will be there. For the construction purpose, we are envisaging this for the construction purpose. That has to be come in our mind for the recovery part of the treatment, this part. So with that, I am concluding these things. What we need is, after this conclave, we should have, Kerala should have a comprehensive idea to meet all these problems. Thank you very much.
Hello, good afternoon to you all. Happy to be here. Thank you for the invitation. I think the title of my talk itself speaks a different perspective. I think since today morning, we have heard the challenges that is confronting us, right from whatever Sharada ma'am spoke. Even before that, we know for all the last few days, we've been reading about the looming water crisis in Bangalore. Kerala, we have 3,000 millimeters of annual rainfall, but we still know that we still have huge problems as far as proper water supply is concerned. we know that 80% of the water we use comes out as wastewater, and that is also a huge challenge. I think everything that we have heard since today morning is on the problems that we are facing and how huge a task it might be to kind of resolve it. Let me present this talk. As so far we've spoken about centralized approaches, the huge challenges that we are facing in terms of finances, in terms of technicalities and all that, is a different way out possible. Let's at least think about it, is what I thought. And I talk about it not as a professional working I'm not like a water specialist or anything. I'm an architect by training. I actually I learned my baby steps in dealing with wastewater treatments sheerly out of chance way back in 92-93 when I was working with an NGO here in Trivandrum. But then since then, it's been a journey of trying to understand how we as citizens, how we as professionals can actually try and address issues in a simple, straightforward way, probably whatever fits in within our budgets, etc. Yeah, so I think we all know these numbers. I think almost everyone in this hall is technically competent, so I'm not going to take too much time on it, but we all know that even if you're looking at the country, we have probably the installed capacity of sewage treatment is only about 30% of the water that comes out of it. So more than 50% of sewage from urban areas alone are finding their way untreated or partially treated in most cases into our water bodies. And there is not much of clear data available on rural and peri-urban areas. If you're adding that, perhaps that could be well over 60 to 65%, which is why we all know that most of our water bodies are facing huge deterioration problems, eutrophication, etc. And of course, on the other hand, I think there is a huge push from the central government as well as state governments to take care of the NGT, of course, which has been discussed many times today morning. On the need to kind of preserve our natural resources, especially in the case of looming water crisis that is getting worse every year. We know the temperatures are rising every year. And therefore, I think the aspirational way forward for every local body, be it municipalities or corporations, or even panchayats for that matter, is to, the only solution that has been mostly tried is to look at centralized sewer networks and STPs. But as has been very clearly said since all the morning talks, and in terms of clear numbers in the chief engineer's presentation itself, the huge challenges are the capex and opex, the challenges of laying sewer lines, complexity of technology, and most importantly, unpredictability of growth patterns in our towns and cities. That is the reason why I think in Sharada ma'am's talk also, she spoke about how in Calicut we have to spend about 300 crores for just meeting 2 wards. And that's all because you never can predict how, unfortunately in our country, there is no planned development. We make master plans, but the cities grow in so many other ways because of so many other pressures that is happening. So I'm again not going to dwell too much on the challenges of the centralized sewage system. Of course, the chief engineer concluded by saying that land is the biggest challenge, especially because we have high density of population. Particularly in Kerala, I think it's going to be an even bigger challenge because of our kind of development that we have been having. The high density of population also makes it difficult. The practicalities, that's probably why contractors are not willing to kind of do the work, because they would get stuck at every 3rd or 4th day trying to kind of dig somewhere. And high water table, because most of our cities and towns are either along the coast or along water bodies and all that, which makes it even more challenging, requiring frequent pumping stations. We don't have reliable, 100% reliable power supply, so needing large generators, which again increases OPEX, as has been said. And the last point, which I already said. As against it, what does a decentralized approach mean? I think we all know that there has been a lot of research and development that has been happening in decentralized wastewater treatment system, both black and grey water, at least over the last 30, 40 years. Many of us have even learned it during our academic years. The main advantage about decentralized systems is that you can actually scale it from as small as a single household to even 1 MLD or whatever size plants. So it's very customizable as per local needs, which is a big advantage as against centralized system, which need a certain volume to make it viable, actually. And most of decentralized systems are nature-based, so they work with natural bacteria. We know about anaerobic systems or aerobic systems that are combined systems which happen planted filters or anaerobic baffle reactors and all that. We know they're all nature-based systems, so therefore they are much more resilient. There is no, even if there is a shock load, there is nothing that's going to be, even if the system is not working for 6 months, nothing is going to happen. It will resume when you start loading it again, unlike many of the conventional technologies, so to say. And closing the loop, I think that is very, very important. I think the first speaker in the morning today said about recovery of resources. I think the moment you try to take all your wastewater to one part of your city and you're kind of, however much you kind of do the treatment, you're overloading the water bodies there. You're overloading the soil there with all these nutrients. Whereas if you are trying to take a decentralized approach, you are able to kind of put back or recover the nutrients at a very, very decentralized manner, which is what is needed for sustaining agriculture, getting back the carbon into the soil, the nitrogen into the soil, etc., etc. It's all very simple technology, so there is no need for any very high-tech people. Normal masons and other practitioners can take it forward. Deep sewer lines are not needed, as I said earlier. And because of all these reasons, if you're doing a comparison of costs, on the life cycle costs, decentralized nature-based systems only cost about 50% of what a conventional system would cost. I don't have the split up of the cost and all that, but I think it's available in CDD's website for sure. And of course, it requires minimum electricity, so there are no chemicals, there is no breakable parts, so no chances of much vandalism, etc. So I say all this as representing CDD, one of the organizations who has been working since, personally, as I said, I started working in 92, 93, but we formed a network of organizations, about 22 of us organizations and individuals from different parts of our country. We registered at CDD Society way back in 2005, and today we are a multidisciplinary team of over 70 people, headquartered in Bangalore, but we have our network partners, as I said, all over the country. And I think in this I've said over 400 systems, but I'm sure the number is more now, ranging from single household systems to large institutions, townships, communities, and we are even working with more than 12 states. Many of the people, the familiar faces I see here, including from Moshe and all that, have been part of CDD at some point of their career, have been mentored by CDD, which is very happy to do that. This is just a snapshot of the works that we have done, how much people we have reached, the reach of our network partners, etc. Not going too much into it. As I said, I speak this with a certain confidence that decentralized systems work because we have worked in a whole range of projects in different bioclimatic places, in different kinds of wastewater, etc. One of our earliest projects, which has been running successfully for the last 18 years, is Aravandai Hospital in Pondicherry, which was inaugurated by the then President Shri Abdul Kalam. It treats about 3 lakh liters, 300 KLD of water, part of which is reused for flushing and partly it is reused for gardening, one of our best systems still running. We have taken it to high-end hospitality projects. This is a yoga retreat in Gokarna, which is south of Goa, which treats about 50,000 liters. Again, has been running for the last 16 years, has won several awards from the Pollution Control Board. We have taken up the other end of very large projects. This is a 1 MLD DWAT system that's been installed at the Mahadevpura Lake in Bangalore. It taps raw sewage, which is our kind of raw wastewater, which is actually coming through an open drain before entering the lake, treats the wastewater and then lets it into the lake, which is a very significant thing, I think, now in Bangalore when everyone is talking about the need to kind of revive the water bodies in Bangalore, etc. So just to say the scale of it. I think Sharada ma'am said that Devanahalli is a pilgrimage spot for everyone who is working in wastewater and FSTP. CDD has been instrumental in setting up Devanahalli. We have moved on. We have kind of worked on several innovations in FSTPs. We have worked with, I think today, majority of the functional FSTPs in India are based on CDD's designs. We worked on different optimizations after Devanahalli, including planted drying beds, non-planted drying beds, solar pasteurization, hybrid systems, etc. in different parts of the country, from Leh, Ladakh, down south. Way down in our own Kerala, I think a couple of very known works of CDD is one is the Alappuzha Canal rejuvenation. I think many of you probably have visited this place. It's not a very big in scale, but it was taking about 2 kilometer stretch of a sub-canal, identifying the issues that were kind of polluting the sub-canal and trying to work out systems for at-source treatment of pollution, cleaning of the canal, which also included setting up a simplified sewer system and taking care of the sanitation of about a colony of about 58 houses in the heart of Alleppey. I think, we have spoken about people taking ownership or why people are not responding, but this, though it's very small in scale, I think it was very heartening to know that the people have taken full ownership of it. In fact, 2 days back I was there, I took a small video of the women who are enjoying it. The way that it has kind of transformed their life from a place where people used to call it as a shithole colony, literally actually, to where there are visitors coming from all over the world. The women and the men there are looking after their own place. You can see the transformation, the upper two images of the colony after 4 years after we kind of handed it over in 2019. While we talk about taking care of problems, I think at least if we are able to address the very critical parts of each local body, it could be a slum colony, it could be a market, it could be a hospital or a government orphanage or whatever. At least these things, if it can be taken care of, the bigger players, of course, you can ask them by rules to kind of set up their own treatment system. So probably we have to look at it approach it in a slightly different manner if we are to really protect our water bodies. This is another project which probably was commissioned very recently. It's in Alua. It actually it's a constituency of the Industries Minister, where again his challenge, he also wanted us to kind of set up a treatment system for the colony of about 48 houses. Here the challenge was that it was close to the Periyar River, so there was a lot of backflow from their toilets. But unlike Alleppey, it was not a place where we had like a common land where we could set up a centralized system. So here what we have demonstrated is small single household dewatch systems which can treat your wastewater, both the black and grey water, to a BOD of less than 100 milligram per liter, that you can safely discharge it back to the soil. And we have given something called a planted drain along their compound walls, and we have given them this PVC coated fencing. They all had this plastic sheet compound walls earlier. We changed it completely into PVC coated fence, and we've given them all saplings of vegetables which are kind of climbers like bitter gourd and all those varieties. So now if you visit the colony, which was just commissioned 2 weeks back, you can see a whole lot of green walls, which is all being kind of fed by the nutrients from the wastewater that each of them are discharging in their own houses. A simple model, but which can have a lot of implications, I would say. So I would again like to believe that in terms of technology, we do have the technology to kind of scale up used water management or liquid waste management to a local body scale. But let us look at how that process, I'm just trying to share with you how one can actually visualize scaling up of used water management in Kerala. So the particular challenges in Kerala, I think most of this I've already covered. One is that we have a very long coastline and a lot of backwaters, which means that we have a very high water table in most areas, which is a huge challenge. I've worked in many other states in the country, but I find Kerala is always most challenging because of this very reason of our high water table actually. We have a huge, very high density of population. We don't have any hinterland, as Sharada ma'am was also talking in the morning. More than 70% of Kerala is already urbanized, which makes it very, very difficult because already we have kind of encroached into all our fragile ecosystems like paddy fields, wetlands, backwaters, the beaches, everything. So whatever we are trying to do, we are actually working with very fragile ecosystems. So something which is probably an additional challenge for which Kerala has because it's a very small state. our traditional homestead pattern, which was again also touched upon by earlier speakers. We are used to having our own plot of land, our own houses, which leaves very little space as open land for setting up any kind of common treatment systems, etc. Lack of 100% reliable water supply, which I already dwelt into earlier. We have a tropical wet climate, which makes it very challenging because we have a very high degree of vector-borne diseases. Therefore, wastewater management or used water management is very, very important. And most importantly, we have very high degree of awareness, and therefore NIMBY, as it is generally called in the development world, things not in my backyard, is so very strong in Kerala. So considering all these things, if we are to kind of scale up the decentralized approach, I've kind of tried to structure it into 5 or 6 points which need to be considered when we are trying to look at decentralized approach at a city level. The first one is, which is very important, there is a lot of talk that we do about FSTPs and all that, but even if we are talking about having a good FSTP and letting people have their own treatment systems, let us understand that the conventional septic tank is not efficient enough to kind of treat your wastewater, particularly for high water table areas. It might work in low water table areas with low density of population and all that, but we all know that a septic tank is at best giving you about 30% of treatment efficiency, or at best, if it's very large, maybe it can have a little more superior treatment, but it is never, you can never with a septic tank alone treat it to less than 100 milligram per liter BOD, which is what is needed to discharge it back into ground. So therefore, and that too, we all know many of the septic tanks, so-called septic tanks that people talk about are invariably just pits. We did a detailed study in Alleppey when we were doing the canal rejuvenation project, which was headed by IIT Mumbai and Kila and QSAT there, and it came out very obviously that most people didn't even know what exactly is a system that is built, because it's all built by plumbers and contractors in each house. So review and upgradation of existing unscientific containments to safe containments which can treat at least to less than 100 milligram per liter BOD is very, very important, even if you want to go for a decentralized system and an FSTP at a city level. So that is the second point. The first 2 points have been covered, of course. Then, of course, we have to have a system for a planned desludging of the containment. We have to work towards upgrading the safe conveyance of the fecal sludge, which is a big challenge for all local bodies now because there is no proper system for it. We have to set up appropriate fecal sludge treatment facilities, of course, and then have the institutional mechanisms to operate and maintain the systems. So looking at what might be the on-site containment treatment systems which can give you that kind of a treatment efficiency. About a year back, we actually commissioned a project with Kila for their staff quarters in the Mulangunathu campus, where there are about 25 houses, and we have actually demonstrated about 13-14 different systems of on-site treatment, right from the improved septic tank, which has been developed by CDD, which gives you a better treatment efficiency. So it's a septic tank with an anaerobic filter. We have worked out a single household DWAT system if you want to recycle your water and reuse it for gardening in the director's house in Kila. We have developed cluster level DWAT systems. So if you have like a large house which has about 4 bedrooms or something, you're actually looking at like having 4 houses with single bedrooms, 4 small houses and all that. Or if you don't have space at your own house, you want to do it at a cluster level, there is a model for it. We have also installed other technologies that are available in the market, including the EcoPot, which has been developed by DRDO. Syntex has a packaged septic tank. The regular septic tanks that are available off the shelf from the markets. And we are trying to monitor the efficiency of each of these things so that local bodies can actually go there, interact with Kila, and decide on which kind of containment system would be most suitable for them. So that is something that local bodies can actually go and see and understand more. I think it is also important when you're scaling up decentralized approach to have policies that definitely mandate bulk generators who discharge more than 10 KLD per day as per the present norms to have their own treatment facilities. I know the rule is there, but I think the local body will have to push a little more to license with PCBs to make it happen, because very often the treatment systems are built but they are not operated regularly. Planned desludgement of containments. There is a huge challenge here because all the desludging people, as I know today, are all in the private sector. And they face huge challenges. On the one hand, they are not trained for proper desludging, so they often do it without any proper gear or like gloves or masks or boots or anything like that. They are, since most of them don't have a license, they even do things risking their own lives. There are no proper facilities to kind of dump the sludge, so they are the ones who actually face all the even beatings from local people when such things happen. So it's important for the city, when they move towards decentralized UWM, to have a computer to kind of license the desludging people, and also probably move towards a computerized desludging calendar. We are very tech savvy. I think these are all very easily doable with apps that are now developed by our very brilliant youngsters in the state and the country. Safe conveyance of fecal sludge. This is a challenge which comes in many local bodies in Kerala, because the conventional vacuum trucks are all these big trucks which have about 8,000 liter capacity or 6,000 liters and all that, whereas our small septic tanks don't need that much of capacity. So either you end up paying like 5,000, 6,000 rupees to just desludge your small septic tank, or sometimes that truck may not even enter your road, so you don't really know what to do. So just pump to the nearest drain or something like that. So, but you can retrofit small jeeps and all that, but these have to be kind of told, and there has to be policies for this actually. So retrofitting small vehicles to have small desludging vehicles, maybe even desludging equipment in boats in some of areas like Kuttanad and all that. And in very small lanes, you can use manual systems like gulpers and all that for small containments. FSTPs, I don't have to discuss this. I think it's now mandated by Amrut to move towards setting up FSTPs, so everyone knows about it. I'm just saying that. But one thing in this thing, what I'm trying to say is that it's probably not necessary that FSTPs has to be just one FSTP for a local body. It can be 3 or 4, because again, the advantage even of the technologies that CDD has developed for FSTPs is that you can develop it to the volume that you want. It can be a 2 KLD system, it can be a 10 KLD system, it can be a 30 KLD system. So let's visualize having smaller FSTPs instead of one large FSTP. Participative planning, implementation, and O&M, I think this is something that we have to go over and over again. I think it's very important to involve all the stakeholders, including the Residents Association, Business House, because ultimately only the local bodies can do it, and the local people are the ones who are getting affected. So some lessons that we have learned from whatever projects that we have done at the local body level is taking the people together. Crowdsourcing of data, very often we find when we are doing designs for local bodies, we find that adequate data is not, and schools and colleges have been hugely helpful in kind of helping us collect the data, and people are much more friendly to share data with students. Citizens' bodies could eventually develop as watchdog roles in the implementation of such systems. This is kind of imagining the decentralized approach at work. I got it from the internet, but it should be as simple as this, that the household should be able to make a call to the service, make a service request. The O&M agency organizes a truck to get the desludging done. The desludging vehicle goes to the FSTP. The resources are recovered, and the local body can probably get money from the desludging as well as from the resource recovery. Probably a definitely workable model. And I conclude with the last 2 slides. What are the policies which probably the conclave can, if the conclave wants to take back the approach, the decentralized approach for used water management? One is, as I said, the first important thing is to give a combination of full subsidies, soft loans, and regulations based on income slabs for changeover to safe containment for on-site treatment. Then the second point is something very important which I didn't touch earlier, to evolve clear policies, guidelines for the mid-segment discharges, because we have a rule for more than 10 KLD, And the smaller houses probably are discharging only very little, probably only less than a KLD of water. But this mid-segment, which are like small commercial establishments, like restaurants, small resorts, small apartments today, they discharge a lot of wastewater. And currently there is no particular guideline for this segment. So probably that has to be taken up by KWA along with KSPCB. Mandating bulk generators to set up their own treatment systems, as I already spoke, licenses for private desludging operators, identifying small, medium patches of land. So again, I say, let's look at small and medium patches of land if we are not getting large lands. And I think perhaps the government-owned premises like large campuses, educational campuses, or campuses of government quarters or whatever and all that can also take even 5% of their land to set up the treatment system. And even public sector agencies like the Cochin Shipyard or any of these KMML or whatever, they can set aside 5% of their land which can to take care of their own waste as well as the waste from the neighboring few square kilometers. PPP models could be explored. When we try to discuss FSTPs in many towns, many of the Amrut cities in Kerala, we found that private players were willing to kind of take up because they have a business model in taking up the desludging as well as treatment. So definitely an option to be explored by KWA also, I suppose. Capacity building of contractors, because all these can be done by local contractors as well as government officials and SHGs to ensure effective implementation. Streamlining design, project management, implementation, because when you're talking about decentralized approach, the correct design matters even in that actually, and streamlining the institutional mechanism for O&M. Yeah, thank you. I conclude.
Thank you, ma'am. It will not be lost upon our audiences that we are slowly adding in new stakeholders into our discussions on used water management. As Margaret Fuller has so wisely said, if you have knowledge, let others light their candles in it. On to a new thematic session of the conclave, where we should learn from other perspectives in used water management. I invite Sri Dhruv Bhavsar, Senior Program Lead, CWAS CRDF, to share with us the unique perspective his organization has lent to FSTP design and implementation in Maharashtra's context.
Thank you very much. It is pleasure to be here in the Gold Zone country, and I think discussing about the important aspect about the addressing the sanitation challenges. Very close correlation between the livelihoods on which the states is depending on, and just wanted to share the experience that we've been supporting to the state government of Maharashtra, and these are the experiences which suggest that how the state role of facilitator can lead to the actually achieving the result at scale. So that is the experience I'll be presenting during this presentation. We all know that there is a emerging emphasis has been made attention. For the first time, all pan-India urban local governments program has been introduced. Earlier program, if we see that it is always 65 JNNURM cities or a more selected cities has been there as a piecemeal approach was there. For the first time under the Swachh Bharat mission, the pan-India local government has been captured. So there is a great emphasis has been put, and then the address is also realized that it is not a major corporation driven program. It is all the small and medium towns is also been focusing on, and therefore it is realized that not only underground sewerage is a solution, there is also emphasis need for a on-site sanitation systems. And based on that, I think I'll be talking about the story of one of the most urbanized states in India, Maharashtra, having a 60 million population. Almost half of the population depend on the on-site sanitation system. Major metro cities and the municipal corporation is only having even partial underground water sewerage, not even the 100% fully sewerage. So this journey has started in SBM initiative, and the very conscious decision has been taken that the Swachh Bharat mission journey should not be focused on only on the building toilets, but also to be focused what is beyond toilets. So what happens after constructing a toilet? Because we did undertake the various studies at the initial time of the Swachh Bharat mission, and we found out that the especially slum communities, poor households, one of the major issues are that because of their household size are very high, there is a tendency that they reluctant to use the toilets because their septic tanks will be filled very fast. So, and the cost is very high. So they are reluctant to use. All the male members are actually still not using the toilet at home. They use the community toilet. So we realized that not only building toilet is the focus, but also ensuring the entire service chain, what is beyond toilet, how the septic tank has to be desludged regularly, how that has been taking to the treatment plant, because there was no treatment plant exist. So earlier it has been discharged. So once the Maharashtra has been declared open defecation free in 2017, at the same time the political wing has decided, and there is a charter given on this list, where it is majorly focused that we must have to focus about the entire service chain of the sanitation and not only focusing on the building toilet program. So for that, because Maharashtra is already having sewerage treatment facilities, and the many municipal corporation having a partial systems, their STPs have a capacity to accommodate the additional load. So the first step what has been taken in 2018 to pass the government resolution that all the sewage treatment plant must have to have received the septage load from the nearby urban local government if it is within the 20 kilometer or 30 kilometer periphery, and it has to be no tipping fee has to be taken because all the investment has been made using the public funds, so there is no need for a tipping fee. They must have to accommodate the load from the other local government. So that has been taken steps. So the own septage from the 35 ULBs there having a sewage treatment plant plus 38 cities, the nearby cities are started practicing the co-treatment activities. But also it is realized that it is a very geographically spread areas, and the STPs are mainly focused on the Konkan belt in the one of the geography, but other parts of the Maharashtra do not have a STP. So, and the distance wise also life cycle cost, it is not economically, it's not feasible to do the co-treatment for a long distance cities. So it was also taken the decision that those cities are not feasible, or there is no upcoming plan for building the STPs. They must have to have an independent fecal sludge treatment plan to address that. So around 311 cities has been identified for setting up the independent fecal sludge treatment plant. And what has the steps has been taken, because based on the previous experience about the SWM and the previous national flagship program, it was realized that if we give this task to the local government, and if we, because these are very new, there was no prior experience available. If you see the engineering college and the professionals, they never talk about the design of septic tanks. They never talk about the design of the fecal sludge treatment plant. So it was very new subject. Even the technical consultants were not aware. And there are lots of difference in technical opinions also what we found. So what we did, we done with the help of the technical agency exist within the Maharashtra, we prepared a range of technical menu available. So we prepared a different technology, different sector partners also provided their design, technology designs, and we vetted through the NIRI, which is the state level training institution, research institution. Those have vetted the various technology for the FSTPs. And once the menu of the technology has been available, then we come back to the government of Maharashtra, and the various menu of the technology has been presented. So what they have taken a case that there are 3 or 4 points has been they have kept in mind. One is we don't want to create a new processing facilities. So the first decision has been taken, it must have to be co-located with the SWM facilities, because that's reduced the cost of the setting of the infrastructure. Because already SWM facilities have a adequate land. They already have an ancillary infrastructure like compound wall, internal road network, street lights, administrative building. So it was a first decision that it has to be co-located, so we can reduce that cost in setting up in addition to the land procurement, this other cost can be reduced. The second decision has been taken that the local government do not have a capacity, high skilled, high mechanization of the treatment is not required. So it was a very strategic decision has been taken that it must have to have a very simple technology, nature-based technology, where minimum pumping or minimum energy requirement is required. So therefore, the sludge drying bed based technology has been selected, and the monolithic structure. The third thing what the decision has been taken, the structure has to be designed in such a way, so there is no brick mortar has been used. It was decided that the RCC monolithic structure has to be provided because the leakage is the major issue. So if we not able to track the quality at the time of the implementation, this would be the issue. So therefore the RCC monolithic structure has been designed. So all the component, sludge drying bed or anaerobic baffle reactor or a planted gravel filter, all the structure has been monolithic RCC structure has been proposed. So these are the simple things has been designed, and whatever the treated water and the treated sludge, it was also decided that it is not going to be discharged out of that periphery. So there is no environmental discharge which has been happening out of that periphery. So it is within the SWM side, whatever the treated water or treated sludge is been used either landscape or, so that is the decision has been taken, and the cost is 1.4 to 2.8 lakhs per KLD has been derived. It's because of there is no additional ancillary cost has been, it's only the footprint cost, actually technology footprint cost has been designed, and the 3 KLD to 20 KLD of the plant has been designed, and the single window approval has been taken. So what happened that it was not said that every local government, because there are 300 local government that required to build the treatment plant. So all the design for different population based design has been prepared, and the local respective schedule of rates has been applied, and it has been state level administrative and the technical sanction has been appointed. So based on the population that has been allocated, that for the 10,000 population 10 KLD of the plant is required, or as per the population the different size of the plant has been given. So the design has been finalized, treatment units has been finalized, and the local government role is just to put based on their availability of the land, they have to assign as per the gravity force to the extent possible. They have to design and put the component as per their requirement. That is the only task has been assigned to the local government, and the project has been implemented by the local government through a local level contract. But technical sanction and the administration sanction has been given at the state level. So that reduced the lots of time in preparing the DPR, engaging with the consultant, also the approval of the technical sanction from each ULBs, and then get the administrative sanction from the collector or a taluka headquarters. So that activities has been curtailed. And the 14th Finance Commission of the fund has been given as a administrative approval. So the entire 300 has been given using the 14th Finance Commission grants. So this is in terms of the process point of view time. But how do we implement at a scale? So there are several rounds of workshop has been given before the starting of the implementation. So as soon as the government resolution has been passed at the state level, setting up immediately the divisional level workshop has been conducted, where all local government officials, engineer and the administrative staff were there, and the trainings were imparted to how to build the FSTPs and what are the do's and don'ts they have to keep in mind. Also, there are very early adopter. So there are cities who took very fast, within the 15 days, 20 days, they have able to construct the entire FSTPs, and the short tender notice has been issued for this. So there are early adopter cities. So what we have done that those cities are actually implemented within a 1 month or 1.5 months of the time. They become a training of trainers to the other local government, because they know what sort of a challenge is, what the contractor will be asking. So they will be building the capacity of their fellow chief officer and the fellow officials. So they will be actually training of trainer, and they have also passed off this message to the other local government in order to fast track the implementation. So with this facilitation support from the state level and the divisional support, 220 FSTPs were operationalized within the span of 3 years. And I think 100 FSTPs were constructed within the first 3 months of the time. And it has been sustained services has been through this, the scale of technical guidelines has been prepared, the monitoring system has been prepared, SOPs has been governed, and it is supported by the how to track the regime of tracking the efficiency and the quality checks. And these are the reuse example. But one of the major issues what we found that the FSTPs were built, but there is no adequate load has been coming. So therefore the scheduled desludging has been introduced, and there is a prior experience in Maharashtra as well. So there are 2 cities has been Y and Sinnar, which are the pioneer cities to introduce the scheduled desludging, which is more like a moving from complaint-based redressal to the actually service delivery model. So for example, septic tanks empties were done once the complaint is received. So what we have said that we must have to have a public service delivery model like solid waste management. Solid waste management, door-to-door collection is happening on a daily basis. Similarly, the septic tank has to be desludged at every once in 3 years. So it has to be a service delivery model and should not be the complaint model. So that has been introduced. So this is the journey of on-demand basis to the schedule design. And what we have done these 2 cities as the contract has been issued. So it is a more like a PPP model for a small contract. So it is not a big PPP project. It is a small value of the PPP project, around 70 lakh or 80 lakh for 3 years or 4 years of the program, where the truck has been procured by the local government. The service has been to be done by the local government, and it has been recovered, the cost has been recovered through the property tax. So the sanitation tax has been introduced as a 70 rupees, 60 rupees per properties. So instead of they are paying very distressed price of 5,000 or 7,000 or sometimes emergency need is required, so they also giving the 10,000 rupees and there is a manual scavenging instances also been happening. So all these issues, distressed price issues and everything can be addressed by actually introducing the scheduled desludging activities. So this planning of scheduled desludging, so every 3 years the one zone has been identified and it has to be implemented in a more scheduled way. So for example, day 1 schedule has been done where the truck will be desludging. Day 2, what is the plan? Day 3. So it is not haphazard one here and one there, but it is more planned manner. And by doing this, the schedule of the activities has been done. So during these activities, no household are paying upfront. So once you introduce that the user charge based model, people start refusing that we don't require to desludge. But it has been indirect taxation. So for example, while during these services, they are not charging anything. Private sector is not charging. They will be given money through the annual contract to them. So, so this is the model has been done. So properties owners are actually paying through as a part of the property tax, and the local government is paying as a monthly contract value or whatever the performance they are achieving. Based on the performance, the private operators are getting the services. And there is a private operators also saying that there is a risk of delayed payment. So for that, to address that, the escrow account mechanism has been introduced where the 6 month or the 3 month of equivalent of their contract value is already been assigned in the escrow account. So there is no question about there is no funds as available. So that has been also, that also helps to reduce the bid prices at the time of the contract. And these are the benefits what we have achieved, that the inclusive and equitable service we are able to achieve. And this is the example. In January 22, Y has completed the first cycle and the second cycle is already been started by themselves, and the around 30% of it has been done. And these are the examples. So I'll take just 2 minutes more. So this is the example, and it is relevant to the in Kerala context. So what happened that the drain is actually overflowing to the rivers, and what we found that there is a substantial reduction in the TSS loads into the discharging into the drone, and we have this peer reviewed journal has been published. This article has been published, and these are the findings from that. So this is also evidence has been created that the regular desludging actually reducing the pollutant load both for groundwater and surface water. And this has been done through a digital monitoring system. So all the application madam was talking about, the young binds. So this has been used in order to track the service delivery. There are dashboard has been prepared which can be tracked. And also these cities are now moving towards the clean energy. So solar has been introduced in all the FSTPs and they are using it as a energy neutral as well. And so this is not just one of whatever the learnings what we have done, we try to scaling up through a national policy program, state level policy programs, and also the globally we also supporting African continent, how this scheduled dislodging can be implemented. So these are the lessons can be replicated in any part of the Southeast Asia and also the African continent and also for Kerala. And who we are. So we are representing the Center for Water and Sanitation, which is the research organization at the CEPT University. So CEPT University is a habitat school which deals with the School of Architecture, Planning, Building Science and Technology located in Ahmedabad. So we provide the technical support unit to the government of Maharashtra. And these are the partners. Without them, it is not possible to achieve this scale. And thank you very much.
Sir, it is not just important to learn from other states, it is equally important to look to our own ranks to see how other organizations are learning from their UWM experiences. I invite Sri Krishnan MN, Senior Engineer, Kerala State Pollution Control, to speak about the perspective that KSPCB brings to used water management. Sir.
Respected participants from various organizations for this conclave, I have been invited here to present on the aspect of or the role of Pollution Control Board in sewage management and the powers and the modus operandi of Pollution Control Board in this matter. So I have been hearing through the last 2-3 sessions, which were mainly concentrating on the common sewage treatment plants, the decentralized options for common sewage and septic management, etc. But I have presented the matter not in a directly connected to common sewage waste management for urban cities and local bodies, but in a more basic manner, how Pollution Control has been empowered to do so, which mechanism has made it possible for Pollution Control to implement the various regulations related to sewage management, as well as 2 or 3 existing guidelines of Kerala State Pollution Control Board in sewage management. So we should probably start from knowing the gravity of the situation. These are 1 or 2 newspaper reports of last 2 years, 22, 23, etc., or more reports you can find always in the media. The first report you can see on the left side. In the heading you can see the word E. coli. And you can also see that it is very high in most water bodies in Kerala. The second report you can see on the right, the word carbon can be omitted. It's only a newspaper perspective. A black layer in Periyar River in Kochi. A water sample to be tested. So I presented these 2 reports here to emphasize on the gravity of mismanagement of sewage in the state and the toll it is having on the rivers. So we can see that the rivers of Kerala are getting polluted by sewage to the most. Probably when we say from the angle of pollution for a layman, industrial wastewater pollution may be the first thing that comes to his mind. But probably you people all who are assembled here are experts in urban wastewater issues. So you know, or you understand, or we all understand that mismanagement of sewage and the implications on our rivers are very high. How we can say that from these two reports itself? E. coli on the left side is one parameter which is always found exceeding in any test pollution control board context. What are the tests? How are the mechanisms working? We will see in a future slide. Then the second one is a black color to the water. This black color is also, as a scientific community, we have come to know that this black color is generated due to the excessive organic content in the water, river water. Whenever the river water gets stagnated in a check dam or a regulator or any such restraining structure, this organic content gets accumulated. Liberating or anaerobic conditions are developed in the bottom layers of the river. The gases of anaerobic decomposition comes up, the color gets black, smell develops, and actually this black color, it is not carbon. Carbon is not contributed. The paper reported like that probably, but this carbon has not contributed to the black color. It is actually the organic content in the water which has accumulated in that reservoir, in that regulator upstream. So how do we find all these things, and what powers pollution control board? We will go in a quick manner. So pollution control board works with the power vested on us based on the Water Act. So Water Act, probably you know, is one of the first environmental regulation in our nation. It came into being in 1974. So the basic aim is prevention and control of water pollution. So that is the aim of all of us we are assembled here. So the act, the legislation, which is almost 50 years old now, stresses that the rivers must be protected by preventing and controlling water pollution. Then it forms, or it created boards, Central Pollution Control Board and State Pollution Control Board, to take forward the activity related to prevention of and control of water pollution. So how do we manage? The method of management is basically by a consent mechanism. That is, you can see what is this consent mechanism. Any person or any firm or any local body or any governmental organization itself, if it has an activity which discharges wastewater or sewage or trade effluent to a water body, it must be with the consent of the pollution control board, the concerned pollution control board. How a consent mechanism can ensure proper thing? Whenever there is a wastewater or a trade effluent to be discharged, it must satisfy certain quality standards. So, when an organization or a local body approaches pollution control board for a permission or a consent or a license to discharge wastewater, it must have a system in place such that it ensures certain quality standards before discharging. So the system works in this manner. It ensures that the applicant has a system in place to control water pollution. Certain standards are achieved, and if that standard is achieved, then the consent is granted, and through this consent granting and the subsequent monitoring, pollution control boards ensure that the water body is not polluted, or basically the system is liberating wastewater according to standards only. So all those other things are not to be mentioned here. So again, how we came to the finding that this domestic wastewater pollution is the major issue. So this mechanism, as you can see in the slides, how Pollution Control Board is running all over India a national water quality monitoring program by which thousands of samples are collected every month from the water bodies of India. The number 300 is collected to Kerala only. All over India, tens of thousands of water samples are collected from water bodies like rivers and tanks. And from this data, we understand the problem that particularly in Kerala, domestic wastewater is the major issue. So where does this domestic wastewater come? From our households, as a conglomeration of our households, of our shopping establishments, of our small-scale restaurants, and all those commercial establishments, of our auditoriums, of our public functions. Wherever human activity is there, there is wastewater. And if this wastewater is not treated properly, ultimately it will drain into a big river, the 44 rivers that we boast of in Kerala. So ultimately, everything comes into the catchment of these rivers and the rivers get polluted. So during the years after 2015, there has been a big stress of pushed by National Green Tribunal in this wastewater management of urban bodies. Based on these findings we are having for the last 40 or 50 years. Central Pollution Control Boards and the state pollution control boards were having the data of pollution of our rivers for 30 or 40 years. But the real problem was not being addressed. But NGT caught us to the collar and said that you identify the rivers which are polluted. It is an order. You identify the rivers which are polluted. You prepare action plans for these rivers. Fix a timeline for attaining the standards continuously, and you achieve that. You fix the stakeholder, fix the agency responsible, fix the time frame, find the funds, get it implemented. So a concept called polluted rivers such as come in 2016, 17, etc. In the central government, the Jal Shakti Ministry was the nodal agency. In the state government, it was the Water Resource Department. So, and local self-government department, Industries Department, Pollution Control Board, everyone were stakeholder departments. So the target was cut before us. When we compared the data, it could be found that there were 21 polluted river stretches. 44 rivers are there, we all know. In 2017-18 data, 21 river stretches were identified as polluted. Not the entire river was studied. Stretches from the river where monitoring was being carried out, we found out that 21 stretches in 21 different rivers were polluted to the maximum. So an action plans were created. Probably all the departments who are assembled here, all the government departments who are assembled here were involved in one or other stage of this activity. Action plans were prepared. So what is the action plan? Basic action plan is our sewage management. So wherever the local body can afford, at that time there was such a restriction also. Whether a local body can afford a common sewage treatment plant. So in certain action plans we cannot see. These action plans are still available in the public domain. In some of the action plans we cannot see a sewage treatment plant, a common sewage treatment plant. Probably the local body was not so rich, or the on fund was not so big. So that it was decided to, if possible, to manage with decentralized system also. But anyway, in any manner, a system must be in place like a sewage treatment plant, and it has to come and the target has to be achieved. So these actions happened, and the big impetus that is happening just second to solid waste management. Probably local self-government department is primarily concerned with solid waste management, as I understand it is my viewpoint. The primary focus is on solid waste management issue. The second focus is on liquid waste management issue due to all these interventions. The sewage treatment plants are to be planned, FSTPs are to be planned, and we must prevent wastewater and fecal sludge from coming into rivers. So now, quickly going through some of the guidelines that Pollution Control Board have in this manner. Again, I am repeating, it is not all connected to common sewage treatment plant or common FSTP. It is general wastewater management issues. Because still, until all our cities, as you all know, probably only out of our big corporations, only Trivandrum and Kochi has a partial common sewage treatment facility, centralized sewage treatment facility. None of the other big cities or the big municipalities have a common sewage treatment plant. So we are still depending on individual treatment units. It may be connected to a household, it may be connected to a restaurant, hotel, hospital. So individual treatment units is still a big factor in our urban wastewater scenario. So we can just see the major guidelines by Pollution Control Board in place for the time being in decentralized wastewater treatment plants in these type of institutions. So these are the various types of industries, in the establishments which require a consent of the board. So a hotel, restaurant, or auditorium, they have a guideline. What they have to achieve, they have a guideline. They must take consent of the board. Hospitals and healthcare facilities must have a system in place and they must take consent of the board. Then other activities like parks, where tourist places must have a system. Industry generating domestic effluent only must have a system. It goes on. And basically, the first thing I have forgotten, the first bullet point, high-rise buildings. Our apartments, our commercial buildings, our shopping malls. You just consider, only Trivandrum has a common sewage treatment plant of 107 MLD, which has already been explained here. It is a very good system, but the coverage is only 53%, as Water Authority themselves have reported. The coverage is only 53%. But until we can achieve a bigger coverage, such individual systems must be in place and they must be clearly monitored and implemented so that our environmental situation improves. So what can we see in these systems? So basically, in our hospitals or our high-rise buildings and the commercial buildings and shopping malls, the systems that we can see, people, probably all of you have a basic knowledge of the treatment systems or the line diagrams of the treatment system. So these are the basic systems that we see in all our such individual establishments. A system which will have primarily a primary treatment system, which I have not mentioned here, a primary treatment system of screens, oil and grease traps, and a raw water collection, a grit chamber, etc. Then comes the basic part, the heart. The heart of the system, as you all know, is a secondary system. The secondary system consists of anaerobic and aerobic. So in such buildings where sewage to the BOD of about 350 to 450 milligram per liter is coming, a system to achieve the standards Pollution Control prescribed, we must have an anaerobic system followed by an aerobic system. An anaerobic system may be anything like a septic tank, a baffled reactor, a upflow anaerobic filter, or a biogas plant. All these options are there. As you all know, an anaerobic system alone can give a BOD reduction or an organic reduction of only about 60%. 60%. So if you consider a BOD of 400 or a 300 BOD incoming. So 60% means we are not able to achieve our standard of 30. You consider the standard as 30. So alone with a anaerobic system, 60% BOD reduction, we cannot achieve the standard. So an aerobic system must be in place. And these are what I have listed here are the major aerobic systems that we can see in place. All the modern technologies, all the modern well-established technologies are in place, like membrane bioreactors are the advanced versions, sequential batch reactors, and the very common and reliable, very least sensitive MBBR. My experience or our board experience is that MBBR systems are moving bed bioreactors are the most stable, least sensitive, easily operatable systems to be adopted as STP technologies. But there may be space constraints. There can be better computerized control in MBR and sequential batch reactors. So all those options are there. We can go for either or any of these. These systems can be in place. And along with a tertiary system, like filters and ultra filters, we can achieve good standards also. So again, I would mention that some of the systems have already been mentioned by my previous speakers already here. Decentralized systems. Decentralized systems are also there which can be used, because none of the pollution control boards in India stipulate that a particular system must be used. The pollution control board stipulates only that the standard must be achieved. The standard must be achieved. Whatever system you use, it must consistently achieve the standards. So even if it by a DWAT system or a constructed wetland, if you can achieve the standards, then it is well and good. So usually for small buildings like apartments, etc., this can be taken as the raw inlet BOD, and these are the standards which Pollution Control Board now prescribes. Again, I repeat, these are not for common sewage treatment plants. These are the standards which Pollution Control prescribe for individual decentralized treatment units like that I have mentioned, high-rise buildings, commercial buildings, shopping malls, etc. Pollution Control Board has always the right to make standards stringent. Probably most of you may be knowing that as per the latest EP rules, as per the latest NGT orders, 10 milligram per liter BOD is to be achieved. But Kerala State Pollution Control Board for high-rise buildings have made further stringent. Even 3 BOD has to be achieved if the treated water is to be used for gardening, flushing and reuse. So this, why it is more stringent? Due to the specific scenario of Kerala, where the groundwater table is high, the density of population is very high, where we don't have secondary treatment systems. If you leave your wastewater partially treated, 30 BOD wastewater to a public drain, it will pollute the river. So where we don't have secondary treatment systems, we must achieve, the individual unit must achieve 3 if you have to leave it to a public drain. So there are certain debates over this matter. Even government departments who are involved in sewage treatment plants have some objections to these stringent standards, but this is the present guideline, as I can express that only. So some of the guidelines and some thumb rules that we have given. If your wastewater is less than, for small restaurants, if it is less than 6,000, you can adopt certain basic units. If it is between 6,000 and 10,000, you can use certain other units. And if it is more than 10,000, only you need to achieve those standards and need to achieve the full-scale STP. So such have been given, and this is my last slide. Technically, the standards probably some of you might have discussed here. The present FSTP, STP standards that Pollution Control is prescribing. Probably one item I have missing, I miss here probably phosphorus also. So there is slight confusion regarding the latest phosphorus standards also. I understand that phosphorus is also included in the standards. Still, one or two things to be stressed is, initially, before 2015, we were concentrating on BOD only. Our standards were BOD and suspended solids only. But now, nitrogen has come big into our standards. So, good nutrient removal must also be there in all the sewage treatment plants. This you must take in mind whenever you design. So some of the big, good, recent developments that we can, at least some developments are coming, very, very meager compared to the total population of Kerala. Some plans that recently have come up. So some of them are FSTPs, some of them are FSTPs, some of them are STPs, some are individual use units. So the only thing I want to stress is, in one of this Kannur figure, you can see how close are the residences here. So if you can design a STP in a very good manner, if you can have enough fund for operation maintenance of the plant, and if you have a good manager to operate it continuously without any error, houses within 10 or 15 meters can also be there. There will not be a problem. STPs can be in our backyard itself. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I now ask Dr. Arumugam Kalimuthu, Executive Director, WASH Institute, to kindly felicitate the panel speakers. We begin with our first presentation for this panel, Shri Santosh Kumar RV, Deputy Chief Engineer, Kerala Water Authority. Architect Latha, governing body member, CDD Society. Shri Dhruv Bhavsar, Senior Program Lead, CWAS CRDF. Shri Krishnan MN, Senior Environmental Engineer, Kerala State Pollution Control Board. Thank you to all our panel members. Thank you, sir. We now break for tea. It is 4:25 now. We hope to be back by 4:45. I request you all and I encourage you all to continue visiting the halls that we have placed. We request you to kindly provide us with your details after the session so that we may provide an early breakfast for those keeping fast during the holy month of Ramadan. In the interest of time and considering that fast will break soon, we will begin immediately. I request all upcoming speakers to kindly keep to the time limit because there are participants amongst us who are keeping fast. We now invite to tell us about KWA's learnings from Guruvayur. We have a case study on used water management, Dr. Shaiju P. Tadathil, Superintending Engineer, Sewerage Circle, Kochi, Kerala Water Authority. Dr. Shaiju P. Tadathil, Superintending Engineer, Sewerage Circle, Kochi, Kerala Water Authority. Presenting the case study learnings from Guruvayur.
Yes. I think all are inside. I think, can I start or should I wait for 1 minute?
We request all participants to kindly join the hall. We are starting immediately.
Okay, good evening. Good evening, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers, the Wash Institute, and the collaborators, USAID, Water Authority, Chief Commissioner, and all, for a wonderful event, like a workshop, exclusively for the sewage system management and the used water management for a water resilient Kerala. I think this is one of the first of its kind and the first initiative of that kind in Kerala. So as part of KWA, I am very happy to be here and I thank one and all for this opportunity. So today, this time, within 5 to 10 minutes, we'll be watching a few slides on a case study on Guruvayur Sewerage Scheme. Land at Guruvayur in our own land, in the KWA land itself. We have nearly 1 acre of land in Guruvayur, and where we have already established a 3 MLD capacity STP. But the thing is that STP was installed in 2002 to 2004, that period. However, before that, in 1997 onwards, there was a laying process for the sewage network. So, the capacity of STP is 3 MLD and there are 3 zones. I'll show all these things in the next few slides. So if you think about the Guruvayur, it is very much famous for its pilgrim importance. So lakhs of people are coming daily. I think the total population of the Guruvayur municipality, right now it is a municipality, earlier it was a township, now they are having a population of nearly 70,000. However, daily pilgrim number is beyond 70,000. So we have a floating population of more than 75,000 for the Guruvayur. So it is a peculiar, it's one of its kind in Kerala. And the Guruvayur is, after Tirupati, it is the most wealthiest and most popular pilgrim center of that kind. And then, you can imagine the quantity of sewage generated in the temple town. Okay. So now, so the total quantity of sewage is nearly 17 MLD, but we are not able to provide that much. So we will select a core area of the municipality. So that was what the KWA did. We selected a core area of the township, the municipality, around the temple. So now you can see the satellite imagery of the STP on the left side. So we have a conventional type STP out there, which employs the activated sludge process. So it consumes a lot of area anyway. And then the right side shows some snaps of the sewage treatment plant. Okay. Then the plant was idle for a long time. So I have already explained about the sewage network. We had established a sewage network in the 2000 itself, but that we cannot commission it because of some inherent problems of that network. So this shows the center point is the temple, that red rectangular, and around that we have 3 zones in 3 different colors. So which has nearly 230 manholes and links in between, which is of course pipelines. It receives sewage water from the points like commercial establishments, residential houses, and from the town or the temple itself. And it carries water to the right side. You can see the STP and the most this portion. This is the STP. Okay. So the network is having 3 wells. So from the second and third well, the water is being pumped to the first well, and from the first well, we have another pumping to. Okay, to the SCP. So that is it. But we had a lot of problems. So, however, we had a process of laying of the sewage network around the temple with a lot of manholes. We couldn't achieve we couldn't commission it. So what happened? So what was the issue? So let's see the issues in the system. The sewage flow routing was not established. That means we cannot connect all this network. So we cannot connect the sewage in a sequential process, and finally we cannot take it to the STP. That is because there was a problem in implementation. I have shown you the configuration of the network. This was actually as per the design. So this is the design of it, and when implemented, there were so many issues. So we couldn't get, during the implementation stage, something happened. I don't know what happened really, but most of the manholes didn't get the sequential downward or sequential reduction in the elevations, the invert elevations of manholes. So mostly this is a gravitation system, so we couldn't achieve a gravitational flow. So this is a classical example where the design and the execution has a difference. So the design and execution should have a complementary nature and it should go at a tandem. So this shows in a classical example where there is a difference between these two. And design is not a process where we do before the project, before starting of the project. It is not like that. Design is a lifetime process. So once you plan and design a sewage network and then you start implementation, most of the people, including myself, I thought like that the design process will stop over there. But it is not like that. It will never end till the life of the sewage or STP. It goes on because we have to encounter at every distress, every problems we have to encounter. The designer should be there to address that situations. And we had profusely leaking manholes because, in Kerala, especially in Guruvayur, which is very close to the sea, we have a very high water table. And due to the difference, undulations which occurred to the manhole due to the traffic, vehicular traffic, a very high volume of the vehicular traffic, and due to the settlement of soil and a lot of things, there was a lot of leakage of manholes. And so that was a second issue, and there were a lot of undulations, and then the STP was not receiving an sewage load, which was intended for that particular purpose. So the third, so this one shows, this is the profile plot. Okay, so what we did, we employed we collected all the design data, the configuration of the sewage network, manholes, link, and all these things were collected. That was some 25 years old. Those things we collected, and we completely transported that elements into a software. The dedicated software is there that is developed by Environmental Protection Agency of US government. It's called SWIMS. The stormwater management model. Not only stormwater, you can model the sewage flow and then the flood routing and all these things. So it's a routine technique in which employs the dynamic wave equation. So we transported all the drawings into the CAD drawings, and finally we transported all these things into what we call flow analysis part in SIM. So for that we employed all our surveys. So we have a lot of very good surveys with us. They are very highly technical. So we employed a differential GPS system for getting the invert elevations of the manholes. We identified all the 228 manholes in the Guruvayur. We opened its lid and then we inserted a stick, and we could gather all the elevations, invert elevations of manholes, and we plotted and dynamically modeled it. And then you can see first zone. So in the current position, at that time there was no flow, and the current position it showed a lot of red, you can see a red mark. So this shows a block of flow. So it shows the increased capacity. You can see the one, that means sewage carriage system which employs a gravitational flow should not exceed 1 or should not exceed at least 0.8. So there should be a redundancy, some kind of flexibility should be there, but it never occurred because of the undulations that there was a block of sewage. So it cannot carry it, that sewage. So this is a profile plot of the distressed sewage network, one line. You can see how the condition was. And then this is another route. So you can see there is a pooling of manholes. So due to these undulations, some manholes were having a lot of flooding. So even the sewage came out. So when we started a manual operation of adding water to some nodes, so artificially creating a flow, but it could not complete its sequential process. And then after we did a retrofit, after modeling in the software, so that employs what you call a hydrodynamic wave routing, because it is a non-steady flow. Actually the flow is a non-steady flow. So we have to employ some different equations. So when you do it in Excel, it assumes that it is a flow study, but this is a non-steady flow. But it is a gradually varied flow because it employs the hydrostatic pressure variations. So with that, we could rectify it. I show. See, after the rectification of the few manholes, you can identify only few manholes with the change in few manholes. You can only change the invert elevations of some vulnerable points or points of influence. Then you can completely rectify the entire network. You don't have to completely replace the pipelines. So we will be having a thought line to replace all the pipelines. No, don't go for that. You can only adopt a few things and then completely prioritized fashion. You can replace some manholes, some links, and then the complete thing can be brought back into its healthy condition. Okay, so this is changed. See, so we have changed only few because it is a very costly. If you want to go for a retrofitting process, it's highly expensive. So that is why. So this is the thing what we did, and there were some penalty dip elevations, invert elevations had a penalty dip. We deliberately gave it, and finally this was the process. So the same thing in the zone 2. There were a lot of red blocks. So the red spots indicate a full capacity flow in pipelines. That means a block. There was a block. So finally, after retrofitting, you got all the blue and yellow lines after the retrofit. And this was a condition in one routing line, and that was retrofitted like this. And another thing was like this. And after retrofitting, you got eliminated all the blocks, pooling and all. And this showed another very dangerous condition. And then we retrofitted it, and finally we could achieve a flow. I think this is, I can scroll it through, and same thing, this is also, the third zone had also some problems, blocks. So this is a simulation in the swim, and then this is a retrofitting process. So finally it got a, so what is this? So I'm going to conclude it with this slide. So what are the lessons we learned from the retrofitting process? So execution of a sewage network or STP should not differ from the design. So whenever we plan for a design, plan and design, then you should follow it while the implementation. And if you have any difference of opinion, please discuss with the person who has designed it or the group of people who had planned it. And the care should be taken to establish accurate hydraulic requirements. And there you keep with yourself a dynamic simulation model of STP or sewage network. You keep it forever and update it occasionally. You update it, you conduct a social survey, you find out the possibility of some kind of intrusion into the network through some manholes and shock loads. So the city will be growing always. So new sewage points will be established somewhere else. So you have to accommodate in your dynamic model itself. So please keep a dynamic model with yourself, refine it. So design is not a process which stops when the execution starts. It's not like that. Execution and design should go together till the life of a particular structure or a system, okay, whatever, water or sewage, anything. And parameters like a peak factor, the CPHO manual and Indian Standard Code of Practice employs, they recommend some peak factor to be taken for the design of STP and sewage network, but that is only a, what do you call it, only a recommendation. Don't completely blindly follow it. So for a particular, like a temple city like Guruvayur, you can have a peak factor 9, 12. We employed a 9, 6 like that. It goes in an alarming rate because it depends upon the people who are visiting a particular point, the people who are using a public toilet. So all those things will be coming to a nearest manhole. And the high-rise building will be coming all of a sudden. So always keep in mind that a peak factor is not a constant value. It can change. It depends upon the characteristic of the area, topography, people, scatter of the population density, and a lot of things. And the sewage network will accept a few, you had to identify a few control points in the sewage network. So please establish a sensors in the control points. You can get retrieve data continuously, and you can update your model, and you will get a lot of information from the control points. So with for a 250 number of manholes, you can establish only some less than 10 control points. So just observe the 10 control points and you can have a complete control over the system. So that is, to establish that, first of all, you have to make a computer simulation model. So don't go for an Excel. You always go for a model which employs the hydrodynamic routing, which employs the complete solution of a Sen-Venance equation. So which employs a partial differential equation. It's a solution and all. In Excel, we think that it is a steady uniform flow. It is not like that actually. And then the sewage network, so that is it. And all the sewage network, please give us some redundancy. Please think that the sewage network is like a child, it grows. It will have a lot of craving for expansion. So please give some, what we call a redundant value for it. Please give a higher diameter. Some people, I remember, one person told me that if you give a higher diameter for a pipeline, sewage pipeline, the velocity will decrease. It's not like that. So if you give a higher diameter pipeline, you are giving a safety or a protection for that. You have a safety valve for it. So it can accommodate shock loads. It can accommodate the growth of the sewage load. It doesn't depend upon the velocity. Velocity will depend only in the peak time, morning and evening or like that. So don't be after that. So it is like that, and give us some flexibility. And this is a classic example of the issues we faced. So after the 25 to 27 years, we could commission it by employing innovative technology. And we made a team of 50 people at that time. The superintendent engineer of Thrissur was there as a team leader. I was a special monitoring officer, and we had a very good surveyors and very good engineers. They worked together. We had a relentless time of activity, and finally we could achieve it. But I don't say that it is a 100% success story. We had a lot of limitations because those pipelines were established some 30 years ago. So we want to increase its scope. So whatever we have right now at Guruvar is a partial success story, but it's not. It's a thing to remember forever because it's a lesson. So we should employ we can replicate this similar kind of approach to somewhere else where it needs. So that's all for today. So I'm completing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. People say that water management in Kerala as done through Jalanidhi KRW SSA.
Good afternoon. So, KRWSA for the last 20 years, more than 20 years, was in the water sector and the sanitation business. So, and we have been successfully completed around providing water supply to around more than 4.5 lakhs households, covered 4.5 lakh households, and got a UN award, runners-up award for community-based water supply scheme. So, after the exit of our World Bank funding from this project, and we were having a good pool of trained expertise in sanitation and water supply, and a good community development pool of officers. The government of Kerala asked us to take up the challenge of grey water management. Why can't you do it? So they had allotted us in 2022-23. They have allotted us some money for doing, and to showcase the result of your activity, they have said that you take up some projects. And we took the challenge, and 3 units we have completed, 2 in Wayanad and 1 unit in individual households in Idukki region. and it is that has proved very successful, and the government of Kerala has again reposed our faith, and they have asked us to take up more projects, and the amount of budget provision has been doubled for that. So coming back to this grey water, so we are new in this field, but we have got our engineers and all these people are now very good, well trained. Today one more conclave is going on in this NIIST Papanangod, CSIR, under the aegis of JJM and CSR. They are one program, similar program is going on. Half of our staff are there attending that program. So let us come to what we are being doing there. So this is a latest slide which was published recently on 29th February. In this slide you can see the reservoir, why our government or why government of India or the world is thinking of grey water management is because the reservoir level in our state or in the world is declining. This is the scenery of South India. Though Kerala is slightly better than all other South Indian states, still this reservoir capacity is declining. So because when this reservoir capacity is declining, we have to go for additional source of water for our drinking potable supply. So these are few of the grey water generated. So you can see what is now grey water. Grey water is nothing wastewater. From wastewater, we are about 80% of wastewater. We are just wasting it. Out of that 80%, 60% we can treat it as grey water. So if 60% of grey water is treated, we can at least recover around 40%, which we have showcased in our project we already completed. So we all know that what the things that is there in grey water is both biological, chemical, and physical things are there, which has to be removed before it can be made potable and it can be reused. So from where you are getting this grey water, so these are harmful effects. Everybody knows. So I am not going into details. So this is because we have showcased Kerala, the decentralized water supply is very efficient, which can be managed by the community. So the decentralized wastewater management government has entrusted us. So that we have proved it very nicely. So this is very sustainable, cost effective, and it can be reused in the vicinity of where it is treated. So it can be in ward level, or in a panchayat level, or in a municipality, in some institutions likewise. So it can be in our neighborhoods, it can be in a cluster of houses, or in individual houses, or in any buildings like or flats or stadiums. We have got many offers from stadiums. They are coming. We have already started work on that. This Kerala Cricket Control Board, they had to get license according to the Green Tribunal judgment that they cannot use treated water for the irrigation inside the stadium for matches and other things. So they had to use this decentralized water, this treated grey water only. So they have approached us, and our preliminary work is over. Now we are going to start it. We are going to conserve water. We have rainwater harvesting is there. Then surface water conservation will be there. Then grey water treatment will be there. Then that after grey water treatment, that water will be collected in a ground GSLR. From there, it will be going to the stadium right away, and through sprinklers, it will be used. So even we are into that wetland conservation. So this year, government of Kerala has bestowed us with one project for conservation of and rejuvenation of Shastangota Lake. For the first time, we are taking it one by one. So in Kollam district, the most of the households are dependent on Shastangota water supply. You know that it is now declining. There is water security is very poor. So we will be, already work has started, concept note has been prepared, and we are going to submit it into the government. It is a very big project. Maybe more than 100 crores will be required initially, because so many stakeholders will be involved. So many departments we will be inviting to join hands, and similarly, all wetlands of Kerala, one by one, we will be covering. There also, this grey water has to be treated so that it can be recharged into this wetlands. So what is the principal objective of treatment of this grey water is to dispose of all the undisposable, unwanted, dangerous, harmful things from the from our water. This and it has to be reused for irrigation purpose. Then groundwater recharge. It can be again reused for this toilet flushing by dedicated pipes. We have to redesign our flushing system for reusing this treated grey water for flushing the toilets, or it can be used for cleaning the floor. Even the water we have treated in this Wayanad area, that is better than the treated water, you know, what they were drinking. It was a big surprise. The only thing is that the decentralized system, the operation and maintenance is, nobody has thought about that. Because for centralized system, there is some machinery is there. But for decentralized system, once this is handed over to the society or the community, how it is going to happen? Because of the financial is there, everything is there. Who will operate, how to operate. Initially for 2-3 years, we can do backstopping. After that, what is that? What is? So the treatment process is very simple. Treatment process we are used. We are not used any MBBOs and this thing. It is preliminary treatment. In preliminary treatment, we have a grid chamber. First, we have removed the solid food and other particles. Then the stabilization tank is there, where the water coming from the kitchen, it may be hot, kanji vallam. So that water we have to stabilize. It has to become the normal temperature. And after pH checking, it is led to the primary treatment center. Primary center treatment is anaerobic. That the wastewater is circulated around baffle system. A series of baffles are there. From there, it go to the aerobic system. We have not used any blower for this aerobic treatment plant. We have only used this plants, metal. The figure I will show you. So this is the system we have. The drawings are, these figures are the initial systems. See, it is now open. You can see the baffle system is there, that system. So after the preliminary, water will enter preliminary from this end. The water will jump into each baffle system where the sludge settle down at the bottom, and it can be removed easily. Then this is how the sedimentation and tank looks like. Then after after that, it is covered with manholes. So The last figure is missing, actually. So this is another magic pit for individual households. So this you can see, people can wash their utensils and it goes into that pit. It's just like a sock pit only. But all these households, around 70 households are there. They are all connected. And now we are searching for a place where all these things can be collected and can be reused for their future requirements. So this is the system we have adopted in for our new initiative in grey water management. And we have got another one in for Kasaragod in Central University, where we are going to create a lake. And we have already roped in some NIIT BITS Pilani professors who have already created such wonderful things in Goa NIIT, where they have made 4 lakes before the institution came up. So such things we can do it in Kerala also, because Kasaragod is a very drought area. Though so many rivers are there, more than all, around 9 rivers are there in Kasaragod, but no water is there. So with that, I conclude my talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I now call upon Wash Institute's own Sri Shashanka Velidandla, Director, Government Advisory, to bring in the larger context of grey water management in India and future lessons for Kerala.
Good evening, everyone. I have been told that I have 19 minutes and 30 seconds before we have to close the day. I'm going to try to do that now. So you'll have to bear with me if I go a little fast, okay? So you know the topic is grey water management. Let me just clarify. I'll be dealing with only the rural aspects. My colleague Rajesh, tomorrow he will discuss the urban part, okay? So this, I think you've been seeing from morning, just a picture of how urbanized villages in Kerala are. I think a lot of villages, the minimum population it seems is 5,000 in a village, but 77% of villages in Kerala have a population density more than 400. So they are urbanized in characteristics and the associated effects of that, narrow roads, high water table, so on. So that's the context of Kerala. You all know this very well, so I will skip that. Let me start with this. How do you understand grey water, especially in a rural setting where you don't have so much money, capacity to do planning, to spend the time and effort to take samples and assess samples and so on? What are simple ways of understanding? To understand grey water, first you have to understand your toilet typologies. So the connection is very obvious. If you have those pictures, the toilets that are shown in those pictures, then nothing comes out of the pit. It goes into the ground. Therefore, whatever grey water is coming will not have any black water mixed in it. As simple as that. This is good. For grey water, no mixing of black water is good. But if you have a toilet like this, which is a septic tank with an outlet, but no soak pit. So the outlet of the septic tank is going to a drain, then, and you have not desludged for 15 years, 20 years, then lot of black water is mixing with your grey water. Therefore, when you treat grey water, you have to think of it as mixed wastewater. You cannot think of it only as grey water, right? On top of this, if there are people keeping cattle in their houses in the rural areas, cattle wash, cattle dung wash, all that will come. So 4 types of water comes in the drain. If you let it come, 4 types of water can come. One is septic tank overflow. Second is actual grey water, what we think as grey water, kitchen, bath, all that water. Third is cattle dung wash water. And 4th is the rainwater. 4 types of water can flow in the drain. Out of this, now you minus. If it is single pit, first one will not be there. If no cattle, third one will not be there. And in dry season, 4th one also not there. Okay? That's the way to understand grey water. So moving on, there are other types of toilets also. Studying these is very important to plan fecal sludge management. We'll discuss that some other day. Now, actually understanding grey water. There are 6 types of grey water management practices currently followed by households. This is same across the country, wherever you go, whether you go to hills, plains, doesn't matter. There are 6 categories. Sir also showed pictures in the previous presentation. 1, 2, 3, kitchen garden, single soak pit, community soak pit. These are considered safe practices because somehow you are disposing. We'll not get into the environmental impacts of groundwater, all that. From a public health perspective, these 3 are considered safe practices. Okay? Then 4, 5, 6. These are when the water is coming out of the household. So it's going into, 4 is going into a drain. That's what we discussed. 4 types of different types of water going into the drain. 5 is there's no drain also. It's going directly into water body. Very common in Kerala because of high surface water bodies in the state. 6 is when it's discharging openly. So from the household it's just flowing out. Okay, may not be very common, but it happens. Understanding this G1 to G6 is very important to come up with the solution. We should know what we are solving for. So if you classify by G1 to G6, first thing, if we understand G1 to G6, we'll all talk in the same language. At least we'll understand each other, right? Second thing, by classifying, you can come up with solutions specific to each case, right? This helps. Once you have understood that, how to manage grey water. So understanding grey water, next step, managing grey water. Simple principle, try to manage grey water as close to the source as possible, means within the household. That is G1 to G3. Kitchen garden, single soak pit or community soak pit. Okay. If that is not possible, then come to what sir was explaining earlier, treatment systems. You saw some examples in the previous thing. So that is what this principle says. Try to do it at household level, otherwise at community level. If that doesn't work, then only at drain end point level. Village level means at the end of the drain. You cannot really bring all the drains to one place. That is very expensive. Everything is possible. Engineers can do anything. But if there are 3 drains flowing in a village in 3 different directions, bringing all 3 to common point is difficult. Therefore, consider it as drain end point solution. Okay? Village level solution means end of the drain solution. Please keep this in mind, these 3 levels. So those are the typical technologies. In the morning, I don't know if you remember from the morning, madam showed for less than 5,000 population villages, 280 rupees per capita. For more than 5,000, 660 rupees per capita. How many technologies can you afford in that money? Those are those technologies. Household level, leach pit, there are many variations of pits, kitchen garden. Community level, again, some variations of pits. And worst case scenario means no other option, do it at drain end point level. What I call village level, it's drain end point level. There, you have DWATs and some variations of constructed wetlands. Those are the possibilities. Till here, I have not said anything new. Everything you knew. So we wasted 10 minutes of your day. From here, let's proceed forward. So how do we do this in a mission mode? This is the question. I'm sharing some examples from different parts of the country, how different states are attempting this. Nobody has completed the process. They're all in different stages of attempting. Let's go through that. So there are 6 steps. Basic project management steps. If you see, we have broken into planning phase and implementation phase. First 4 steps are part of the planning phase. First is the state needs to have a grey water management. This is for rural. Remember, this is for rural. Grey water management technical strategy. What am I going to do in this scenario? One scenario can be high groundwater table. Another scenario can be I'm in the hills. So different scenarios. We take our villages and categorize them into different types of villages. For each kind of village, in each kind of situation, we need to have a technical strategy. That is the first step. Once you have a technical strategy, we need to disseminate that strategy. We need to let people understand in the districts, in the blocks, in the villages, this is our approach And so you need to know this approach. And when you collect the data for planning, it should be according to that approach. We'll explain that a little more. Third one is every village, we need a village action plan which is tailored to the technical strategy. And fourth one, we'll have some standard drawings so that once you know what you want to build, you can quickly build it. I have rushed through this a little bit, but you will understand with the examples. Just keep these 4 steps in mind. So, example of step 1. For Punjab and Haryana, all 4 types of wastewater that I was talking, they come into the drains. All 4 are there in those states. Therefore, the technical strategy for that was in a specific way. I will not go into the actual strategy, but what it takes into account is, in an individual house, if I have space and there is no concretization of the space, then build an individual soak pit. If they have concretized, then don't break and build. Water will not percolate if you break and build. Like that, step by step, strategy has been formed for the state, community soak pit, and also DWATs and so on, taking into all those things into account. That strategy is published by the state. You see on the right side of your screen, that booklet for the technical strategy. Similarly, Himachal Pradesh, Hill State Strategy, Mizoram and Himachal have followed this strategy. All of these things, I am not sure if you can see very clearly, but there are a series of yes or no questions. So you ask the yes or no question, depending on how you answer, it will reach a certain technical solution, right? Simple strategy. This strategy has to be first formulated for the state, then things become simpler. Himachal published their technical strategy in this way. So that is example of step 1. Step 2, dissemination. Again, not very difficult, but it requires a lot of organization and effort on part of the state. Every district in Kerala has 2 resources, I have been told, for this Swachh Bharat mission or grey water management. These 2 resources have to become master trainers, and they have to carry the district on their shoulders saying, I will guide you on how to do this further. So if we can think of that way, there is a simple way of scaling this up. So in Haryana and Himachal, we followed this strategy where state level resource persons did block trainings, and at the block level, field resource persons were trained. So I will tell the story further also. 13,000, some 14,000 villages in Himachal, we were able to complete the field survey in 50 days. That is the impact of doing this coordinated training in a way where you build capacity so that people can go forward and do this. So I will skip through the detailed steps. We'll go into it later. Now these trainings are not theory. Everybody understands theory. No need to teach anybody what is a soak pit. They're actually how to do a survey. If you see on one of those pictures there, we printed a village out on a mat, and we asked the people to simulate the survey process using that flex. So it's a very practical hands-on training. Then we took them out into the village and made them interview the village elders to collect the data. So it's a very practical training. Please don't think of it as knowledge transfer. It is not knowledge transfer, it's skill building. The skill to do a survey which will lead to practical information, which will lead to a village action plan. That is what this training is about, okay? So another example of step 2, in Himachal Pradesh, like I said, many thousands of villages covered in 52 days using self-help group women members, right? So the self-help group women members, not very sophisticated or highly educated women, but it was a very practical survey. Therefore, we were able to train them. They had to go in the village, walk in the village, note down things. We gave them a digital app, so they were noting down things in the app. And once the survey is complete, the app is run and the village action plan gets generated automatically. So that is now, as part of the survey, we integrated, as you can see there, a IEC activity, an awareness activity around the survey. You can see in the bottom picture, we gave posters explaining each type of grey water management. So they were showing the posters and telling the people, if this is in your house, please raise your hand. Please give us data about this. That is how, with clarity, we got the data. So sometimes you go to the survey, you ask the question, the other person doesn't even understand what you're asking. So to clarify all that and simplify, we gave posters. With the posters, they were getting the data. Yeah. So, and in the back end, we provided these kind of, in Hindi, field guides and all of these things to support the survey. There was a website with videos if you get stuck anywhere. Now, what is the result of the survey? For every village, we have this kind of data. How many households are in G1, G2, G3? They are safe, not much to do. And how many households are in G4, G5, G6 category, which are unsafely disposing, where we need to come up with some solution. Once you have this data for every village, you can pinpoint, you can prioritize based on ecologically sensitive, based on high groundwater table, you can, state can determine what their priority is. Second thing, once you know this, you have a database of what is there. In the survey, we also collect locations of open spaces where you can build community soak pits. So therefore, you also know where the solutions are. This is, I'm showing you only the problem side of the things. The survey collects actually solution side also. So the action plan is very practical based on the survey. Once the survey action plan is created, village action plan is created, how does it look like? This is an example of that. These illustrations don't come from the survey. We have created the illustrations just to explain. The survey only creates simple reports. This is for explanation purpose. So some village in Punjab, you see there are 4 drain endpoints. So this village has 4 drain endpoints. Each one, how many households are there? That came from the survey. If you see the solution, for each drain endpoint, we could create soak pits, community soak pits within the community. You see the location of those community soak pits. They are within the community, not at the drain endpoint. Therefore, remember the principle that we discussed. Deal with the grey water as close to the source as possible. So without coming to the drain endpoint itself, soak pits were created upstream so that at the end of the drain there is no wastewater. That is the way this was attempted. In this particular village, they succeeded in not having any grey water coming to the drain endpoint. Therefore, in the summer season, no flow in the drain after the community soak pit, right? Next village, just a counter example. This village has 4 drain endpoints. They could not find space within the village to build community soak pits or individual soak pits. Therefore, these are pictures of the drain, so showing space is not there. I'll skip that. If you see the thing. So, for drain endpoint 1, we came up with this technology, settling tank with planted gravel filter. Drain endpoint 2 and 3 are very small, only 7 KLD and 10 KLD, so you can build a soak pit. So at the end of the drain, they are building a community soak pit, right? The point of all this is, the survey generates what you call at the top, it is written asset list. What is the list of assets, the table of assets that you need to create in that village so that you will address the grey water problem. Once you have this asset list, most of the things are in your hand. We have enough institutional capacity, we have enough engineering capacity within the state to actually go and implement this. I have been told that you have even empaneled expert organizations like CDD Society and so on to help you to curate the engineering for this. However, in the states that we are working, we went one step further. We created what we call as standard drawings. So these standard drawings are for the 20 KLD that we told settler plus PGF. This is the drawing readily available in a booklet. I have been told that a similar booklet has been published in Kerala, in Malayalam. This booklet will now be enhanced and we will provide standard drawings suitable to the state. So that 20 KLD settling tank plus PGF, standard drawings are available. Engineers pick it up from the book. They change the levels as per the ground requirement and start implementation. That is the idea, right? Similarly, for the 7 and 10 KLD, soak pits are also there. So this is broadly the approach. All the drawings and all are also published in a booklet, the same booklet. So, yeah. Now I will just conclude here in the sense, look, Grey water management, we think that the biggest impact of that is polluting our surface water bodies, our canals, our rivers, our lakes, ponds, and so on, right? The solution is not at the end of the drain. The solution is upstream. If you solve the problem as close to the house as possible, then slowly your rivers and canals will clean themselves. We will not be able to clean the rivers and canals. We will only prevent pollution going into them. Once we do that, they will take care of themselves. The point is to work in the village, plan at the village level, and ensure that pollution from the village doesn't go outside. Thank you so much.
This is not the end of this thematic session. There is one more session on grey water management tomorrow, talking about the Punjab experience. Before winding up, we have a couple of questions that we've received through forms. A majority of them have also been directed to CDD, so we will not be able to address those currently because Architect Lata Raman is not currently in the hall. We have a question to Mr. Krishnan, Senior Environmental Engineer, KSPCB. Please tell us whether consent to establish and operate sanctions are needed for small community-level grey water projects taken up by LSGs. And second, it would be difficult to achieve discharge standards like BOD 10 ppm with most of prevailing technology, especially nature-based technologies. Hence, whether any relaxation can be expected in the discharge standards, particularly related to government projects. He's not here? Okay, okay. So we move on to one more question. Shaiju sir of KWM. What are the retrofitting measures adopted for clearing sewer issues in Guruvayur?
Okay, good. I had explained it. We had a problem with the sewage network flow conditions. We couldn't achieve 100% flow routing, not even 100, 0% flow routing to the STP. So actually, even all the manholes and the sewage links were laid. They couldn't establish a connection in between themselves. So, and there was no idea regarding how to connect these links and manholes so that whatever sewage load is received from the points could be routed to the STP finally. So we depended upon the old drawings, and those drawings were completely transported into a digital format, and those digital infrastructure which consisted of the links and the manholes were completely simulated in a software which is called Stream 5.1 from the EPA. And then we had several trials of that software which artificially simulated the flow conditions with difference of levels. So we identified a few control points of the manholes and we changed those manholes. We gave some penalty dip to the inverted elevations of manholes. We taken out few of them and installed fresh pieces of manholes, and few links were changed, and those things were employed in the sewage network. Finally, we could achieve flow conditions which is satisfactory, desirable to the level of the STP, which was expected to perform. And then it is not a final procedure. We are going to enhance the sewage network performance within the next few years, within a short while. I think we have even planning for addition of some networks so that we can have a bypass routing to the STP, so that the existing deficient or unhealthy, or now it is okay. Now anyway, we don't want to load it further, so we can have a additional routing technique, or what we call a bypass routing technique, like that. And regarding the STP, which had severe problems, which was because it was not attended for many years, so we could take a lot of rehabilitation measures in the conventional system. And now we are going to propose a change of the technology. We can upgrade the conventional technology by making a hybrid technology, changing its technology so that it can have a expansion of its capacity from 3 to 5 MLD, which will be well and accepted for as far as the Guruvayur city is concerned, because it is fastly growing. I think I have answered. Do you have, if anyone is having further questions?
Any other further questions to sir? Thank you, sir. For the CDD questions, we have a representative of CDD coming tomorrow as well, and we may direct the questions to them. For the grey water management session, it is not done yet. There is one more session tomorrow, and we request questions until then. We remind all participants to keep questioning information that we see here today. All questionnaire forms are live, and there is also a parking lot available at the rear of the hall. Panelists are also available within the audience to take direct questions. Beyond this, I would like to direct your attention to a couple more things. We start at 9:30 a.m. sharp tomorrow. Kindly note, this is a no plastic event. You might have noticed from your ID tags itself, we are endeavoring to use less and less plastic in all of our events. There is also an exhibition. I'm sure many of you might have already visited the exhibition stalls, but I think a couple of you have missed. There are 2 machines out there as well. One is the MTU and one is Jalod Bus desludging machine. I request all participants to kindly view it. They will explain. We have staff on standby there. Finally, if there are any participants who are staying at the hotel and undertaking the fast during the holy month of Ramadan, we request you to kindly put in your names with us so that we can ensure you have an early breakfast. Your names and your room numbers. Thank you. We are concluding for today. We will see you back tomorrow here at 9:30 a.m. Thank you.